The story begins with a story about the main character named Sam, who is a professional in computer games and completes any game at the maximum level. His favorite game is Love in 10,000 Worlds, where you have to charm a variety of girls in different time periods. You can gain a girl's affection in different ways, both by physical conquest and by blackmail. Sam has already got 100 of the brightest girls in the game, something no other player has managed to do before him. Our hero manages to seduce even the toughest and most militant girls, and he considers himself a professional in this matter. Victory over girls comes so easily to him that he secretly makes a wish to get into his favorite video game. And then the light began to flash in the room. The computer monitor began to make terrible sounds, and it seemed that he was about to be sucked right into the computer. The wind in the room was increasing and had already turned into a hurricane emanating from the center of the monitor. With all his might, the main character began to be pulled straight into the screen. And despite the fact that the guy was much wider than the screen, surprisingly, he did not feel any painful sensations. There was a loud bang and there was silence in the room, as if a few seconds ago the person had not been sucked into the computer screen. Sam was falling down. It seemed like he was going to throw up. All his organs were compressed, and he couldn't shake the feeling that he was going to break. The hero landed softly and immediately sat down. There was no more pain and fear. The place in which he was reminiscent of the character creation screen in his favorite game, Love in 10,000 Worlds. He saw a girl in a short white dress that barely covered her underwear. He recognized her as the fairy of 10,000 Worlds. Sam began to very emotionally ask the girl how he could get out of here and if he could withdraw his wish and go home right now. The girl answered the hero that he himself knew everything perfectly well. He just needed to do what he could do best in the online game. The girl also said that our hero's old game account no longer exists, and he will have to go through everything all over again, with a 0 skill level. The hero was very angry and promised that as soon as he got out of here, he would immediately sue the developers of this game. The girl replied that after signing the license agreement, his life was in the hands of the game developers. The hero asked if he was entitled to some kind of ability so that he could complete the game faster. Of course, the creator has prepared 5 abilities for you that correspond to the 5 attributes in the game. Talent helps you gain more abilities to become the strongest. Variability allows you to use shadow abilities and become invisible. Physical strength makes it possible to pump up the body. Intelligence contributes to the mastery of all types of spells, with the help of which you can destroy the world with one gesture. Sam asked how charisma could be useful. The fairy replied that charisma makes him more attractive. He thought that this was not a very good joke, and did not want to choose charisma when there were other choices. The hero was about to press the intellect, when suddenly something pushed him from behind, and he did not see where he pressed. Sam opened his eyes and was horrified. He accidentally chose the most, in his opinion, useless skill. He began to swear loudly and shout that he was set up and he was not going to choose this skill. The fairy said that nothing can be changed and you just need to start the game. The girl disappeared. A bright whirlwind began to spin under the hero's feet, which began to drag him into the beginning of the game. The action moves to the first game location, created on the basis of the city of Yunzhou, which is very picturesque and atmospheric. Before us in all her glory appears the sorceress of the snow shadow named Ciri, a student of the great master who kills evil spirits and protects the tranquility of the city. The sorceress walked through the shopping area and looked for jewelry. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared in the sky, which hit directly one of the towers where the baths were located. The sorceress saw how a beam pierced the roof of the tower, and something large, the size of a person, flew along this beam. The main character opened his eyes and did not immediately understand where he was. His head was spinning. His arms and legs did not want to obey. The hero heard women's screams around him, looked around and realized that he was in the women's side of the hot springs. Looking at the gentleman who suddenly appeared, the girls began to behave very relaxed, calling him to swim together without clothes. The hero was not prepared for such a rapid development of events, and with all his might, he began to run away from the place where the girls were about to attack him in order to drag him to take a bath with them. The palace guards also chased the hero, since the appearance of men in the women's bathhouse is strictly prohibited by the law of this kingdom. The hero ran away, and they shouted after him that he was a pervert and would certainly be punished. Although the girls called the hero a pervert, they did it with admiration and adoration in their voices. They found him very attractive. The guards continued to search for the unknown pervert. Sam was very angry about a situation that had happened, which he had no control over. The guards noticed the hero, but he decided to open the skill log and saw that he only had an evil smile of protection in his attributes. Sam was angry at what a useless skill he had received. There is nothing to do, you will have to use this skill and come what may. He began to use this skill clumsily. The first time it was not entirely successful. After one of the guards saw the smile of the defense, he became even more convinced that the main character was a pervert. Sam was simply furious. He realized that he needed to try again, because the grimace he distorted was not evil. He began to try again the skill of an evil smile of defense. And then the incredible happened. The guard stopped, was confused, and a moment later he was beaming and saying to himself that he had fallen in love with a man for the first time. The guard with a smile on his face said that it was love at first sight. Sam picked up a brick from the ground and swung it into the guard's face. While the guard was falling, the main character told him that he loved girls and was not going to reciprocate the man who just a few minutes ago wanted to bring him to execution. Our charismatic hero was put on the wanted list after attacking a guard. Now he was threatened by even more guards. They opened fire to kill and launched several dozen arrows at the criminal. The hero tried to dodge. It was difficult. One arrow grazed his shoulder and he saw blood splashing across the ground. Sam realizes that he cannot defeat the guards using any skills, and there is only one way out. Run as far as you can, as far as possible. But then Sam accidentally stumbles upon a brothel. He tries to run inside as quickly as possible, and literally bumps into the girl, but there was no impact. Something softened the collision. The girl was very surprised at such a rapid and unexpected meeting. The hero, without having time to catch his breath, asked the girl if she could help him. The girl, without listening to the end of the visitor's request, said that for the sake of such a handsome man, she was ready to do anything. She turned around and shouted to someone, "Girls, welcome the guests!" The hero saw 4 girls of incredible beauty come out into the hall, wearing outfits that made him want to get to know them better. By the time the guards ran into the house, the girls surrounded the hero and covered him with themselves. When asked where the criminal was, the main girl replied that there was no one else here. The commander of the guard detachment did not believe the girl and ordered to search the house to find the hiding criminal. However, the girl said that if he dares to invade her home, she will report this situation to their commander-in-chief, who is a frequent visitor to this establishment. The owner of the business appears and says that there is no need to embarrass the guards because they are doing their job. She allows the guards to search the house and says that they have nothing to hide because they are not doing anything prohibited. At this moment, Sam is under the hostess's long dress. 4 beauties took him away while the first eldest distracted the guards. The hero smells the hostess's body. It really turns him on. After half an hour of searching, the guards returned with a report. The hostess stood motionless in the same place. The head of the guard asked the owner for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The owner said that they could stay in their establishment since opening time was approaching, but the guards refused. Sam, who had been kneeling for more than half an hour, could barely hold on, and in order not to fall, he grabbed the smooth, tender leg of his mistress. This was very unexpected, and the hostess screamed. The head of the guard began to suspect something and looked closely at the robes of the owner of the salon. But fortunately, someone managed to inform the wife of the head of the guard that he had been in the brothel for more than half an hour. Her evil appearance frightened not only the squad leader. The guard's wife, with a deft, sharp movement of her hand, grabbed him by the ear and dragged him home. The hostess breathed a sigh of relief. Everything worked out as she had planned. Sam no longer had any strength left. His muscles became numb. He could not stand in such an uncomfortable position. He began to fall, holding onto the legs of the owner of the salon, and they fell together. When they fell, the hero's neck got stuck between the mistress's legs and she strangled him. Sam lost consciousness. The girls working in the salon were very scared. The owner saw that he was wounded and blood was flowing from his shoulder. The hero lay motionless. Droplets of sweat flowed from his forehead. Someone began to call a doctor. The hostess was not at a loss and tore her dress so that she could bandage the wound. After a while, we are transported to a room where the hero lies with a bandaged shoulder, and above him stand 3 charming girls in vulgar clothes, who looked after him while he was unconscious. The owner of the salon enters the room. She has medicinal herbs in her hands, and she is wearing the same dress. If she had torn the dress a little higher, you could see her underwear. The girls are discussing how to give the hero medicinal herbs. One of them suggests giving the medicine mouth to mouth. The girls argue about who is most suitable for this role. The owner of the brothel comes into play and says that she herself is able to provide assistance to the victim. The girls leave the room in disappointment and leave the hostess alone with the wounded guy. The housewife drinks medicine from a spoon. Look at the guy with loving eyes. And with the help of a kiss, he transfers the medicine to the patient. The hero immediately woke up and quickly found himself on top of the girl, without opening his lips in a kiss. The hero dreams that he is in the forest, and 2 slugs attack him and fall on his face. He doesn't understand why he can't tear them away from his face. It turned out that he was imagining it, and he pressed his face into the mistress's chest. In his delirium, he began to shout loudly that he would kill these slugs. The scream was so loud that all the brothel workers heard it. The hostess was dismayed by this behavior of the stranger and thought that he really was a pervert. The hero received a slap on the wrist for his behavior. Since Sam came to his senses, he was invited to a tea party. He thanked the girls for their help and apologized for his behavior. The girls offered him several options for the development of events, or he would stay in the salon and work for them. Or they hand him over to the palace guards and say that in addition to past crimes, he committed new ones in their salon. The hero has no choice but to pretend that he agrees to their conditions. Sam asks what he will need to do to work off the debt for saving him. He thought that he would have to fulfill the amorous whims of the girls from the salon. However, he was forced to clean up the entire salon. Of course, he did not count on such difficult physical work. But everything turned out to be not so bad. Almost every girl in the salon was willing to help the hero. They promised to do the work for him in exchange for him spending the night with them. Each girl considered it her duty to be the first to win Sam's favor. The competition for the hero's heart was just beginning. The hero understood that if he charmed as many girls as possible, he would be able to gain more experience points and advance to the next level. Night fell, the hero was in the room provided to him. He was finally able to test his gaming experience and was pleasantly surprised that during this time, he was able to gain an additional 1,000 points, which he could exchange for new skills. Sam saw that it was possible to purchase the Book of 1,000 Wishes, which allows for a multiple increase in experience points if the hero has an intimate relationship with a girl. But there was one big problem. This skill costs 100,000 points. The fairy who accompanied Sam to the game decided to help him because she observed how many difficult trials he had to go through. She made an exception and gave him a 99% discount on skill acquisition for 10 minutes. The hero was incredibly happy about this bonus and decided to take advantage of it. When purchasing the skill, the hero rose into the air. He was enveloped in purple swirls, and he felt a strong blow of wind. Sam glowed both inside and out and felt an incredible surge of energy. The next morning, leaving the room, he began to stumble upon the insanely languid glances of the girls. They literally undressed him with their eyes. The hero heard the girls say that he had become even more attractive than he was yesterday. At this time, there was a visitor named Stone in the salon, who was angry that all the girls stopped paying attention to him and were watching the main character. Sam, feeling a clear superiority over the man, answered him with a grin that there was no one in the room more dazzling than this man. This tone made Stone even angrier and threatened him. The man grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked Sam if he knew who he was talking to. At that very moment, the owner of the salon intervened in the quarrel and asked forgiveness to the gentleman for the new employee. The gentleman realized that the hostess would now be able to make concessions to him and would do whatever he asked if it did not humiliate her dignity. And then he invited her to drink a glass of wine as a sign of reconciliation. But he thought through everything in advance, and in the turmoil he poured a hot heart powder into a glass of wine, which awakens in any girl the desire for intimacy. The lady, suspecting nothing, drank a glass of wine. Stone asked how much it would cost him to spend the night with the owner of the salon, because he really liked her. The hostess replied that she did not sell her body, and that he should no longer dare ask her such questions. But the man already knew that the powder would have to work very soon, and she would have no choice. After 15 minutes in her bedroom, the mistress could already feel the heat spreading throughout her body. Because of the heat, she began to take off her clothes. At that moment, Sam decided to come in and apologize to the lady for his behavior. The hero began to thank the hostess from the entrance. But then he saw her and his eyes' pupils widened. The hostess was only in her underwear, and the hero saw her elastic forms. That hour, the hero ran out of the room at the speed of light, shouting that he didn't have time to see anything. But after a few seconds, a gentle, fragile hand pulled him back into the room. The girl sat him down on a soft bed, and she leaned over him so that her hand was between his knees. She asked him for help. The hero was scared. The girl said that there was a powder in the glass of wine that increased attraction and desire, and now she can't think about anything else. She began to untie her bra, and she threw it on the hero's face. Our hero, the lady, had to be helped 3 times until she felt better and returned to normal. Meanwhile, Stone decided to go to the hostess's room, but got the wrong door. As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut and he thought his plan had worked. He saw the girl's sweet lips at the entrance, but did not expect that this was not the same room. He was greeted by a girl, but she was a little bigger than he expected. Stone did not expect to meet a girl of such size. He tried to run away from the room. However, he was unable to open the door to leave. Plaster began to fall from the ceiling. The girls working on the floor below could not understand what was happening. One of the girls began to guess what caused the slight collapse of the ceiling. Loud and rhythmic moans were heard from the hostess's room. The inhabitants of the cabin had to listen to these sounds for a long time. There was blood on the bed. Sam quickly got dressed and tried to run out of the room. he still couldn't come to his senses. He didn't believe that he had succeeded. The hostess said that he should not be nervous, because nothing terrible had happened. Sam told the owner that he didn't expect that the girl working at the brothel wasn't already with a man. The girl, out of emotion, threw a pillow at the hero and began to swear at him. The hero ran away and the girl looked after him. She didn't understand her feelings. Just a few minutes ago, she had experienced incredible emotions, and now she felt empty and used. Sam went out onto the balcony of the floor and was surprised at how real everything was, and that it no longer looked like a game. He saw Stone running away and asked what happened to him. The man looked very bad and whispered to himself that he would never forget such a shame. The salon girls shied away from him. They thought he was sick. The hero shouted to the exhausted Stone that his plan had not worked. While the gentleman was running with all his might through the salon towards the exit, Sam thought that thanks to the man he had moved as quickly as possible to the next level. This was a great opportunity to practice techniques. Now our hero was at the next level, where he had a technique. It's called Charm Living Beings, and judging by the picture, it's activated by snapping your fingers. It seems clear but needs to be checked. And here's the first test subject. Come here, cat. The Charm of Living Beings. As expected, it worked perfectly. I will use it. Sam already began to think through new plans for charm in his head. He went to the shopping area to buy a gift for the girl he would need to get. She was in the square, the same student of the great master Siri, an incredibly beautiful girl in white, whom he saw as soon as he came into this world. The girl asked the seller about the cost of various jewelry, and he promised her a discount for beauty. Siri thought the discount was a very good option. She pointed to the hairpin she wanted to buy. The hero appears and asks the seller how much such a hairpin costs. The seller said that this was a very valuable piece of jewelry because it was made of ice stone and the finest jade, so rare for this area. Very skillful and expensive work. Is she really real? Our hero asked. How dare you say that I am deceiving people? I would really like to believe you, but it seems to me that I am right. The hairpin burst in the hero's hands. The girl was interested, and the hero said that she needed to take a more responsible approach to choosing jewelry in stores. How dare you try to deceive me? I will not tolerate such treatment. The owner of the jewelry store was very angry with the guy for breaking the goods and exposing him as a deceiver in front of the great master student. The store owner called 2 security guards to deal with the hero and teach him good manners. The sorceress of the snow shadow decided to deal with the big men herself and was already prepared for battle. But the hero stopped her. He needed to show himself. He said that he was capable of dealing with these unfriendly guys himself. A third guy approached. He introduced himself as his older brother and said that this battle would not be as easy as he thought. We are professional fighters who graduated from a martial arts academy. They began to show different fighting stances. This was supposed to scare the hero, so they thought. They looked powerful, but not very scary. The sorceress told the hero that despite the fact that they looked like 3 pumped-up clowns, they should still be feared. Don't worry about me, I can handle it. Stay away and don't interfere. How courageous and handsome he is, Siri thought. Enough bragging. It's time to move on to the fight. Catch my fist of death. The hero dodged and hit him right in the stomach with the Essence Seductive Strike skill. The older brother's breath caught, his pupils dilated, his pulse quickened. The fighter lay on the ground and said to himself how pleasant and easy it was for him, and his brothers were in misunderstanding. What kind of spell did you cast on him, evil sorcerer? The brothers asked. If you continue the battle, the same thing will happen to you, the hero answered. But they didn't believe him, and after a few seconds, they were in the same euphoria of love as their older brother. They could no longer continue the battle. The spell of love turned out to be stronger than muscle. A moment later, people in the shopping area tried not to get close to the muscular guys. Siri noted that she had never seen such a strange but effective fighting technique before. The hero said something incomprehensible and changed the topic. He asked what the name of the beautiful girl was. The sorceress identified herself as a student of the great master. Sam said that it was an honor for him to meet her. Siri said that soon students would be selected to prepare for participation in the tournament for the title of the best wizard, and he could take part in it. Suddenly, a gentleman from an intimate services salon intervened in the conversation and addressed Siri. He called her sister and said that he had been looking for her for a long time. They most likely had a strained relationship because Siri responded that she shouldn't have to report where she was. Sam decided to take advantage of the fact that the relationship between the sorceress and her brother was not the best and added fuel to the fire by asking him how long ago he had last been in a brothel. Siri, hearing that her brother was visiting brothels, was a little surprised, or rather, she was furious. Stone called the hero a vile dog and asked his sister not to believe a single word he said. Sam replied that at first they had fun together in a brothel with the girls, and now he calls him a dog. Stone realized that he could not win the verbal battle and could only make excuses to his sister. He promised to take revenge on Sam, but the hero grinned and said that he would certainly wait until the hour of reckoning came. They went in different directions. The blonde sorceress was also not visible, and the hero went to the salon. Today is his day off. Night fell. The full moon brightly illuminated the Street of Roses, where the intimate services salon was located. The owner of the salon stood at the mirror in her room. She was wearing a new bright red dress. Its slit, which reached the waist, indicated that she had no underwear. She looked at herself in the mirror and could not understand what was happening to her. For several days, her thoughts were only about the hero. Sam met the hostess and decided to make amends. As a gift, he presented her with a gold hairpin, stolen at the market from a deceiving seller. The girl couldn't believe her eyes and ears. Our hero expressed his understanding that this gift was very useless, but he wanted to please her and make amends. "I like your gift," the girl said with warmth in her voice, warmth spreading like a wave throughout her body. "To be honest, I'm very glad that I was able to please you," the hero said. While Sam was talking, the girl deliberately dropped the handkerchief. "Oh, don't worry, I will certainly help you lift your scarf." The hero bent down at the mistress's feet to pick up the fallen red scarf. Before he had time to sit down, the girl stretched out her slender long legs to the hero's chin. He could smell her skin. It could not leave him indifferent. The hero looked up and saw that the girl had no underwear at all. The smell of her body excited the guy's consciousness. He could no longer control himself. But the hero continued his game and said that if she wants to spend the night with him, then it will cost her dearly. The girl said that she was able to pay any amount for time with such a gorgeous man. The hero abruptly pressed the girl to him, held her waist with his right hand, grabbed her neck with his left, and kissed her deeply. The girl melted in the hero's arms. She felt her heart want to jump out of her chest. Sweat appeared on her forehead. Her lips were very wet. The hero took off the girl's dress and laid her on her back. Nothing else held the hero back. There was no longer a businesslike and stern tone in the girl's languid moans. She was in the power of the guy, and she liked it. The next day came. The hero woke up and didn't see anyone nearby. There was a note on the table next to the bed. In the note, the girl said goodbye to the hero and asked him to remember her because she would never forget this best time in her life. The notification system reported that the character's game card has been received and added to the achievements section. The hero was happy about the unlocked achievement, but he felt somehow sad. He decided to leave the salon and continue on his way. The caretaker found out that the hero wanted to leave the salon and expressed her regret. The hero thanked the girl for her hospitality and help. The girl said that she could not forbid him to leave the salon, but she would not let him go so easily. At the same moment, 3 more girls ran into the room and began to hug the hero and take off his clothes. The hero had not yet recovered from the night's entertainment with the hostess, so he decided to use the means at hand. Moans from the cabin were heard throughout the area for an hour. The hero gained a new experience, including a gaming one. The girls were still a little overcome by cramps in the thighs. They lay without strength. Sam left the room satisfied. He went out into the city and again came across a brother and sister he already knew. Stone followed his sister, a disciple of the great master, and asked her to go with him to the clan and help prepare for the initiation ceremony of a new generation of students. The girl said that she still had business in the city and there was no need for her to rush to the clan right now. To make the meeting look more natural, he made a surprised face when the sorceress looked in his direction. The hero told the girl that he was just looking for her and was very glad to see her. She asked how she could help him. Sam asked her to take him to the clan to meet the teacher and begin training. "Great," Siri noted. "We were just getting ready for the clan." The girl's brother was confused because she had just said that she was not going to join the clan. The man told the hero that he could not join their clan because this would require flying through the air and only clan members have this ability. The girl noticed that it was absolutely not scary and she would help the hero get there. The man shouted something after the departing hero and his sister, but no one listened to him. The girl told the hero to hold on to her tightly when they get to the clan's location. Sam replied that if she allowed him to touch her body, he would not let him go again. They swept over the rocks and plains with the speed of the wind. The girl's brother was on their tail. They moved at an incredible speed, and the girl told the hero to hug her tightly, or maybe she specially developed such a speed to force the hero to hug her as tightly as possible. The hero grabbed her just below the waist. He inhaled the smell of her developing hair, felt how her body trembled. Sam decided to say how pleased he was that the girl decided to help him. She was confused. The girl's brother really didn't like watching his sister being hugged by some stranger. The hero understood this and decided to anger the man even more. Stone was furious and decided to fundamentally solve the problem. I took out a box of paralyzing needles, pointed it straight at the hero's back, and he released a dozen loaded needles to the waiting hero. The girl heard the sound of needles flying in her direction. She sharply turned 180 degrees and covered the main character with her chest. At that very second, she was paralyzed. Sweat ran down her face, and a quiet, "Why, brother?" escaped her lips. The man himself did not expect that such a situation could happen. The girl and Sam found themselves in free fall. The hero did not know how to fly. Stone made no attempt to save his sister. He was only thinking about how he could justify himself to the clan elder. He thought that even if he saved his sister, she would tell everything to the master, and he would not forgive him. And if no one finds out about his action, then he can move on with his life in peace. With these thoughts, the man went further across the sky. The girl was drowning. She could not move. The needles immobilized her with poison. She mentally said goodbye to this world, but suddenly, the main character swam up to her, who managed to take a full lungful of air and through a kiss was able to share it with the girl. Siri opened her eyes and regained consciousness. The sorceress's saber was approaching them, but it flew straight into Sam's hand. Did he really also have the abilities of their clan? In this case, I can save us and take us to the location of the clan. The hero raised his saber up and mentally gave the order to fly. At the same second, there was a splash on the water. The hero held the girl in one hand, and with the other, he pointed the saber upward. They flew at high speed. They couldn't fly for long. The girl needed rest. She still didn't feel well. Having settled down in the shade of the trees, the guy and girl considered that the danger had passed. They did not expect that in just a moment they would have to face a new enemy. There were a little more enemies than the hero expected. The warning system sent a message about the enemy. It was a bloodthirsty wolf, a second-level enemy. There is no choice, you have to fight, because not only the guy's life is at stake, but also his companions. The enemy was not going to give time to think. He attacked at the first opportunity. Sam decided to use the points he received to acquire battle skills, a second, and only the skin remained from the bloodthirsty wolf. The hero saw how experience points were credited to his balance for destroying the wolf. With professional movements of a swordsman, the hero scattered the bloodthirsty wolves from side to side, leaving them no chance to profit from the flesh of his companion. The hero swung his blade left and right, and the enemies kept coming. He felt tired in his hands. The situation was getting more complicated. They had to come up with something. Otherwise, they wouldn't get out of the forest. The hero wanted to take the girl and step back, run away. But their way was blocked by something huge, of unimaginable size. The animal let out a roar that echoed throughout the forest. A huge animal, similar to a grizzly bear, with bright red wild eyes, a sharp blade on its skull, stood on its hind legs and roared with all its might. It was a forest demon, a level 4 animal enemy. This is all at the wrong time, the hero thought. I urgently need to come up with something. The animal rushed at Sam with a wild roar. He used the art of seduction, but did not know whether it would work. Damn, it really didn't work, and now death will overtake me. The animal held Sam with its huge paws. A second later, the huge bear, like a friendly dog, was licking the hero and wagging its tail. A dozen wolves did not share the bear's mood and continued to show with all their appearance that the hero was their prey. The bear cub clearly did not like the fact that they wanted to eat his new friend. The blow sent some of the wolves flying 200 meters away. The blow and the second part of the evil creatures flew far from the place where Sam was. Those who could still stand on their paws wanted to return to the fight. But the bear let out a roar of such force that they tucked their tails between their legs and rushed into the forest as fast as they could. Night fell. The moon illuminated the rock where the hero and his friends were located. The crackling of a fire could be heard in the cave. The hero thanked the bear for saving his life and providing a place to spend the night. But it was a bear. She didn't speak, but she hugged the guy with all her might and began rubbing her muzzle against him. The hero approached his exhausted companion and said that he needed to try to remove toxins from her body. It is necessary to remove outer clothing to find where the needles hit. The site of the injury was found. The player hit the girl right in the shoulder. The hero began to suck out the poison from the wound. The girl felt a pleasant sensation. The poison is very strong, the guy said, spitting. You cannot stop. Otherwise, the poison will continue to spread throughout the body and lead to death. The hero sucked out the poison, but saw how the girl was delirious. She was making moans and saying incomprehensible phrases. Continue. Don't stop. I feel so good. Morning came. The sun's rays illuminated the cave in which Siri slept. She woke up. She was cold. She was weak. She looked around and saw that she had no clothes on, and there were drops of blood nearby. She thought that while she was unconscious, Sam had taken advantage of her. Meanwhile, the hero returned to the cave, with wild berries in his hands. The girl attacked him with a blade. The tray with berries fell to the ground. The girl said that she would kill him because he took advantage of her helpless state. The hero began to make excuses and say that he did not touch her, but only tried to save her life. The girl pointed the blade at the guy's throat, but the blade resisted. The girl turned to the blade and asked why he was resisting, Was the guy really telling the truth? The hero choked in fear and splashes of red liquid flew out of his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" the girl asked. The hero replied that while he was sucking the poison out of her wound, he got poisoned since he did it for the first time, and now he is mortally ill. In fact, the hero deceived the girl, and it was not blood, but the juice of red berries, which he did not have time to chew. The girl said that she remembers how the needles flew at her, but also one needle hit him. Why is he not affected by the poison? Sam said that his friend gave him a jade pendant in the shape of a maple leaf, and the needle went straight into it. Siri thanked the hero and said that she could teach him her clan's technique, which rids the body of toxins. "I'm not a member of your clan," the hero noted. "I don't want to steal your secrets. You saved my life and therefore I will repay you, reveal a few secrets, especially after what you did. The head of the clan will agree to take you as his student." "Thank you very much, madam. I will not forget this. It's time to start training. Call me mentor," Siri said. Sam was glad that his plan had worked for years. Meanwhile, in the Hidden in the Clouds clan, the head of the clan was furious when he heard that his best student had died, and Stone could not help her. Stone began to tell how on the way to the clan they were attacked by an unknown robber and wanted to steal the secrets of the clan. Tried to take away Siri's blade. Stone managed to repel the attack, but at the last moment, the robber dragged his sister under the water. The head of the clan at the same moment called all the wizard fighters and sent them to search for his daughter, telling him not to return without her, alive or dead. The soldiers promised to carry out the teacher's order and set off. Stone asked that he be sent to search for the girl, since he understood that the truth could be revealed. He needed to be on the safe side. "I believe you," the teacher said. "Go find Siri. You will succeed." Stone was already thinking about how to make sure that the girl was never found. Stone's father, who was the brother of the head of the clan, brought an elixir for the girl in case she was found badly wounded. "Be sure to give the elixir to the princess to drink. It can save her life." The man left the temple and hit the road. "Chief, you must stay clear-headed. Stay calm. I understand your concern, but the clan is counting on you. I can't think about anything until I find out if my daughter is alive." Meanwhile, the main character is fishing on the shore of a pond. He fails to catch a fish, but he does not give up this activity because he needs to feed his mentor and the bear. "What a pity that I can't use my charm on fishing." It seems he was wrong, and charisma works for everyone. Almost 100 fish rushed out of the water towards the hero. He did not expect that he could charm even a fish. A moment later, several dozen fish were already lying on the shore. The hero thought that the charisma skill is not as bad as it turned out. You can even get food with it. Sam turned around because he heard the sound of air cutting. Men in white cloaks were flying across the sky. They were flying on swords. The hero immediately realized what clan they were from. "So they are looking for Siri. Very interesting." The hero hurried to the cave to tell about what he saw. At this time, the girl was meditating. Chakra thickened around her, and her body was cleansed of poison. Quick footsteps were heard that echoed throughout the cave. "Finally, you're back. I'm hungry," the girl said. But what entered the cave was not the one she expected to see. "Hey, little sister, I see you didn't waste your time," Stone noted. Siri told her brother that she would report to the head of the clan that he had attacked her. "I don't know how you survived, but I'll fix it now, sister. You left me no choice." The princess told her brother that if he dared to attack her, there would be no turning back. "How dare you, you mean girl, say that to me? The great warrior of light, I will destroy you." The man drank the pill he received in the palace. Now his regeneration power was at its maximum. The medicine also strengthened his magical characteristics. His chakra was glowing all around. The girl was scared. She had never seen the power of the experimental pills that were produced in their secret laboratory. So know the strength of the clan warrior of the village hidden in the clouds. The energy emanating from the man seemed to destroy the cave. The princess understood that in her current state, she was no match for Stone, who was full of strength and had taken the pill. The man opened his mouth to cast the spell technique when suddenly got hit in the face with a huge fish. Sam greeted Stone and asked if he had hit him in the face with a fish. The hero knew that the princess was weak and he would have to cope on his own. The girl warned the hero that her brother had arrived to take both of their lives. Stone said it's great to see the hero here and not have to look for him later to finish what he started. The hero had to borrow a sword to resist such a strong opponent. The fight began. The opponents began to quickly approach each other. The crack of swords echoed throughout the cave. No one was about to retreat. The hero managed to dodge, strike back, and wound the man's face. Stone noted that even though Sam is a very good fighter, they are at different levels of combat training. Lightning blade technique. The hero tried to hold back the blow, but it was all in vain. The blast wave threw him back with incredible force. The hero stood on all fours and tried to catch his breath. The man grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air with a slight movement, and said that no one would stop him from achieving power and becoming one of the leaders of the clan. The hero got his bearings in time and decided to act as best he could. Charisma technique, seduction. The hero looked at the man. He was motionless. There was emptiness in his eyes for a split second. The man stood and looked up at the hero with loving eyes. The hero realized that he needed to act right now and called on the sword, which was already flying at the speed of sound. A blow, another blow. Stone's severed arm flew through the air with the sword. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. The hero held the sword tightly in his hands, and behind him, blood flew from the man's shoulder in all directions. The man shouted something loudly, but the hero no longer listened to him. Perhaps Stone would have been able to escape from the cave, if not for one thing. On the way out, they were already waiting for him. He hit his head on something soft. This was a kind, but for some not so good, new friend of our hero. He screamed as loud as he could until he lost consciousness. At the direction of the hero, the bear spared the villain. A few hours later, the heroes were able to reach the clan hidden in the clouds. The girl told her father how it all happened. How an unscrupulous brother used a hidden poison weapon against her, and how her friend had to save her and risk his life. The head of the clan said that for such an act, any member of the clan would be subject to the death penalty. But for past services and due to injury, the criminal would be under house arrest and would also be deprived of all titles and titles. The criminal, who had lost honor and respect, was taken away by his father from the room of the head of the clan. The head of the clan said that he would generously reward the hero for saving his daughter and asked what he wanted. Sam replied that he simply wanted to become a student of the head of the clan and be useful. The head replied that he would gladly accept a young man with such a kind heart as his disciple, but as a general rule, he would have to pass a test. The girl began to ask her father to allow him not to take the test and immediately enroll him in the ranks of the students. However, the hero said that he respects the principles and rules of the clan, but wants to pass the tests and officially join the clan. The head of the clan was very pleased with the young man's answer and praised his desire and warm heart. In the meantime, the girl decided to give the hero a tour of the clan's possessions. She showed him the very heart of the clan, a magical tree that gives energy to all living things. The girl said that there was no time to admire and she needed to undress as quickly as possible. The hero did not understand what she meant. He asked if it was too early for her to invite him to undress, since they had not yet gotten to know each other properly. The girl was very angry with the hero and said that she brought him here in order to practice the technique of melting the snow of 6 suns. The snow melting technique develops the maximum concentration of energy for the subsequent use of any technique, including combat. Mastering this technique is impossible without a mentor, so the princess was always nearby. The hero successfully reached the 3rd level in this technique thanks to the help of the princess. She watched how strong his strength and chakra became. The hero incredibly quickly reached almost the 4th level of technology. However, this was the first training, and the body could not take such strong loads. The girl did not understand why the sacred place did not extinguish the fire inside the hero. Is there really no choice and I have to help him release this burning energy? The girl couldn't believe that she would have to do this for the first time, and the hero was getting worse. The pain of conscience did not leave the princess. She could not make up her mind, but she also could not leave the hero to die. She gradually began to move her legs in stockings towards the hero's belt. Closer and closer, ashamed, scary, awkward. She had never done this before. She began to massage part of the hero's body with her feet, and he began to make strange moans. She was ashamed to hear the groans of a man who could not control himself. Several hours passed. The hero came to his senses and did not understand what had happened. Even though the sorceress was glad that the hero had come to his senses, she felt dirty and disgraced. She said that she had to save him, free his body from the accumulated burning energy. Thank you very much for saving me, but why are you so upset and your face is red like you just ran? Sam felt a new strong energy spreading through his body. His power and strength were on a new level. Suddenly, he felt danger behind him and turned around. I saw an unknown entity flying in their direction. The unknown first attacked the hero and sent a palm full of energy into his body. Their palms joined, and the unknown person cast some kind of spell. There was a cold blue explosion from which they scattered in different directions. For a split second, the hero was sure of the enemy's weakness, but he was wrong. The palm, which had recently repelled the enemy's blow, became covered with ice, and the ice continued to encircle the entire hand. Another moment and the hero turned into an ice statue. The princess wanted to free the hero, but a stranger stood in her way. He was already rushing towards her at speed in an attempt to strike. The girl could not withstand a blow of such force. She had not yet recovered from helping the hero. The blow was so strong that the girl was thrown 20 meters. However, the princess was able to stay on her feet because at the last moment she recognized the attack technique of the enemy, who used the technique of her clan. Despite the cold outside, a fire was raging inside the hero. He knew that the ice technique was unable to hold back a wizard who had mastered the 4th level of the solar technique. The ice quickly turned into water and evaporated, Sam gathering all his free chakra to strike back. He was absolutely not interested in the motive of the enemy, because of which he decided to kill them. Solar Gate Technique Level 4. The hero moved as fast as never before and was able to reach the opponent's chest with the first blow. The clothes tore and he saw large, firm female breasts. The hero was slightly surprised by this development of events. The girl went on the run. Her level was lower than the new level of the hero. The princess asked the hero not to pursue the enemy, but to help her patch up her wounds. She said that the enemy used her clan's equipment, and it turns out that their own people wanted to destroy them. Are there really traitors in the clan? The hero asked. Let's not talk about that. Take a better look at my wound. It hurts in my chest area, answered the princess. Then you need to take off your clothes. Otherwise we won't see your wound, princess. The hero began to help her take off her outerwear. The girl was very embarrassed. She was in pain, but she wanted to continue. The hero touched the princess's chest. She received damage from the ice technique and was very cold. It is necessary to rub the affected area using the hot palm technique. The hero said that not only the chest was damaged, but also the area below the waist, and moved the girl to a horizontal position. An hour later, the hero got off the princess and said that now her body would never freeze. The princess said that her wounds were healed after half an hour, and she does not understand why the hero did not stop there and used her for another half hour. Sam said it was to prevent possible side effects. Siri replied that she understood that the hero simply took advantage of her condition, and although he saved her, she would not thank him. The hero asked if they could continue preventative measures tomorrow. The girl wanted to use the most powerful technique on the hero, but he said in time that he was joking. How can we identify the girl who attacked us? The princess asked. Sam replied that during the battle he wounded her, and a wound should form on her chest, and Siri needed to start watching the girls from their clan more closely. Meanwhile, in the forest not far from the location of the clan hidden in the clouds, the girl who attacked the heroes arrived at the meeting place with the person who ordered the murder. Our plans were disrupted. I could not defeat the newcomer, said the killer from the clan. So, we have been fooled again. This new guy is not so simple, noted the younger brother of the head of the clan and also the chief alchemist, who developed the pills that increase regeneration. He gave the girl his medicine so that no one could identify her in the clan based on the wound she received in battle. The girl was glad that she would not have to leave the clan for fear of being caught in treason, because the scar could give her away. Several days passed. The day came to take the exam for the opportunity to study with the Great Master. Sam noticed how busy the main square was today. He liked the atmosphere. Siri wished him luck and told him that there was only one way for him to pass the test. Otherwise, she would kill him with her own hands. The princess's older sister Maggie intervened in the conversation, expressing interest in Sam, and said that her sister had been talking about him lately. The princess was embarrassed because she did not want the guy to know that she was secretly in love with him. The hero noted that the princess has a very beautiful sister, and he is very glad to meet their whole family. The princess warned the hero not to even think about pushing his balls towards her sister. Not only the sisters from the main family were crazy about the hero, but also other girls from the clan kept looking at him and sighed languidly after him. The guys from the clan did not like the close attention of all the girls in the village to the newcomer. They planned to get rid of him at the first opportunity. The time has come to begin the selection. The head of the clan greeted the candidate students and spectators of the competition. The task of the first test was announced. Participants need to collect 10 flowers of the magic grass that grows on the top of the sacred mountain in 3 hours. Most participants considered this test to be completely childish. The head informed the test participants that if anyone thinks that they do not have enough skills to pass the tests, it is better to refuse at first. The test begins. The participants took off from their seats, and only the hero was in no hurry to accelerate. He stood and watched from the sidelines what was happening. The princess ran up to him and asked what was the matter. Did he really not want to pass the tests and be closer to her? The hero said that the princess should not worry about him. The girl was surprised. She did not understand what he was up to. Meanwhile, other participants searched actively, but not effectively. 2 candidates walked and discussed how difficult the test actually turned out to be, and in a few hours they found only 3 flowers. Suddenly, they saw something beautiful and stopped. It was our hero. He went into the hot springs completely naked. Turning around, he used the gloating love grin skill. He invited 2 girls to swim with him. One of the sisters felt awkward because this was their first meeting. The second was more determined and accepted the invitation of an attractive young man. Within a moment, the older sister without clothes entered the water. Although it was scary, the youngest was not going to give up the guy she liked so easily. Each of the sisters wanted to get to know the hero better and beat their rival in this matter. But the hero replied that he would not be able to pay proper attention to them since he had little strength and he had not yet found a single flower. The sisters replied that if the hero needed flowers, they would definitely get them for him. The hero pretended that he was very flattered by their friendly gesture. The girls said that it was a great honor for them to help such a handsome man. The hero stayed at the hot springs to reflect on the delights of the life of a man who sits on a girl's neck. As soon as he glanced at the departing sisters, a girl jumped into the water. She asked what she needed to do for the master so that he could spend a stormy night with her. The hero said that he was glad for such attention, but he felt her chakra. He grabbed the seaweed from the water, which had been tightening his leg for several minutes. The girl turned into a water witch. Sam said that he knew that she only wanted to suck all the vitality out of him and refused to spend a stormy night with her. The evil spirits gathered green chakra around itself and directed it towards the hero. Green algae surrounded Sam on all sides. A moment later, he was already bound by dozens of strong seaweed. The green monster said that because the gentleman is handsome, she will not kill him, but will simply take all his energy. The hero looked at her with a languid gaze and said that she didn't have a single chance against him. He used the 4th-level sunburning technique. The monster began to scream in pain. The algae was burned. The green evil spirit asked for mercy because she did not have time to harm him and paid him a compliment. The young man decided that she could avoid execution, but she must suffer the punishment without fail. The girl gave herself up to the hero and was completely in his power. The groans of evil spirits were heard throughout the area. The guy praised the skills that the evil spirits possessed and wished them correction. The green beauty thanked him and promised to improve if he carried out such educational work with her at least once more. Cries for help were heard in the forest. 2 sisters fell into the trap of a tree demon who was guarding the flowers they needed. The tree demon was a huge oak tree with slits for its eyes and mouth that oozed crazy chakra. He pointed a sharpened branch at his younger sister, which flew straight at her head. The girl has already said goodbye to life and dreams of spending the night with the handsome guy. A moment before the girl's death, using the dragon constellation technique, the hero cut a thick oak branch in one motion. The tree swung its branches from side to side in a rage, destroying everything it touched. The hero said that he would not allow anyone to harm his future sisters. There were many more girls captured by the evil spirit than the hero immediately noticed, but each of them was immensely glad to see him. All attention was focused on the handsome young man who was about to destroy the evil spirit of the forest. The battle began. A dozen branches sharp as spears flew at the hero. With one blow of his blade, the hero smashed into pieces all the branches aimed at him. However, the wood chips also turned out to be dangerous. The hero began to take the enemy more seriously and monitor his every move. The girls were upset, but mostly because a scratch appeared on the young man's beautiful, perfect face. They could no longer watch how their handsome man was being disfigured, and in a few seconds, they freed themselves from the demonic embrace. The forest watchman was at a loss. The hero watched as the girls used various techniques to deal with the demon. He saw that not far from the battle site, there were the very plants thanks to which he could complete the task. A few minutes later, the demon lay on the ground without moving and looked like an ordinary felled tree. The girls told the dying tree that it was a mistake to hurt the most handsome guy. But the young man was no longer there, and he did not know how the outcome of the fight ended. He continued walking but could only find 6 plants. The sound of air cutting was heard. Again, someone wanted to kill the hero. His quick reaction allowed him to dodge without getting hurt. What was unexpected was the realization that he was attacked by more than just enemies. 4 test participants attacked, who found only 1 plant each and wanted to take away those collected by the hero. Really lucky, Sam thought to himself. The men could not understand why the hero was looking at them with such interest. Level 4 Sunstroke Technique. A moment later, with broken faces, bruises under their eyes, and bumps on their heads, 4 men stood and held out their flowers to the hero. He thanked them for their generosity and set off. The time allotted for the test was almost over. The area was filled with participants. The head of the clan said that the winner of the first stage could immediately become his student. The hero thanked everyone for the opportunity to participate in this test. The princess was very glad to see him returning not empty-handed. The participants continued to admire the handsome man and offered him a room in a women's dormitory. The princess realized that she was not the only one who fell in love with the hero. She did not understand what feelings were overwhelming her. She had never experienced jealousy before. Siri retired to the snowy mountain and thought about him. Sam arrived just in time. She had not yet had time to get angry that he did not share the joy of victory with her. She asked why he didn't have fun with the other girls. "I want to thank you, mentor. Thanks to you, I reached such heights and became part of the clan." The girl said that today is the night of purification, and everyone who has sinned will certainly come to the holy spring, including the girl who attacked them. And when she comes, we will be able to see the scars you left on her body. The hero asked the princess not to risk herself and not try to detain the girl herself. The girls took a bath in the hot spring and said what a pity that their handsome brother was not nearby. The princess looked around, but did not see anyone with a wound on the chest. The hero lay in the room and thought about why the princess had been acting so distant lately. The hero's cotton and pants began to smoke in the groin area. He was scared. Smoke filled the entire room. The caretaker fairy appeared and said that if he was thinking about the princess, then he needed to ask her what was bothering him. "What are you doing here?" asked the hero. The fairy replied that as an observer she can be anywhere, but she cannot influence the plot of the game, and no one can see her except Sam. The hero said that he would like to follow the fairy's advice, but he could not go to the women's bathhouse because he would be kicked out of there. The fairy advised him to transform into a girl and go talk. This plan was distrustful. The fairy advised me to go to the system store and acquire the necessary skill. Indeed, there is such a skill in the system, and you can become a girl without surgery. The hero acquired an illusion spell that went well with his pumped-up charisma. The hero asked why the fairy was telling him if she was forbidden to influence the course of the game. The fairy said to consider this a system hint and enjoy the game. It's very interesting who the hero planned to become. From the initial changes, it was not clear who he was turning into. Long legs, short white dress, white hair, blue eyes, gold bow on the chest. The fairy was very surprised when she saw herself, but not in the mirror. The hero said that he made himself according to the template that was in front of his eyes. But still I changed something. I made my breasts bigger. He looked, and from her dissatisfied expression he realized that everything had gone well. Of course, what girl would like it if we talk about her small breasts? At this time, the princess conducted surveillance at the hot springs, but did not see anyone with a scar. The hero in a female form came to the pond and called the princess. She did not understand what was happening and what the unfamiliar girl wanted from her. Sam revealed his secret and asked to keep the princess's mouth shut. Siri couldn't understand what was happening or how he managed to do it. The hero explained that he did this as a cover and wants to help her catch the criminal. The princess was worried that the hero would see her naked. The princess's elder sister appeared at the springs. She immediately drew attention to the hero in a female guise and complimented him, thinking that this was a real girl. The princess had already begun to tell who was hiding under the guise of a stranger when Sam stopped her. He introduced himself as Tsunade, the daughter of the ruler of the Hidden Leaf Village. The older sister said she was pleased to meet you. Sam said that there were no people living in these parts who did not know the daughters of the main family. Maggie once again complimented our female hero and went off to take a bath. The princess asked why the hero did not let her tell her sister about him, to which Sam replied that she also needed to be checked for scars. The princess said that she would not dare to suspect her sister of plotting against her. Sam noted that he suspected everyone, including her sister, and until he was convinced otherwise, no one needed to know why they were here. "What should I do?" asked the princess. The hero already had an insidious plan. He climbed onto a rock and began shouting that there was a poisonous snake in the pond. A slight panic began, but the hero still hadn't seen anything. He decided to immediately check his older sister and pretended that the snake was swimming in her direction. Sam shouted that the snake had gotten under Maggie's towel and he would save it. The towel was torn off. The hero achieved his goal. He began to closely examine the breasts of his older sister. He did not see any cuts and was upset by this. Maggie continued to scream and kick the water, fearing a snake attack. She held the main character by the head, pressing him to her chest. His pulse became stronger. A notification has arrived that in case of excitement, the spell of illusion will dissipate. The girl stood close to the hero and began to notice something oblong right under the water. She decided that she saw a snake and tried to grab it with her hands, and then Maggie caught her. But she couldn't understand why the snake was so hard to the touch. The hero looked at her in fear, and she held his snake in her hand and squeezed it tightly. Because of the steam at the holy springs, no one except Maggie noticed the transformation of the hero from a beautiful girl into a guy. She shielded him with her body from the girls and told them to quickly run away, since the snake was very dangerous, cunning, and perhaps not alone. The girls decided to listen to their older sister because she was from the main family and they had no reason not to trust her. Maggie asked Sam to explain what was happening here and what kind of tricks he was doing here. Sam replied that he could not concentrate on the story while his sister Maggie was standing in front of him without clothes. A little later, two princesses and Sam were sitting in the gazebo, who explained to the eldest of them that they were trying to find the killer in this way. The detectives were very embarrassed to say that they suspected Maggie of such things. Maggie invited Sam to examine her breasts, feel them, and check them in any other way he wanted. Sam liked the idea and was already thinking about how he would check his older sister's body. But at that moment, the younger sister slammed her fist into his impudent, satisfied face with all her might. Maggie didn't know whether she liked this situation or not. On the one hand, she liked Sam, but on the other hand, her sister also liked him. The younger sister refused to help the older sister and decided to deal with the pervert herself. Maggie said goodbye and said that they needed to deal with the attack as soon as possible and find the killer who attacked them at the sacred place of concentration of energy. Having thanked the sister for her participation and excitement, the heroes were left alone. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the brother of the clan head, a meeting with the killer takes place. It turns out to be Maggie, who says that she is already suspected and now she won't be able to hide for long. The head's brother replies that in a few days he will refine the divine pill and become the strongest person in this mortal world. Maggie says that the divine pill is strictly prohibited by law, and if anyone finds out, they will face the death penalty. The man replies that he is not afraid of anything and asks Maggie to simply delay the heroes so that they do not get in the way. The man says that he now has only one goal: to avenge his son, who was crippled due to the fault of his younger sister and her arrogant friend. Events take us to the area of the hidden cloud, where the main master demonstrates the training of his new student. Sam demonstrated the skill level 5 Scorching Sun Palm. He smashed a huge block of ice standing in the center of the square into smithereens. The impact was so hot that not even drops of water remained from the ice block. Everything evaporated in a split second. The master praised the student for mastering the 5th level of technology so quickly. Sam noted that he achieved such heights because the princess helped him, but this is not enough for him, and he wants to master the last 6th level of technology. The master replied that it was impossible to reach the 6th level alone. One needed to merge with a master girl who could sacrifice her honor for his sake. The hero did not believe that in order to master the technique he needed to copulate while training with a girl. The master said that during the ritual, the girl must lose her virginity with the hero. But will he be able to find such a girl? A dozen girls in the square squealed and shouted that they were ready to give up their innocence for the sake of the hero. The master was shocked by this development of events, embarrassedly turned around and headed towards his palace. When leaving, he replied that he could not help him in this matter and let him figure it out himself. The hero first of all invited the princess to help him master a new level of technology, telling him about the nuances. The sister was outraged by the proposal, but inside she understood that she would like to perform the ritual with Sam. Sam said that if she doesn't help him, then he has no choice and will have to find someone else. The hero did not have time to announce the casting for the role of his assistant in mastering the technique when the first girls already gathered in front of his door. He asked the girls to be quiet while he was testing them. Those waiting heard strong rhythmic slaps and moans coming from the room. They were delighted with the thought that they would soon be in the place of his girlfriend. The princess was very angry at what the hero had done and watched what was happening from afar. Sam said loudly that the first girl wasn't suitable because she couldn't handle the hard training. The girl left the room exhausted, half naked, her dress was torn and her underwear was missing. Sam said that he had very little time and asked the girls to quickly enter his room. An hour later, the princess could not stand her jealousy and burst into the main character's room. In the room, sweaty, half-naked girls were lying on the floor and breathing very heavily. Princess Siri burst into the room and started yelling at Sam for using his sister mentors. Sam knew that sooner or later the princess would visit his room. She was taken by surprise that the hero was expecting her arrival. Sam said that he considers Princess Siri to be the right mentor with whom he wants to increase his level of Scorching Sun technique. Siri did not know what to answer to the young master and asked what he was doing here with the sister mentors for more than an hour. Sam said that now he will show her if she is not afraid and will help him become the master of the 6 solar paths. A moment later, Siri was lying on the bed, sighing heavily and clutching the sheet with all her might. The princess's moans were heard throughout the entire floor, but only a small part of the girls understood what was happening in the room. Sam gave the princess a magical foot massage, which made her experience an incredibly intense emotional upsurge. She didn't expect that a foot massage could bring so much pleasure. She couldn't breathe. She wriggled on the bed like a snake. It seemed that she was having convulsions, but she did not tell the hero to stop. Sam replied that he liked her body's reaction the most, and she was able to hold out longer than the others. Maggie watched what was happening from the street. She understood that if they continued training together, even her uncle's pill would not help. Having learned about the joint training of the princess and the upstart who ruined his son's career, the uncle was confused. He gave Maggie a poison that stops the development of any spiritual techniques and told her to sprinkle it on her opponents. Maggie asked why not just poison them, to which her uncle remarked that he wanted to kill them in the most terrible way. The uncle said that before he died, Sam wanted to see how his son took Princess Siri as his wife. Princess Maggie was overcome by strange feelings. She didn't know if she was going on the right path. Meanwhile, the heroes devoted all their free time to training. The princess stopped and said that Sam should have already mastered the 6th level technique. She raised her head, looked at him, and couldn't believe her eyes. The hero's hair became white and gave off a silvery appearance. There was a knock at the door. The older sister wanted to enter their room. Sam was very wary. He still didn't know who the killer was, and Maggie remained suspicious. The younger sister left the room and asked the older sister why she had come. The eldest replied that she knew how tired they were during training and brought them chicken soup to replenish their strength. Seeing Sam's white and silver hair, Maggie opened her mouth and couldn't believe her eyes. Sister Siri thanked Maggie for her concern and the chicken soup, which had a very pleasant smell. Maggie said that the soup should be eaten as quickly as possible before it gets cold. Sam said that they couldn't eat the soup because they didn't know if it was poisonous. Maggie pretended to be very upset that Sam still didn't trust her. The hero took out sunglasses, pretended to be a tough guy, and said that he knew who attacked them, and it was Sister Maggie. The sister began to make excuses and say that they had checked her for a scar that she did not have. The younger sister began to stand up for Maggie and say that she had known her all her life, and she could not betray her. It is unknown how you managed to get rid of the wound, but you still miscalculated when you talked to us. In that conversation, I only talked about the wound, but didn't say a word about where the attack took place. And then Maggie remembered how, when leaving, she said that they needed to deal with the attack as quickly as possible and find the killer who attacked them at a sacred place where energy was concentrated. It was just my guess. You can't judge me just based on this phrase. Sam quickly got his bearings and invited Maggie to eat a bowl of her own soup to prove her innocence. Sister Maggie realized that she was taken by surprise and needed to drink the soup because it only contained powder that dissipated power and not poison. She drank a cup of soup with shaking hands, hoping that she had not been deceived. The hero was a little confused, but still did not believe Maggie. He believed that she drank the antidote in advance. Siri, so as not to offend her sister, quickly drank a bowl of soup. Sam didn't know what to do, because he knew that something was wrong with the soup, he yelled at the princess. But it was too late. The powder was absorbed into the blood. My head was spinning. My body was burning from the inside. The elder sister, too, could barely stand on her feet and cursed her uncle, who had deceived her. Meanwhile, the brother of the clan head was waiting for the powder that burns from the inside to take effect. The man told his son that he was doing everything for his sake, for his happiness. The traitorous brother had been sitting for several weeks and smiling, delirious. His father thought that he had lost his mind. At this time, the divine pill was being prepared. But to complete the preparation, a guide was needed, the heart of a loved one. The father decided to take the heart of his son, who was now useless, and took out a blade to strike. But before he could turn around, dozens of needles with immobilizing poison pierced his back. The man could not believe that he had been deceived by his own son, because of whom he came up with a plan for revenge. The son admitted that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, constantly pretending to be sick and crazy in order to learn more about the pill. The father, lying on the floor, asked to spare him, but the son was only interested in the divine pill. The son was mad and did not hear anything. He wanted to tear out his father's heart to complete the ritual. Meanwhile, the princess's 2 sisters were burning from the inside, and their fire could only be extinguished by merging with a man. The hero understood that what was happening was what he had already seen in the battle against his traitorous brother. The girls surrounded Sam and breathed heavily into his neck, hugging his waist. The younger sister asked to save the older one, because it was not her fault that she was deceived. And the eldest asked to save the younger one first, since she would not be able to live if through her fault she died. The girls did not wait for the hero's consent and took off their dresses, leaving them in underwear and stockings. Sam had to save both sisters at the same time. He had never had such experience, but he liked it. Sam increased his level and gained a new skill, Fascinating Mirage, which can stop high-level opponents. The younger sister thanked the hero for his generosity and salvation. The elder sister was very ashamed that he saved her, although she tried to kill him. The hero lay exhausted on the bed, unable to get dressed. Maggie said that she agreed to become her uncle's assistant because she was jealous of Siri, but she was very sorry and asked for forgiveness. Siri said she was willing to forgive Maggie if she promised to improve. Maggie asked that, as punishment for his misdeed, Sam would use her as his slave for a long time and do whatever he wanted. Siri got angry and said that now is not the time for jokes because the enemy is not asleep. Maggie said that Uncle was perfecting the divine pill, and if he wasn't stopped, disaster would happen. Sam began asking the sisters about what the divine pill was. He was told that the pill is a secret forbidden drug that instantly develops a person's abilities to the limit, but he loses control over himself. Sam said that it was time for him to visit the family of traitors and punish them for what they had done. Siri gave Sam a magical blade, a relic of the Hidden Cloud clan, which can only be wielded by a warrior who has reached the 6th level of the Burning Sun technique. Sam thanked Siri, and taking the blade in his hands, felt incredible energy. Before he could leave the bedroom, Sam felt a frantic energy approaching the roof of the house. A few seconds later, a huge explosion destroyed the wall and roof of part of the house. Thanks to Sam's new abilities, he was able to create a protective barrier during the explosion. He again saved 2 sisters who could not feel such a lightning attack. On the roof of the destroyed house, a traitor brother named Gao Gan stood safe and sound. The princess asked where he got a healthy arm and the strength to use such powerful techniques. The traitor brother said that his father, whom he sacrificed, perfected the divine pill, and now Gao Gan is invincible. Sam rushed towards Gao Gan as fast as he could to deal him a crushing blow. But Gan stopped the blow of a blade, moving with incredible speed with one hand. He said that now he is at an incredible level of power and cannot be stopped by an ordinary blade. The hero asked what about the blade called Snow Killer, which has the power of divine flames. And at that moment, the blade caught fire with incredible power, and the hero dealt a devastating blow to the traitor on his sore hand. Gao Gan's hand was smoking as if it had just been taken out of an oven. Sam considered that there were a few blows left before defeating the enemy and prepared to attack. Gao, laughing an evil laugh, showed the hero his whole hand and said that he was immortal. At that moment, several magical blades flew into the self-confident villain's chest. The blades were sent by older sister Maggie, who gathered her mentor sisters around her and hurried to help Sam. It was clear that Maggie's blades had reached their destination, but there was not a single scratch on Gao Gan's body. The hero asked the sisters not to interfere in the battle against the immortal enemy. But Maggie, feeling guilty, could not stay away and decided that she would do everything possible to detain the enemy. Together with other sisters, she began to collect chakra to use one of the clan's secret techniques. The enemy knew that he was immortal, but was still afraid of experiencing such a high-level technique. The sisters gathered energy and used the demonic rain of blades technique. The damage was so powerful that it would have destroyed hundreds and thousands of units of ordinary enemies. Dozens of blades passed right through Gao Gan. Red liquid oozed from his body, but he continued to stand. The sisters celebrated the victory. It was impossible to think that anyone would remain alive after such a powerful technique. But the enemy raised his head, a trickle of blood flowed from his mouth, but a mocking smile was visible on his face. With a powerful stream of energy, the enemy shot blades that pierced his body in the opposite direction. The girls had to defend themselves. No one expected such a turn of events. Maggie tried to rush to her sister's defense, but didn't have time. The immortal brother grabbed her by the throat and did not give her the opportunity to help her sisters. The enemy told Maggie that she had a chance to come over to his side and serve faithfully. But the girl refused her evil brother and called him a coward who could never compare with the main character. Then Gao Dan said that she had left him no choice and would have to kill her, and after that kill her vaunted Sam. At that same second, Sam used a magic blade to separate the traitor's hand from his body and free Maggie. Siri was waiting below, and she helped her sister land without injury. The enemy was quickly able to grow a new arm and decided to destroy the hero first. Sam tried to joke with his opponent and tell him that success with women is about attractiveness and charisma, not strength. Sam combined the power of the magic blade and the snow-melting technique of the 6 suns and delivered a direct blow to the opponent's chest. Gao Gan was sure that an ordinary blow could not harm him, so he did not even try to defend himself. It was clear on the hero's face that his plan was a success, and the arrogant enemy would soon regret their meeting. Gao Gan did not understand why his wounds did not heal, and on the contrary, became larger. The hero explained that thanks to the magic blade and reaching the 6th level of the technique, he was able to place the energy of the sun into the enemy's body. After this, to ignite solar energy, the hero struck another dozen blows with his blade at the enemy. The sun began to burn inside the traitor, his body began to glow with fire, and he began to fall to the ground like a meteorite, emitting strong screams. The princesses ran to the hero, fearing for his life because he had spent so much energy. Sam, as usual, didn't show it, because he didn't want to look like a weakling in the eyes of his sisters. But then the hero saw unimaginable fear on the face of one of the girls. Behind Sam, almost out of the ashes, a figure engulfed in flames rose. It was Gao Gan, the flame burning him, and the immortal body became one. The hero, without hesitation or plan, rushed to attack the enemy, who was blazing in the fire. The enemy produced a fiery wave of incredible power with one movement of his hand. According to the hero, he was fought by no less than a demigod who could destroy half the world with a snap of his finger. Sam felt like every part of his body was being tortured and his internal organs were exploding. The enemy was furious. He asked Princess Siri why she continued to protect the weakling. Sam came up with a plan. He decided to play on his enemy's jealousy of Princess Siri, and he used the newly learned technique of a bewitching mirage. Gaogan continued to shout that ordinary techniques would not work on him. In the mirage, the hero created a picture in which he and Princess Siri are going to study new techniques together in the same bed. In order to further anger the enemy, Sam added his older sister Maggie to the illusion. The evil brother was simply furious at such impudence. He did not understand that this was still just an illusion. In an artificially created deception, Sam and the girls discussed Gaogan's inferiority. He couldn't stand it and became even more angry. In an illusion, the princess offered the hero privacy right in front of his worthless traitor brother. The enemy, who had completely lost his mind, decided that if he didn't have eyes, he wouldn't see what was happening between Siri and Sam. Gaodan tore out his eyes, but the illusion still did not stop, and he saw what he feared most in the world. The princess asked why the traitor tore out his eyes and did not restore them. Sam replied that he created an illusion that the enemy did not want to see. The princess asked what it was, but the hero could not answer anything intelligibly. Gaogan continued to have an unpleasant dream and muttered something about Siri licking some places. The princess guessed what kind of dream the traitor in love with her was seeing and gave the main character a beating. 3 days have passed and we are shown a prison on the territory of a clan hidden in the clouds. The chained traitor sees the same vision, despite his lack of eyes. The head of the clan speaks of the unforgivable and terrible betrayal of the clan, the memory of which will be the lifelong imprisonment of Gaogan. The master turns to the main character and says that he is going to transfer the reign to him, as well as his beloved daughter Siri. The princess looks confused, but is very happy with her father's words. Sam thanks the master but says that he will not be able to accept the rule of the clan and marry the princess. The girl asks Sam why he doesn't want to stay with them. The hero replies that he has unfinished business and needs to hit the road. Sam headed into the room to collect his things, but was stopped by the master. He pounced to give him a fatherly beating, since he had become attached to him with his soul, because he always wanted to have a son. It was late evening and the stars were illuminating the hidden Cloud Clan's palace. Siri decided to say goodbye to the hero and went to his bedroom. But before opening the door, I heard the loud voices of Sam and Maggie. Moans were heard from the room. It was unclear what Sam and Maggie were doing. Out of jealousy, Siri ran into the room and started yelling at them indiscriminately. It turned out that they were stuffing bulky items into a travel bag. The friends decided to drink tea before the hero left the clan. Sam drank his tea in one gulp and decided that it was time for him to leave, since the road promised to be long. Big sister Maggie looked at Sam suspiciously, as if she was planning something. After drinking tea, Sam began to feel very strange. Everything inside seemed to be flaring up. The elder sister said that she could not resist and added a magic powder to the hero's drink. She told her younger sister that the three of them should spend their last night with the hero. The sisters decided that they would not forgive themselves if they did not try the hero's body before he left the clan. Siri was very shy but could not refuse a magical night with the hero. This is how the hero achieved the achievement of conquering Princess Siri, and also at the same time received a Princess Maggie card. In the morning, the girls woke up, but did not find Sam in their bed. They were very sorry to part with Sam, because he had become the closest person to them. The girls promised themselves that if they met him at least once again, they would never let him go. Meanwhile, the hero was on the playing field and watched the girls from the side. He was a little sad. The game fairy told him not to be upset, because this is not the last breakup in his game profile. The hero did not admit that he had become attached to the girls, and was sad to realize that this round was over. The fairy said that he had earned a lot of points and could try out new features of the system. She told the hero that the place where he is can be arranged to suit his wishes. Sam replied that he would not waste precious experience points on furnishing a room that he rarely visited. The fairy said that the place could be equipped with forges to improve equipment, a botanical garden for growing useful plants and other useful things. The hero decided to first install a forge, also an alchemy workshop to create magic pills that enhance abilities. Now the playing space began to look much better. The hero felt a surge of energy. The fairy liked the way Sam arranged his home space and kissed him. The confused hero asked the fairy how the buildings he had built would function. The caretaker fairy promised him to sort everything out and hire workers. Worker dolls immediately appeared, calling Sam the owner and promising to look after the household. Sam asked when they could start playing the next level in the game. The fairy said that the game would start at any time if he wished, but asked if he would like to study the achievements first. The hero took out the 3 4th-level bonus cards he had received and thought that it would be great if his girls were nearby now. The cards in his hand crackled and began to emit a very bright light, which momentarily blinded the hero. Characters familiar to us appeared on the playing field. The owner of an intimate salon and 2 princesses. They were very surprised to be able to see Sam again. The owner of the salon was in the same form in which Sam had last seen her, in a robe over her naked body. The younger sister grabbed the hero by the collar and began asking him questions about the half-naked girl. The elder sister simply looked at the hero and could not take her eyes off. The situation was heating up. No one understood what was happening, and Sam did not know how he would justify himself to the girls. Sam asked the fairy why she didn't warn him about the possibility of summoning characters. The younger sister pressed the hero the most and demanded an explanation. Sam decided to get out on the fly and didn't come up with anything more interesting than to figure out that he wasn't quite human. He decided to introduce himself as an angel who had descended from heaven to carry out a very important mission. He came up with a story that he was kicked out of heaven for his misdeeds, and now, in order to return back, he must endure 100 love disappointments. The younger sister did not quite believe him and decided to punish him for his deception and dissolute lifestyle. The elder sister said that she believed him because she had never received such divine pleasure with anyone. The younger sister and the owner of the salon thought the same thing. They had never experienced such emotions in bed with anyone as with a hero. The fairy decided to give each girl a spiritual ring that could transport them to the hero's home play area. Princess Siri said that she did not want to communicate with a womanizer, and she also became the head of the clan, and she had little time. The older sister liked the idea of the ring and was wondering if it would immediately take her to the hero's bedroom. The younger sister did not like Maggie's reasoning, as she was jealous of Sam for all the girls. The owner of the salon touched the water with her feet on the shore of the lake and gave herself up to memories. She remembered the times when the hero was very close to her and missed her. And then, as if by magic, handsome Sam appeared. He greeted the girl and asked what she was doing after he left. She said that she traveled and studied magical musical techniques of seduction. Sam asked her to demonstrate her skills on her favorite musical instrument. The girl picked up a jade flute and said that playing it could cloud the hero's mind. Sam said that his level was too high for the girl to harm him. The girl took the hero's words as a challenge and decided to show him what she was capable of. The girl began to play. Magical music came from the flute, and a fire flared up inside the hero. The hero attacked the girl, not allowing her to finish the game. He could not control himself. Sam said that her magical flute playing lit a fire in his heart, and he wanted to let her play his flute. The girl pretended that she was not ready for a joint orchestra right now, but she really wanted to be in his arms. The girl decided to give herself to the hero and do as he wanted, because their desires coincided. The girl played the flute while the hero gave them both pleasure. 3 days passed. The game assistants did their best to improve the hero's playing space. When the hero had a rest and established life in his home playing field, he decided to go to the next level. The hero asked the fairy if she could deliver him to the next level in a different way than last time, so that he would not run from the guards. The fairy noted that the landing point and the identity of the hero are chosen randomly and wished him good luck. Sam again found himself in a whirlpool of gaming energy, sucking him to a new level. This time he found himself imprisoned in a dungeon with slaves who were awaiting an auction. They were going to be sold. His appearance changed. His nose and ears were sharp. It was not clear what kind of creature he was. Next to him in the cell, he saw a beautiful creature in rags. They had strange pointed ears, and some even had horns. A girl with yellow eyes and ears like a fox approached the hero and asked if he was okay. The hero did not answer anything, grabbed the girl by the ears to check if they were real. The girl asked him not to touch other people's ears because they are very sensitive. The hero asked everyone what kind of creatures they were if their ears were real. The girls replied that they were half-humans who had been captured and were going to be sold at auction. We are shown the city of Gaia, where humans, demi-humans, and demons live together and contribute to the development of the city. 500 years ago, a war broke out between humans and demons, and both sides suffered great losses, but humans eventually won. After which the Church of the Divine Color proclaimed humans the superior race and demons the inferior, and even later the demons became slaves in the hands of humans. The hero realized that he belonged to the demon race and asked why the half-human girl was also imprisoned. The fox girl replied that people have stopped taking into account not only demons, but also half-humans. Their villages are being captured, and they themselves are being taken prisoner. For the same reason, the rest of the girls from the Uzumaki, Horned, and Slime clan are here. Sam said that he understands why they can kidnap beautiful girls from demons and half-humans, but why they kidnapped him? Because he is a man. The girl explained that men are considered even more valuable for kidnapping. After all, men can be bought by the richest ladies in the city and used for their perverted fantasies. The hero thought that this was a very good plan. To get out of captivity, you just need to please the rich lady. The girl from the Uzumaki clan said that she had not heard of any of the male slaves ending well, because there is no guarantee that it won't be bought by a rich man pervert. The hero was upset and did not understand how he could get out of captivity and complete this level successfully. The time for the auction arrived, and the richest people in the city gathered in the hall. Rich men in masks discussed slaves bought at past auctions, who had been fed to dogs or otherwise killed because they had misbehaved. The person conducting the auction was already presenting the seventh lot. She was a very beautiful young girl from the Cat clan, who was wearing a gorgeous dress, and there was fear in her eyes. The rich began to raise signs with their numbers and name prices ranging from $3 to $6 million. One of the oligarchs with plate number 599 said that his collection was just missing one more cat and offered $9 million. The deal for the cat girl was closed, and she was placed at the disposal of a wealthy gentleman. The gentleman grabbed her hand tightly and was ready to take her to the room for carnal pleasures. He couldn't wait to try her. The girl attacked the gentleman and bit him very hard on the hand. The girl ran with all her might. It seemed to her that she could run away, and no one would find her. But the people who kidnapped her and brought her to the auction had all unforeseen situations in mind. Someone in charge pressed a button that stopped anyone who broke the rules. The button was responsible for detonating the collar located on the necks of all slaves at the auction. There was a strong explosion. Nothing was left of the girl, only burnt scraps of her dress scattered to the sides. The hero was shocked by what was happening. He did not understand why he had to kill the girl because there are other ways of control. The fox said that this is a rule, since any animal that bites a person must be killed. The hero was very angry. He did not perceive what was happening as a game. He wanted to punish people who do this to demi-humans. The presenter said that everyone will forget this incident when they see the new lot, which will impress everyone. He presented a hero who looked simply amazing and carried himself on stage like a master, not a slave. The rich girls could not contain their emotions. They were ready to do anything to get Sam as their slave. Sam said that if anyone wanted to buy it, they would have to buy 4 more half-human girls standing behind the scenes. The host asked how the slave dared to set his conditions, but the main character told him to shut his dirty mouth. The hero was very serious, and the presenter could not say anything to him in response. Using a charm technique, Sam said that he was going to serve well the gentleman who would buy him and his 3 girlfriends. The start of trading began at $70 million and in a few seconds reached $85 million. A mustachioed man in a mask looked indignant, seeing how everyone was fighting over the product. But then he jumped up sharply and shouted that from today on, he liked men and was ready to pay $150 million. A rich, beautiful lady in a short skirt intervened in the game and made a bet of $500 million. The girls were surprised by such generosity, but were upset that they did not have enough money to take such a beautiful slave. The presenter said that in this case, all 5 slaves become the property of Mistress Ginevra. The hero himself was shocked that they were willing to pay such a high price for a half-human of his race. The lady looked at the hero with loving eyes, and she couldn't wait to realize her fantasies with his participation. We are being moved to the domain of Mrs. Ginevra. It is late evening. The mistress's maid asked the hero to take off his old clothes, take a shower, and dress in decent clothes. The hero began to ask the maid about Madame Ginevra, about what she was like. The girl avoided answering and said that the hero would soon find out everything himself from the lips of the hostess herself. The hero decided to go change clothes to look as good as possible in front of the hostess. In the closet, he saw many costumes for role-playing games and thought that he would be interested in seeing the skills of the mistress. Ginevra walked into the room in a beautiful outfit. The smell of her perfume could be heard a mile away. The hero chose a more or less decent men's outfit that emphasized his athletic torso. She entered the room. The hero saw that her level was 5 stars and she was a very strong character. He called her to him and said that he was ready to give her satisfaction for the entire amount that she paid for him. The girl liked Sam's self-confidence and wanted to test him as quickly as possible. The girl threw the hero onto the bed, bent over like a cat and put her knee between his legs. She sat astride him and began to take off his shirt to see his athletic body. An instant, and he was shackled with magic handcuffs. Now he could not move. His arms and legs were tied to the bed, and the girl continued to sit on top. Now the girl offered to talk about business, and it should soon become clear why she paid such a sum for him. The girl showed the hero her fangs and ears, which were exactly like his. The hero was wondering what she was up to and why she needed him. It turned out that all the girls in her castle were the same demons as himself. Ginevra revealed that she is a subordinate of the Demon King, who was sealed 500 years ago. She bought his life so that he could help destroy the hammer and resurrect the king, who was sealed by the 7 sages of divine light. The girl has been trying to find a way to destroy this hammer for many years, but nothing has worked out for her. The hero said that he knows the legend of the hammer and also knows that any demon who touches the hammer will be dead. Ginevra said that she knows a way to remove the seal, but only Sam is capable of this. She said that all 7 sages of divine light are long dead, and there is only one heiress who holds the seal. This is Irina. If you get rid of Irina, the seal will be broken, and the heart of the demon king will be freed. Due to the fact that the members of the Hammer of Light are holy people, if they fall in love with a demon and surrender to him, the seal will be broken. The hero said that he could not destroy an innocent girl in order to free the main demon. The lady said that she had anticipated his answer and learned that she did not need the whole hero. The hero, with fear in his eyes, began to ask what these words of hers meant. The girl said that to complete the mission, all she needed was a holy source, which she could cut off for him and so on to another. The girl swung the knife very hard and wanted to cut off what was so dear to Sam. Sam managed to shout some kind of spell to try to protect himself. From the blow to the hero's groin, the blade in Ginevra's hands bent, and she received a bruise on her arm. She didn't expect that getting his magic source would not be so easy. The hero lay calmly. He managed to use the magic stone spring technique. This gave strength to his entire body, and he easily got rid of the handcuffs. The girl realized that the hero is not an ordinary demon, but a wizard who can do more than meets the eye. Sam again decided to try the seduction technique, but he had to try, since the mistress is a 5th-level character. The girl asked him to earn 500 million in kind and give her heavenly pleasure. She fell onto the bed and relaxed to get the maximum pleasure from their meeting. Sam turned her over on her stomach and told her not to strain herself if she wanted to fly to heaven. His movements were so gentle and fast that the girl at times lost consciousness in ecstasy. But the hero did not stop there and demonstrated to the hostess all the new techniques for controlling his and her body. The girl called the hero very resilient, even for a demon, and praised him for his skills. Sam's passing girlfriends, whom he had taken with him, turned around at the mistress's moans. They were sad that they were not in Mistress Ginevra's place now because she moaned so sweetly. The stormy night passed and a calm, sunny morning arrived. Sam woke up Ginevra, wished her good morning, and asked how she was feeling. The girl said that despite the fact that he is the first man in her life, she is sure that since he does not give pleasure to anyone. The hero was surprised that for a woman like her, he was only the first partner. The girl asked how the hero did not recognize an inexperienced girl in her. Sam chalked up her skills to natural talent and incredible charisma. The girl confessed to Sam about her plans, in which her first man should be the king of demons. Sam reminded her that he was not going to help her return her king and kill and seduce an innocent girl. Ginevra took advantage of the virgin blood and used the magic of the pure blood chain. She said that if the chain breaks, they will both die, and she is ready to die for the sake of her master. Sam did not expect that he would fall under a spell of such power, and his life could be in danger. Ginevra, holding the magic chain in her hands, said that for the last time she asked the hero to help her return the master. The hero felt pain in his heart and realized that the jokes were over. The girl promised to remove the spell of blood chains and also reward the hero if he helps her. Sam said that he would definitely cope with all the tasks and defeat the Church of Divine Light. The girl gave the hero a route along which the heir to the Hammer of Light, Irina, could move. Sam asked not to offend his 4 friends while he was on a mission. 3 days later, the hero was already in the distant forests, where Irina's path passes. There was a roar and blows of the hammer, with which Irina scattered creatures from the underworld in different directions. The girl looked amazing, from her locks of hair to her shiny armor. Irina heard cries for help coming from nearby in the forest. She didn't know what was happening, but she hurried to help those in need. Cries for help were made by our hero, dressed in an eccentric white and red outfit. He was attacked by underground creatures with huge fangs and a bad smell from their mouths. But Sam was not going to engage in battle. He expected salvation, hoped that Irina would come to his cry. And his plan worked. Very quickly, the same warrior, the heir of the 7 saints, was approaching the scene. She struck the ground with such force that the ground disappeared from under the feet of the underground creatures. After the blow, none of them could get up. The hero did not check whether they were alive. The hero thanked the savior and introduced himself as a priest from a nearby village. The girl introduced herself as a holy knight from the Church of Divine Light named Irina. Sam replied that goblins had entered his village and kidnapped one of the residents, and since the village could not afford to hire a knight, he went to save her. Irina said that despite his courage, he was not strong enough to deal with the goblins. The hero replied that he believed in divine light, which in any case would bring justice, even at the cost of his life. The warrior did not understand why her heart began to beat faster. She looked at the hero with admiration. Irina invited the hero to go on a journey together, destroy the horde of goblins, and save the kidnapped girl. The hero realized that ingratiating himself with the warrior would not be difficult for him. Irina cast some kind of spell using a magic hammer. To the hero's question, she replied that this is a spell of divine light that helps to detect goblins. She pointed to the black aura and explained that there were goblins there that they needed to defeat. She was excited about the upcoming journey and said it was time to hit the road. Turning around, the girl saw a dark aura on the main character and asked what it meant. Sam was sure that it was all over and his plan had failed. But the girl said that he was probably imbued with demonic energy during the battle with the goblins. Sam really liked her version and began to say that Irina is very smart. The girl said that if he were a demon, she would not have spared him and destroyed him with one blow. In fact, Irina lied, because several years ago, when people were destroying the goblin settlement in the valley, she had such an opportunity. She found 2 small goblin children but did not kill them, and she protected them from people with a divine light barrier. She helped them hide and thereby saved their lives. She herself did not understand why she did this. Now, together with Sam, they were in a cave in which it was very hot. The hero said that goblins choose places near volcanic mines, and also asked Irina to take off her armor so as not to get heat stroke. He didn't expect her to listen to his advice and start taking off her clothes so quickly. The girl remained in sports underwear, which emphasized her figure. The heroine noticed how Sam was looking at her and he felt ashamed. Irina said that she plays sports every day, which is why she has such a good figure. The hero decided to make a compliment using charisma and said that her beauty and strength attracted him very much. But Irina said that they needed to hurry and quickly walked deeper into the cave. Sam heard the ground crunch under Irina's feet and tried to stop her. But it was too late, and the warrior was already falling down into a deep hole. Having landed, Irina examined herself and realized that she was not injured. But I noticed that I stepped with my hands and feet into something dirty and disgusting. The hero shouted that this was slimy acid, and that he urgently needed to get out before the body dissolved in it. Irina was very frightened. The liquid burned her skin and dissolved her clothes. The warrior Irina's sports stockings also began to dissolve. The hero tried to give his hand to the girl in order to save her and pull her out of the pit of poison. He succeeded, but the girl still had poisonous mucus on her, corroding her delicate skin. Irina tried to cleanse her skin using the divine light technique, but it didn't work out for her, and she thought that now she wouldn't be able to wear such revealing outfits, since her skin would be ruined. The hero said that magic is powerless here, and we need to turn to folk methods. The hero was ashamed to admit what kind of method this was. Irina had no time for embarrassment, because a few more minutes and her skin would not remain its former beauty. Then the hero sat her down on the ground and took her long, gorgeous leg closer to him. The girl did not fully understand what he was going to do to help her. The hero was worried, but could not allow the girl to be harmed. The hero began to lick her foot, each toe separately. He moved higher and higher, and the girl squirmed in his strong arms. The hero continued to use his tongue. Irina could not restrain her emotions and control her body. The girl asked him to be gentle and said that she had never been with a man before. The hero received a new achievement that made his tongue so dexterous that it could be used to knit a sweater. An hour later, the heroes completed their rescue operation, and Sam gave his outerwear to Irina. Irina was pleased to smell Sam's clothes, but she still felt weak. They moved further into the cave, Sam helping her go. Meanwhile, a fragile girl with a beautiful figure was lying tied up on the floor of the cave. The goblins looked at her. Licking their lips, they dreamed of tasting fresh human meat. There was a strong blow of the mace on the ground, and the goblin was carried away by the blast wave. An angry woman appeared, screaming and asking the goblins why they had brought the girl if she ordered the abduction of strong men. One of the goblins pointed to a man in a cage, to which the woman stated that strong and fat are 2 different things, and with such men, she would not be able to create strong offspring. She was shown a half-human with a bull's face, and she replied that this was not the race she needed. They pointed to the man. She said he was too old and weak. The woman heard footsteps in the cave. This attracted her attention. The heroes showed up, and Irina told Sam that they were in the Goblin Queen's lair. The Goblin Queen saw Sam and was so amazed that she could not immediately formulate her thoughts. In the woman's eyes, Sam looked amazing. She had never met such guys before. Sam's charisma was already affecting the woman, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Irina called the woman a monster and ordered the abducted people to be released. To the surprise of everyone, she quickly agreed, but decided to set conditions. She decided to exchange prisoners for the main character in order to take advantage of his ideal genetics. The heroes were a little surprised by this development of events and did not know what to do correctly. The Goblin Queen said that she wanted to taste fresh flesh, but not to kill and eat, but to create ideal offspring. Irina said that she would never give the hero into the clutches of this terrible woman. But the hero feignedly said that he was ready to sacrifice his body to save the hostages. The queen said that she had had enough of idle chatter, and it was time to talk in private. With a snap of her fingers, the ground began to tremble under Irina's feet, and then began to move away from under her feet. Irina left the meeting place and flew down, how far no one knew. She still had a magic hammer with her, and with the help of it, she was able to land on her feet. She realized that she was in a magical labyrinth, and she urgently needed to get out to save Sam. Meanwhile, the Goblin Queen sat half naked on her luxurious bed. The bound hero stood on his knees in front of the queen and waited to see what would happen next. The girl said that Sam has nothing to be afraid of, because she does not feed on people. She said that the goblins brought the kidnapped people by mistake. She just asked them to find her a man with good genes to give birth to an outstanding goblin. The hero was flattered by her choice of man, and the queen said that after he helped her, she would let him and the local residents go home. The hero replied that he agreed to her conditions if she promised to fulfill what she said. The girl said that she would untie Sam and warned that her character and habits in bed might seem wild to him. Sam, in an instant, broke the ropes that bound him, thereby making it clear that he was not afraid of her wild behavior. He said that she would still beg him for mercy because he was confident in his abilities. With one touch, he tore the queen's clothes. Now nothing separated them. Sam asked if he could use her toy to increase pleasure. The girl replied that this toy could not harm her, and he could try it. She turned her back to him and leaned her elbows on the headboard. Sam took the spiked bat in his right hand and began rhythmically touching its queen. The queen moaned, not from pain, but from pleasure. Very soon he took out his spikeless bat and was already wielding it inside. Despite the fact that the queen was very strong and resilient, she no longer even had the strength to say enough was enough. Meanwhile, Irina wandered through the labyrinth and tried to find a way out. The girl decided that if she couldn't find a way out, she would definitely do it herself. The girl began to pass through walls thanks to a magic hammer. She swung it left and right, and now she had confidence that very soon she would get out. In the queen's bedroom, it was all over. The woman could not speak. She only nodded. Sam asked the queen not to tell Irina or other people anything. The wall in the room began to crack, and the blows were heard more and more loudly. The wall of the room was blown to smithereens. It looked like an explosion. Irina ran in, shouting that she was going to save the hero from the dirty goblin queen. Irina noticed that the queen was lying half naked on the bed. Sweat was flowing from her, and she was unable to talk. The hero pretended to be conducting a sacred ritual to cleanse the queen's soul from demons. The queen began to play along with him and say that she had thought everything over and was ready to take the path of correction. The girl asked how Sam managed to correct the real evil living in this woman. The hero said that he gave her a lecture about the path of divine light and she rethought her life. Irina asked how anyone could trust her after she kidnapped people from the village. The queen said that she had not harmed them, had already sent them home and asked for forgiveness. The warrior said that she would forgive her the first time, but if this happens again, there will be no more chance. Sam thanked Irina for her trust and said that they were both tired and needed to return to the village to rest. Before letting Sam go, the queen asked him when he had free time to teach her to be true a few more times. We moved to the village of Sima, located a few hours from the Goblin Caves. The hero shows the village where he supposedly serves as a priest and gives Irina a tour of it. People gathered around Sam and his companion. Everyone thanked him for saving their relatives. But Sam began to tell everyone that he could never have saved them alone, and therefore he needed to thank Irina from the Church of Divine Light. The girl said that it was her duty, as the heir of the 7 great saints, to help people. The children came running and began praising Irina for her beauty and saying how lucky Sam was to have such a girlfriend. The girl was confused and did not know how to respond to such a statement. But Sam came to her aid and explained to the children that he and Irene were just friends. The girl did not understand why she was overcome by such emotions and why she wanted to agree with the children. The hero asked Irene for forgiveness, since there was no hotel in the village and he had to offer her a bed in his room. Night fell. The village was illuminated by the full moon. There was something romantic about it. The hero did not sleep. He was thinking about how to move on to a closer relationship with Irene. He knew that he had almost won her favor. Ginevra appeared on the hero's bed. She said that they need to meet periodically so that the chain does not lose elasticity, otherwise it will break. The hero was afraid that Irene could see them, but Ginevra said that she had cast an invisibility spell. Therefore, it does not matter at all how strong the moans will be heard in the room. Irene was sleeping, and behind her there was a merging of 2 bodies, beating in ecstasy of pleasure. Irene felt the room shake, but could not see what was happening. It seemed to her that an earthquake had begun. Irene thought that it was her imagination. She really wanted to turn around and see the hero sleeping, but she was not shy. 2 bodies intertwined a few centimeters from the warrior. Ginevra was very excited by this. A drop of sweat from Ginevra's face rolled right onto Irene's cheek, who felt it at that very second. She immediately realized that it was the sweat of a demon, as she felt a strong burning sensation on her skin. Irene jumped up and shouted that there were demons nearby and we needed to be ready to fight. Sam, hiding the girl under the blanket, said that there was nothing to worry about because no one could be here. Irene said that she could not be mistaken because her body had undergone divine baptism and was very sensitive to demons. The hero began to laugh it off and say that a demon could not fit in such a small room. Irene noticed that the hero's face was red and asked if he was okay. The girl under the blanket continued to test the hero's strength and did not let his body out of hers. The hero tried with all his appearance to prove that everything was in order, but there was a fire burning inside. The girl said that she felt the heavy breathing of the demon and would definitely find him. She noticed the hero's blanket, which was rising and falling unnaturally. I rushed to the bed to tear the blanket off the hero and see what I was looking for. But there was no one under the blanket. The hero was as embarrassed as possible, but this was not noticeable from his body. Irene looked at the hero with big eyes and began to stammer and stutter when she saw him without a blanket. Ginevra watched from the side. Under the influence of the spell, she managed to escape, and now she thought that she did not want to part with Sam, even after the mission. Irene remembered Sam's body. She was embarrassed, but the desire became stronger. She tried to sleep so as not to immediately attack Sam and take him by force. She dreamed of a temple of light in which Sam was the chief priest. He fascinated her with his appearance and asked if she was ready to accept the Pope's holy baptism. She didn't try to resist. She was ready for whatever was required of her. She knelt before her dad and begged for the sins she wanted to commit. The Holy Father held her by the hair and asked if she was ready to accept the divine light of the Holy Father into her body. Irene woke up, sweat dripping from her forehead. Everything inside was burning. The desire to be with the hero overwhelmed her. The hero was not in the room, and Irene thought it was for the best. Sam entered the room, wished her good morning, and invited her to breakfast. Meanwhile, Sam played with the children and gave them sweets. Irene considered Sam to be a good man, with a sense of justice and respect for adults and children, and she wanted to invite him to join her church. A member of the Church of Divine Light named Stan arrived in the village. He said that he was looking for his warrior sister named Irene. A little chicken ran up to him and dirtied his new shiny leather shoes. Stan got angry and decided that the one who dared to humiliate him should not live. A loud clap of the soul was heard, a short whistle, and all that was left of the chicken was a wet spot. The villagers were ready to rush at the evil man because they loved the baby so much. Stan said that it was just a chicken and there was no need to make a tragedy out of it. But the residents were not satisfied with the killer's answer because the baby was the mascot of their village. Stan said that he was too important a figure in society and could not ask for forgiveness from just anyone. A huge turd flew into his face, covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. The villagers continued to throw poop at the brute with jokes about not underestimating the village. Residents continued to throw whatever they could get their hands on at Stan: eggs, poop, vegetables, and garbage. Stan, under the pressure of the villagers, went back and did not notice how he approached the cliff. He stumbled and fell down, unable to do anything to avoid falling. A surprise awaited him below. He fell into a pit of waste that emitted a foul odor. He was very angry and promised to punish all the villagers who had defamed him. Irene found herself near the garbage pit and asked Stan what he was doing here. He replied that he was worried about her and missed her very much. She asked him not to approach as his smell was a mixture of dead animals and rotting vegetables. Stan told how the people of their village attacked him and threw him into a waste pit. The villagers asked, since when could members of the Church of Divine Light oppress ordinary people and kill animals? The hero said that the killed chicken had been a symbol and amulet of the village for several years, and if Stan did not apologize, the residents would not calm down. In order not to look like a fool in front of Irina, Stan publicly asked for forgiveness for his unworthy behavior and compensated for the damage financially. Stan took a bath and said that the mission was completed and they could return to the Church of Divine Light. Sam said that he was pleased to meet the girl and hopes that they will meet again someday. The girl began to ask the hero to join the Church of Divine Light and follow her. Sam said that he was a simple priest and did not deserve to be near them. But inside, he was glad that the plan worked. Stan began to talk about how not everyone can join the Church of Divine Light, especially not a village priest. Residents intervened in the conversation and began to say that Sam was not just a priest, but the pride of the entire village. Irene said that everyone is equal before the Divine Light, regardless of background and circumstances, and therefore she vouches for it. The hero promised to do everything in his power to meet her hopes. Stan agreed, but said that he would still have to pass the test along with everyone else. Stan invited Irene to ride a horse with him and offered the hero a separate horse. But Irene refused the offer and said that she would go with Sam. Stan was worried that he had ruined his impression of himself in front of Irene, and now it would be difficult to restore it. Stan's horse fell and lost consciousness. He did not understand what happened to it. The hero said that it was because of the stench from the garbage pit, which would not be washed off for several days. Irina suggested that Stan meet at their destination, near the Church of Divine Light. The hero was very happy to travel alone with Irene, because this way they could become closer to each other much earlier. Stan was very angry with the hero and promised that he would not leave it just like that. Irene would still be his girlfriend. The heroes rode on a white horse. It was just the two of them, and nature was all around. Irene asked if it was necessary to ride more slowly, since this was the hero's first ride on horseback. The hero thought that he had already seen this scene before and decided to check it out. He hugged the girl tightly around the waist and used the burning feelings technique. A fire flared up inside the girl. She felt the blood rush to different parts of her body. Suddenly, she screamed and realized that it was just a dream, so terrible and sweet at the same time. The girl said that they had almost arrived at their destination and the holy city was already visible. The city was beautiful. The buildings looked neat and powerful. Irene said that the city is the richest place on the continent and houses the residents of the Church of Divine Light. The hero liked the city and was impatient to begin the test to become a member of the church. The hero wanted to rent a hotel room, but Irene offered him a room in her house. She said that her house was very spacious and he should like it there. 10 minutes later, they came to Irene's house and the hero couldn't believe his eyes. He asked the girl how she decided to tell him that it was just a cozy house. The hero began to think about who Irene is if she has such a castle at her disposal. The girl said that she inherited the house from her parents. Many years ago, the girl's parents were killed by demons, but she miraculously managed to escape. When the demons got their turn to kill Irene, she was not afraid of death. She wanted to follow her parents. And then a flaming ball appeared, and the demons died, unable to bear the heat of the divine fire. She was saved by the previous owner of the Hammer of Light, setting an example that demons were not afraid of her. Since then, Irene has joined the Church of Divine Light and helps people fight evil spirits. The hero pretended to smile, but was afraid that she might find out about his real essence. At the entrance, they were met by the butler Sebastian, who was delighted to have a guest in the house. He said that he was glad to meet Mrs. Irene's boyfriend. The girl said that they were just friends, and he would stay for a few days to prepare for the entrance test. Sebastian said that while his mistress was away, he hired 2 demi-humans as maids who could help the guest settle in the bedroom. And then Sam saw the girls he knew, whom he saved at the auction. The hero was very surprised by such a meeting. He was interested in the question of why they were here. Hannah and Bella said there was nothing to worry about, and they would escort the guest to a place where he could comfortably settle down. The girls led him to one of the rooms of the castle. They said that he could enter. It was a bedroom for guests. Sam entered the room and said that he was waiting for an explanation from his friends. He was interested in how they ended up here, and most importantly, for what purpose. The friends said that they were sent by their mistress Ginevra to assist the hero in carrying out her insidious plan. Sam thought that he still knew very little about Ginevra's capabilities, but in any case, it wouldn't hurt to help him. Hannah and Bella were glad that the hero took their stay in the castle on the positive side. They promised to do whatever it took. Meanwhile, Sam decided to relax in the bathroom. It was nice for him to take off his priest's clothes and take a break from everything. But Sam's calm was broken. Someone entered the bathroom. The first thing he saw was slender legs and a towel put on a naked body. It was Hannah and Bella, who were already without clothes, only wet towels covering their bodies. They wanted to take a bath with Sam. The hero did not immediately understand why they had come and began to ask them what they needed. Hannah said that she and her friends are very grateful to him because he helped them gain freedom and escape death. Now it's their turn to repay him. The girls entered the water. Hannah offered to rub the hero's back, and Bella approached Sam from the front. She dove under the water and Sam felt her hand grab him between his legs. The girl suddenly emerged from the water. Sam was worried about whether she had time to unclench her hand under the water. Bella said that he doesn't have to worry. She will do everything so that he likes it and doesn't regret saving them from death. Sam noticed how transparent Bella had become and asked Hannah what was going on. She replied that Bella is from the Slug clan, and when she comes into contact with water, she can change her body, taking on any shape. Sam decided to touch the girl and his hand went inside her body. He was pleased with these sensations. The girl said that she also felt pleasant sensations from the hero's touches, and she wanted to feel his whole body. It was visible how her watery shell separated and enveloped Sam's body. Both of them were overcome by pleasant sensations. It seems to Sam that he is at the pinnacle of bliss. He felt Bella with every cell of his body. The girl's sensations were even stronger. Pleasure spread throughout her body. The girl could not stand so many emotions. From overexcitation, her watery body began to split into molecules. It seemed there would be an explosion. Hannah managed to pull the hero out of the water body before splitting occurred. Sam looked in the direction where the explosion had occurred a few seconds ago and saw Bella. But she was not alone. There were 4 girls in the water, and each of them looked like Bella. Hannah explained that this is a skill of the Slug clan. They can create several clones that have common feelings. The hero never expected that he could try to play with so many girls at the same time. He was glad. We are transported to the kitchen of the castle, where the warrior Irene communicates with her butler Sebastian. The girl thanks the man for the delicious, freshly squeezed orange juice. Sebastian asks the hostess about her attitude towards Sam, who was brought to her house. He considers her to be in love. But although the girl blushes at these words, she still says that there is nothing and cannot be between them. Sebastian looked at the family portrait of the mistress and her late parents, and remembered her mother's words that thanks to the red skirt, the gentleman fell under her spell. With sadness, Sebastian realized that he would never forget the expression on Irina's father's face when it came to his wife. The girl, meanwhile, left the kitchen, saying that she still had unfinished business and needed to run. Sebastian understood how the hostess had grown since her parents passed away. Meanwhile, in Sam's room, Bella was lying on the bed, exhausted. She was a human again, and she had only one body. The hero, lying with his head on Hannah's lap, thought that if he were not a demon, he would not have mastered so many girls in one night. Hannah looked at the tired Sam with love. She really enjoyed the night she spent with him. It was magical. The hero lay there. He didn't want to get up. After such a stormy night, he needed rest. The hero received a 4-star character card and the ability to transform into a fox. The second game card also gave him game points and the ability to transform into a slime. The calm was disturbed by loud and strong knocks on the hero's bedroom door. It was Irina, and she wanted to talk to Sam. But it was impossible to open the door for her when there were half-naked girls lying on his bed. But the door was not locked, and the girl said that if he was awake, she would come in. Irina sharply opened the door to the room. The hero's heart squeezed harder, and the girls on the bed instantly used their camouflage abilities. Sam was sitting in the bed under the blanket, with a slug on his head covering the tips of his ears, and a small fox lying on his lap. The hero stroked it like an ordinary cat. Irina asked why there was a slug and a fox in his room, and why he was acting so strangely. The hero came up with a stupid excuse and said that they came from the forest. He fed them, and they didn't want to leave. Irina believed in his stories, said that he had a good heart, and her choice in his favor turned out to be very correct. She wants to help him pass the test of divine light, and therefore will pass on information about special training. Sam thought that this would be very useful, and said out loud that he didn't know if she was doing the right thing. The girl said that during the test, a staff of light would be used against him, which creates illusions, turning people's main weaknesses against them. These weaknesses are lust, gluttony, greed, envy, anger. People with these vices will not pass the test. Sam put his hand on his heart and said that his actions and thoughts are pure, and everything he does is for the sake of justice, and therefore he will pass the test. The girl said that she believed in him, because besides lust, she saw no other sins in him. Sam acknowledged Irina's position and asked how she could help him in this situation. The girl took off her dress. She was not wearing underwear, her skin was very soft and her figure was slender. The hero was amazed by her action and did not understand why she did it. But the girl explained that he needed to pacify his lust, train with her. Then he would be able to resist illusions during the test. Sam approached the girl, put his arm around her waist and pulled her close, asking what would happen if he couldn't control himself. Irina replied that then her body would be desecrated, but she believed him, and he would not let her down. Sam asked what they would do next to increase his resilience level. The girl took out a magic emerald and squeezed it in her fist. A tight suit began to appear on her body. Her hair fluttered in the wind and gave off an exciting scent. The hero looked at her body. He thought about whether he needed this test. Sam thought that if you just looked from the outside, it might not be so difficult to restrain yourself. He also mentally thanked the fox and slug that Hannah and Bella had turned into, because the stormy night had relieved him of the stress. But Irina began to come closer. The situation became more complicated. She began hugging him from behind, breathing heavily in his ear, which set Sam on fire in his head. The hero held on as best he could, although it was very difficult. Irina tried her best to seduce Sam, but she really hoped that she would not succeed. After an hour of bullying the hero, the girl got dressed, said that now he would definitely succeed, and said goodbye to him. The door slammed shut, leaving Sam, Hannah, and Bella outside the room. The girls were surprised by the guy's resilience, because they saw how passionately Irina tried to seduce him. He turned around, beads of sweat running down his face. His eye was twitching. He said that if they didn't help him, he would burn from the inside. He was overexcited. Although the girls were wary of this attitude, they were not against repeating the night games and having fun once again. The next morning came, the day of testing the Church of Divine Light came. Irina asked Sam why his face looked tired. Sam replied that he was nervous before the test and was fine. The girl led the hero to the church, where the test was to take place. Already in the church, Sam saw a man in the robes of a nun. In his hands there was a staff. This person was a delightful girl named Franca. She introduced herself as one of the 7 sages of divine light and the staff of light. Sam introduced himself as the priest of a small village. Stan appeared in the church, who began to call the hero a redneck and also say that he did not have enough strength to pass the test. Franca said that a person whose thoughts are impure will fail the test and will suffer fatal injuries. Sam spoke about his confidence and that he would not let Irina down, who believed in him so much. The girl beamed after hearing Sam's words. She began to see the hero more attractive. "In that case, go to the testing room. We can begin," said the serious Franca. According to the hero, Franca looked very cute, and he thought that passing the test would not be difficult. Irina told him not to be deceived by Franca's appearance, because each of the 7 sages of divine light has very strong abilities. Franca is a staff of light and is known for her love of torture. No one can withstand her torment. Sam walked up to the door leading to the testing room and said he was ready to begin. Franca said that he could come in and the test would begin, which would put everything in its place. The girl took off the blindfold and told me to look into her eyes. They were very unusual. Sam tried to compliment her eyes, but she cut him off. The girl talked about how she was wounded in a battle with demons and lost her sight, but divine light gave her the power to see through people. She found herself in Sam's inner world and decided to take a look around to see what he was like. Franca was very surprised when she was greeted. She was greeted by 5 model-looking guys, all of whom looked like Sam, but dressed in business suits rather than priestly robes. Inside Sam's world, the girl had different eyes and saw everything. She was interested in studying the strange inner world of the hero. Sam, in a business suit, invited Frank to sit down and talk to get to know him better. The girl accepted the hero's proposal. She liked such communication. Sam poured alcohol and invited her to drink a glass of red wine. The girl did not know how it would end, and persuaded herself to stick to what the divine light had bequeathed. Franca said that as the staff of light and one of the 7 sages, she should not drink alcohol. Sam said that they are in his world, and this all happens only in her head, so nothing prevents her from breaking the rules. Franca thought that Sam was right. She wanted to believe him. She began to drink glass after glass, forgetting about why she was in Sam's world. 2 hours passed. The alcohol in the bottles disappeared very quickly. Despite the large amount of alcohol that was drunk, the girl asked for more. Sam told the girl that she was already drunk. Everything was going according to the hero's plan. Frank blamed Sam for her condition and promised to punish him in the name of divine light. He gently took her hand and said that he understood her soul. She understands her loneliness, which has already become a part of her. Franca replied that she did not need anyone or anything except the divine light, for which she was ready to give her life. But at the same time, the girl thought about the quiet conversations behind her back. They feel sorry for her, because she cannot even see the divine light she serves. So she hurts others to numb her own. With every word, the girl realized that Sam was right. Sam said that such a young and beautiful girl needs to try all the delights of this life and not limit herself to anything. He snapped his fingers and the location changed. Now the girl was sitting on a large, soft bed in a red room, which conveyed the internal energy of lust and debauchery. Sam said that he could show her something better than divine light, but the girl was afraid. The hero said that what was happening was unreal, and she had nothing to fear, because it would not affect her in real life. He extended his hand to her and told her to follow him into a world of delight and lust. The hero took out his staff of light and showed it to Franca. She was pleasantly surprised. Their bodies merged together, and Sam inserted his staff into the girl, spasms of pleasure accompanying her body. And then she felt a pleasant, warm energy spreading throughout her body. She couldn't control herself and let out a long groan. The hero received an achievement card and the ability to use divine light. The girl woke up in the real world, in the hall where the test took place. She saw that she and Sam were lying on the floor and some of their clothes were missing, and she realized that everything had happened in the outside world. Sam replied that it doesn't matter whether it's fantasy or reality, but the main thing is that Franca liked it. She asked Sam who he was and why he did this to her, to which he replied that he was just a priest from the village who believed in the divine light. Sam said that if the girl doesn't want anyone to find out what happened between them, then she needs to give him a test. The girl realized that she had no choice, and now the situation has changed radically. Now it is not she who keeps people in fear, now she is afraid. The girl almost screamed. She only now noticed that her vision had returned. Sam, putting on the shirt, said that the reason for her blindness was that her mind and soul were not one, but when she began to listen to her desires, she was healed naturally. The hero said that Franca should arrange her personal life, then everything will work out in other areas of life. The girl was delighted with the meeting with the hero and could not refuse him his requests. The two of them left the testing room, where Irina was waiting for them. Franca said that the test was over. Irina began to ask how everything went and what the outcome of the test was. Stan was prematurely happy, even offering to help take Sam to his village on his own horse. But Franco loudly declared that Sam's faith in the divine light was stronger than ever, and that he had passed the test. Irina sincerely congratulated the hero, said that she believed in him, and was very happy. Stan was very upset that Sam was able to pass the test and become closer to Irene. Iena also noticed that Frankie's vision had been restored and asked how she did it. Franca did not know how to tell anyone about this miraculous healing. Sam intervened and said that Mrs. Franca had been blessed with divine light for her devotion and sincerity. The lady replied that everything was so. Her body was filled with divine light and healed. Irina was very happy and told Sam that successfully passing the test should definitely be celebrated. But Franca stopped them, saying that Sam had just joined the church and he needed to go there to accept the teaching. The hero said that if the instructions require it, then he agrees to go to church right now. Sam and Irina walked towards the exit of the castle. Stan angrily looked after them. He turned to Frank, said that he did not believe Sam's honesty, and asked if she had made any dubious deals with him. The girl replied that she respects Stan, but believes that he is minding his own business, since taking the entrance exam is her business. On the way to the church, Sam and Irina stopped at a cafe where a guy bought a milkshake from a cowgirl. She looked very attractive. Next, Irina invited the hero to go to her favorite clothing store. They were met by an attractive girl who greeted Irina and said that she had not visited them for a long time and asked what her boyfriend's name was. Irina sheepishly told the girl that she and Sam were just friends. The girl said that she understood her, because everything starts with friendship, and then invited her into the hall to choose purchases. When Irina headed into the hall, the girl quietly turned to Sam and said that he had made the right choice, because Irina was a very good girl. Irina asked Sam to come to the changing room so that he could help her. She couldn't fasten the clasp on the back and asked Sam to do it. She was very shy. She said that this dress size was just right for her last year, but now she can't button it up. The hero decided that this request would not be difficult for him, and he would cope. However, the clasp did not give in to the hero, and he decided to use magical power. He pulled the clasp with such force that he tore it out of the dress. It completely came apart and began to fall from Irina's beautiful figure. He did not expect that this could happen, and now he did not know where to run so as not to run into Irina's wrath. The girl burst into a loud scream. She called Sam a pervert. It could be heard far outside the store. And Sam also received a punch in the face for his tricks. But it was a rush of emotion, and the girl quickly regretted what she had done. She told the hero that she would meet him later and left. She was embarrassed. The hero once again thought that he needed to be more careful, because if Irina found out about his essence, she would definitely kill him. We are transported 3 days forward to the place where Mrs. Franca lives. The girl lets out a muffled groan, her strength running out. Sam says that with every prayer they share, his faith grows stronger. She can't say anything to the girl, she just nods her head. The hero has tired her. The hero notices that the girl is worried about something and asks him about it. The girl says that Stan is planning something bad, and the hero needs to beware of him, because he is a very powerful sage of the Divine Church of Light. Sam said that he had nothing to fear, because Mistress Irina was next to him, and Stan would not dare to harm him. The hero went to the castle across the street. It was late at night. He heard someone sneaking behind him and said out loud that the pursuer had better leave. He turned to look at the man who was following him. Behind him stood 5 men with weapons. They were aggressive. A fight could not be avoided. Based on their outfits, Sam determined that they were mercenaries, and they were following the instructions of the customer. And it was true. One of them, with a bald head, said that their task was to blow off his head. The hero decided not to give them a chance and to attack first. He used his magic. He called upon Princess Siri for help, throwing away her achievement card. Siri shows up and immediately reprimands Sam for throwing her card so hard. But after a few seconds, her mood returns to normal, and she asks how she can help him. Sam says that mercenaries who received a task from an unknown person want to kill him. The thugs do not take the princess seriously and invite each other to have fun with her before killing her because she looks very attractive. The girl asked the hero if he wanted these stupid, impolite pigs to die. The hero said that she had the opportunity to have fun and train on weaklings. The bald gang leader told them to shut up and surrender or face a harsh death. The battle began. The long-haired bandit sent a fireball at the heroes. Princess Siri easily deflected his blow, cutting the ball in half. She was attacked by 2 other mercenaries, but she easily fended off each of them. Sam admired Sister Siri's fighting technique. She had noticeably become a better fighter. when suddenly another gang member crept up from behind and stabbed Sam in the chest with a long blade. He figured that if Sam died, the summoning technique would dissipate and Siri would disappear. However, after the blow, Sam's shadow clone dissolved, leaving the enemy stunned. The hero said that he knew about attacks from behind more than anyone else, and therefore thought out escape routes in advance. But the blonde did not give up. He said that the village priest could not defeat him and his gang, and was already flying at him with a knife in his hand. Sam weighed the pros and cons and realized that the enemy was counting on his magical power, and he decided to act hand to hand. With his right hand, he drove into the enemy's jaw. The blow was so strong that the asphalt under the body of the fallen man broke in 5 places. Many bones were probably broken as the enemy could not move. Sam was clearly pleased with his knockout blow and felt that he was in good physical shape. Princess Siri also had everything ready. No one except the 2 heroes nearby could stand on their feet. The girl said that he should find out who was behind the attack so as not to wait for a second time. Sam replied that he could guess who the customer might be and would look into this matter. The hero thanked Princess Siri and said that it was time for her to return to her world. The girl asked if he really considered her just a tool that he could use at any moment, without giving anything in return. Sam felt embarrassed and asked what he could do for her so that she would not consider him a bad friend. The girl said that if they spent the night together, he would not owe her anything and would be able to call her again if she needed help. We are transported to the hotel, where the manager asks the heroes if they have a preference for the love room. Sam said he wanted to try the most unusual room they had in the hotel. Princess Siri was embarrassed and surprised by such a hotel, which has unusual love rooms. Sam told the princess to put aside her worries and trust him, even though he himself didn't know which room they were going to. In the room, they saw various oblong-shaped objects. The girl said that it was the first time she had seen such strange objects and was not sure that she wanted to use them. The object began to move and vibrate. Siri fell into a stupor and could not say a word. Sam said there was nothing to worry about, and they would figure out how to use it as the evening went on. The girl lay down on the bed. She did not understand why she felt shame. We are abruptly transported to the Church of Divine Light, where Irina, Sam, and Stan are standing. The hero yawns because he spent the whole night exploring various oblong-shaped objects with his girlfriend. Irina asks the hero why he didn't get enough sleep. Sam says he studied new techniques all night and didn't have time to sleep. Stan warns that when the Archbishop of the church comes, Sam needs to behave decently, and not as usual. Sam said he was much better behaved than Stan Stinky, who liked to kill little animals. Stan gets angry and promises to impale the hero when they leave the church. The Archbishop appears on the stage, greets the arrivals, and addresses the newcomer. Sam greets the boss and feels the fashionable aura emanating from him. The Archbishop immediately gets down to business and says that the activity of demons has increased recently, and he has 3 tasks for them. Stan needs to destroy the demons who are killing merchants outside the city. He accepts the task. Irina's task is to track down the demons that live in the city and destroy them. The girl accepts the task. The hero is sent to the Red Moon nightclub. Without finishing the task, he immediately accepts it. Then he realizes that he has already heard about this club and asks again about the task. The Archbishop says that he has information about the sale of demon slaves in this club, and his task is to prevent transactions from happening and demons from entering their city. Irina asked why Sam had such a difficult task. The main one replied that the Church of Divine Light does not need useless people, and if she believes in him, then he will cope. Sam confidently stated that he would cope with the task and would not let Irina down. The girl was pleased to hear the hero's words, and she decided that she needed to help him in his mission. Irina took out a bag full of money and gave it to the hero. The girl said that he needed a lot of money, since he would not be able to withdraw it through the security. He would have to ransom the slaves. Sam realized that the Church of Divine Light is not as simple as it seems from the outside. The hero thanked Irina, but refused the money, saying that he had a plan according to which he would not have to spend her money on slaves. The girl asked what his plan was, but Sam said that she would see everything herself when the time came. Night had fallen in the city. The moon illuminated the main street. A man leading a horse shouted at someone on the road to get away. A girl with a very familiar hair color was lying on the ground, showing her hopeless situation with all her appearance. The horse driver told the girl to get out of the way and not disturb his important gentleman. An obviously rich gentleman, covered in gold chains, looked out of the carriage and asked what was happening. The girl apologized, saying she had no choice, and she began to make eyes at the gentleman, using the magic of charisma. The man immediately fell in love with the attractive person. The carriage was moving towards the Red Moon nightclub. The carriage shook all the way, either from the bad road or from something else. The horse driver listened all the way to the sounds coming from the carriage. Upon arrival, a man got out of the carriage, but as you already understood, it was our hero, who turned into a rich gentleman and told the servant not to enter the carriage as the girl was resting. Sam was glad that his plan worked, and now he, in the guise of a rich man, will be able to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, the gentleman himself was resting in the carriage. At the reception, the girl recognized Mr. Stone because he was a regular customer of their establishment and loved to spend time with their slaves. Sam, in the guise of Stone, said that he needed what he always needed, and now he was already lying in the room and waiting for the girls who were about to arrive. Two half-naked girls entered the room and said that they missed Mr. Stone. While he was not listening, they said that it was very easy to make money on him because entertainment with him lasted only a few minutes. The hero thought to himself that today they would not be able to get their honestly earned money so easily. An hour later, Sam called the manager and said he needed help. He said that the girls she sent to him did not cope with their mission and passed out earlier than he needed, and asked if there was fresh goods. The manager replied that the client's desire is law for them, and they will be able to help him with his problem. She invited him to the dungeon, where new slaves were sitting behind bars. She showed him 3 tied-up girls who had very short dresses. She said that these demons are a very rare race and asked which one he wanted to choose. Sam said that it was not serious to offer such a rich gentleman only 1 girl, and he would take 3. The girl asked how he was going to pay, in cash or by check. Sam said that he would pay with a check for any amount because money is not a problem for their family. The girl asked Sam, in the guise of Mr. Stone, if he could buy her if he had so much money. The hero said that he could buy it next time, but now he asked to pack these 3 girls. The girl said that she would go get their clothes, and in the meantime, he could get to know them. Sam walked up to the cage and told the girls he wouldn't hurt them. The girls were afraid of the hero because everyone who wanted to buy a slave said that they would not cause harm. Then Sam took off his mask for a while and told them that he was a demon like them and had come to save them. The girls were very happy about the amazing rescue and thanked the hero. Sam said there was nothing to worry about and they would be free soon. The manager returned with the clothes, but Sam completely forgot to return to the guise of Stone. There was silence. Sam used charisma magic and ordered the woman to submit. The manager obeyed and sat down on her knees in front of the new owner. Sam turned into Stone, told the girls to change clothes and follow him, and act natural. When Sam was leading the girls, other club guests were jealous of the amount of money he could afford to buy 3 slaves at once. Sam pretended to be a tough gentleman and rudely answered and asked why they were looking at him like that. They left the club. The hero's plan was a success, and now they needed to go to a safe place. But then the real Mr. Stone appeared and began shouting that the imposter needed to be stopped, and the slaves returned. Sam realized that he had been discovered and there was no need to hide anymore. The hero and the girls began to run away, with the nightclub security chasing after them. Irina walked by and asked what Sam was doing here. The hero shouted that he needed help and would explain everything later. The girl reacted very quickly and rushed to the hero's defense. She used magic and created a barrier of divine light through which the pursuers could not pass. 30 minutes later, Sam and the demon girls were already at Irina's castle. The girls were exhausted and scared. They were afraid that they would be killed because they knew what the castle was. Irina asked Sam why he brought demons to her house, because the archbishop told him to destroy them. Sam said that he was not going to kill them and wanted to give them freedom. Sam said that it is wrong to kill creatures just because they are not of the same race as you, because among people there are also evil people who kill others. Irina said that they could no longer be in the castle, to which Sam replied that he would teleport them to a place where they would not have contact with people. And indeed, Sam used the device to transport the girls to another area. The girls were moved to a safe place, to the hot springs, to a place where our old friends, Princess Maggie and the former owner of the Intimate Services Salon, will take care of them. The princess looked at the girls. They were confused. The girls did not know what awaited them, but the situation was favorable. Sister Maggie said that she would teach them how to survive and that they should not be afraid of her. She began training the girls one at a time, with the goal of increasing their stamina to further satisfy Brother Sam. We are transported to the house of Franco's sister, where the hero arrived. The girl says that he is in danger because he failed the first task and did not destroy the demons, as the archbishop bequeathed. The hero says that that's why he came to her, to ask for help, and also to connect him with the archbishop for a conversation. The girl says that he is lucky and he can atone for his guilt, since today the only daughter of a rich businessman was kidnapped, and if he saves her, he will be forgiven. Sam was very happy about this situation and asked Franca to tell him more about what happened. The girl put her stockinged foot on the hero's shoulder and told him not to worry, because she could help him. Franco said she was trading information about the businessman's daughter for a sensual and gentle foot massage. Sam said that the mistress will be pleased, because giving girls pleasure is the meaning of his spiritual path. Loud female moans began to be heard from the room. The parishioners heard that they were coming from Mrs. Franco's bedroom. People said that Mrs. Franco was punishing infidels for the safety of all believers. The girl held her mouth with her hand, barely holding back a scream, waves of pleasure convulsively spreading throughout her body. Sam decided to play a joke and said that in the eyes of people she is still the same saint as she was before meeting him. Franco replied that nothing has changed since then. He just opened her eyes and now she sees the path of divine light even better. The hero said that it was time to discuss information about the stolen daughter of a businessman. The girl said that with the help, we cut to the Razor Gang building, where Sam is already trying to come up with a plan to break in. The hero decides to use a plan that always works. Cotton, a smokescreen, and we understand that Sam is turning into an attractive girl. He, in the guise of a girl, approaches the entrance to the building, and he directly asks the guards how he can find the Razor Gang. It is worth noting that Sam chose a very elegant appearance in order to save the girl as quickly as possible. The security confusedly asks the beauty why she needed the Razor Gang. Sam decided to come up with the most elegant lie and said that the leader of the gang invited him, and if he didn't show up on time, they might get hurt, so they needed to let him through. But the guard turned out to be not so simple. He knows that his owner does not bring girls home, but goes to have fun outside his borders. Sam has to use the skill of seduction to prevent the situation from getting out of control. The men thoughtlessly decide to listen to the hero and let him in. Sam, in the guise of a girl, thanks the guards and goes into the house. Sam walks through the house and notices how huge it is and what extensive renovations it has. Sam notices two large men guarding the door to the room and decides to go through that door. Sam greets the men and calls them handsome and asks them if they would like to spend their time with health benefits. Men also easily fell for the hero's charisma in the guise of a beautiful girl. And while they were unconscious and drooling, he knocked them to the floor with 2 knockout blows. Sam burst into the room where the prisoners were and said that he had come to save them. 2 girls in short dresses, one younger, the other older, were sitting tied up on the floor. Sam began to untie the young girl, who he thought was the daughter of that same rich businessman. But when he released her mouth, she screamed that the second girl needed to be freed first. The hero smiled and said that he would save the maid too. They were no longer in danger. But the girl shouted that the maid was her, and the tied girl was the daughter of a businessman. The hero did not understand how he could be so mistaken, because the first girl looks younger and more beautiful than the second. The girl shouted that she was also beautiful and young. Sam apologized using his charisma skills and the girl stopped screaming. Sam assumed that the girl was beautiful. She just got hit in the face for a very long time. The businessman's daughter said that no one beat her and that this was her usual appearance. Then Sam decided to buy the floating fist skill, which can edit people's appearance. He grabbed the girl, pulled her towards him and swung as hard as he could. He struck dozens of blows in the face of the businessman's daughter. She began to feel dizzy and asked the hero to stop. The maid began to worry about the young mistress. She thought that she was about to be killed. But Sam finished his technique and decided to show what came of it. The girl's face changed, her facial features became more gentle and sweet. He succeeded. The maid was shocked by such changes. The businessman's daughter noticed this and angrily asked her if she really thought she was ugly. Popping noises were heard and someone entered the room. It was the boss of the knife gang. He asked Sam how he dared come to his house and try to take hostages. Sam suggested that the gang leader go out and talk like men to find out who is more right. The leader asked who he works for and whether he even knows how to fight. Sam said that he works for the Church of Divine Light, the head of which is the Supreme Archbishop. The man said that he did not care about the Church of Divine Light, and anyone who came to his house without asking should be punished. The leader ordered his maid to kill Sam. She said that she would carry out the order. The girl was holding a golden whip in her hands. Apparently it was a weapon that she knew how to handle. The gang leader headed out of the room, leaving the girl to destroy the hero. But the girl had long noticed how attractive Sam was. He asked her why she was doing the leader's dirty work. The girl said that she likes it and she likes cruelty. Sam met her gaze and cast a spell the same as he had used on Mrs. Franco. He transferred it into an illusion. The girl stood in a brightly lit room all alone and wondered where she had ended up. Sam said that now she is in his power and will play by his rules. The girl turned out to be very self-confident and said that such tricks would not work on her. However, Sam, using his powers, took her whip, tied her hands, and hung her from the ceiling. Her legs trembled. She began to beg Sam to take her by force. The fire of desire flared up inside her. The girl screamed. It was Sam who began to use her whip against her. The hero said that he would allow her to enjoy cruelty if she so desired it. The girl said that even if he hit her 10,000 times, she would not ask for mercy. 2 hours later, the girl received almost 3,000 blows from the whip. But the girl continued to laugh. It seemed that she liked it. Another hour later, the girl came to the chief's office to report on the work done. Her appearance excited the gang leader. He asked if she liked having fun with the young guy. The The girl walked around behind the man, showing fake interest, and asked him to close his eyes. The man obeyed her and was caught in a trap. The girl used the whip to strangle him. His life was in her hands. Sam appeared in the office and said that the bald old man had made a mistake by asking him to kill a young, attractive girl. And now Sam will decide who lives and who dies. The girl, her name was Maxim, began to squeeze the whip harder. The bald old man began to lose consciousness. With all his strength, he tried to reach Sam. But with every second, he became weaker. He quickly lost consciousness and could not control his body. Finally, he went limp in his chair and didn't move anymore. The hero asked Maxim if there were explosives in the house. When asked why, he replied that he wanted to set off fireworks. Having done everything he had planned, Sam turned into a bald old man and, together with the girls, went out to his gang to say that he was going to hand over the hostages and ordered them to stay put. The gang members wished him a good journey and remained waiting on the spot. The door slammed shut, and the gang members saw a clock mechanism on the inside. They could not immediately understand what was happening. Everyone crowded around the door and tried to look at the clock mechanism. A bright light filled the knife gang's headquarters. A monstrous explosion woke up the city, and the knife gang became history. It was very epic when Sam and Maxim walked away from the explosion. The mission was successfully completed, the hero was proud of himself, and the girls admired him. Sam arrives at the home of a wealthy businessman to return his daughter to him. They were met at home by the butler, who said that the girl's father was already hurrying home. The girl said that her dad was very rich and would generously thank Sam for her return home. The hero said that this was not necessary, but he himself remembered that he had changed her appearance beyond recognition. And now it is unknown whether her father will now recognize her. The door swung open and the girl's father ran into the house. Yes, this is the same Mr. Stone who likes to have fun with girls of easy virtue. The hero was also a little shocked by the realization that he had just recently been left tied, naked, and gagged in his carriage. Mr. Stone began to cry, hugging his daughter and saying that he would not be able to live further if something happened to her. The only thing Sam didn't understand was how he recognized his daughter when her appearance completely changed. The man replied that any parent would recognize his child among thousands of others. Their family also has a distinctive mark, star-shaped birthmarks on their necks. The man began to take a closer look at Sam and asked where he could see him. Sam said that there are a lot of people in the world who look alike, and he is sure that he is seeing Mr. Stone for the first time. Stone's daughter said that whether they had seen each other before or not does not matter. Now the main thing is to thank the hero for saving her life. Stone said that in honor of saving his daughter, he was organizing a banquet today and inviting Sam, where he would give him a big gift. Sam accepted the invitation and said that he would definitely attend the celebration. Meanwhile, at Stan's house, the maid brought him a fresh newspaper with news. On the front page, he saw the man he hated most. Every news of his victories aroused Stan's ire. He crumpled up the newspaper and threw it at the wall. He believed that it was inappropriate for a smelly hillbilly to act on behalf of the Church of Divine Light. He took out his anger on the demon slaves chained to the wall in the basement of his house. The girls asked to stop, begged for mercy, but Stan began to beat them even harder, saying that they were unworthy to live. All this was observed by a servant girl who wanted to stop the violence. In her hands was a small mirror. Meanwhile, the hero returned to the castle. He called his girlfriends to him. He asked the girls to help him prepare for the evening event. They were glad to be useful to the master. They quickly moved into the room, and the girls said that they wanted to relax him first. Sam didn't immediately understand what they were hinting at. But the girls had already decided that the gentleman should be pleased. They immersed him in their magical illusion. He felt good. In the illusion, the gentle water caressed the hero's body. But in the present, one of the girls made him feel good. Sam received the next achievement card, and with it, the bull rush skill. And the next card with the dragon transformation skill fell into his piggy bank. A girl from the Dragon Clan said that the hero needs to contact Mrs. Ginevra in the evening via a magic mirror, and be careful so that no one sees it. The hero asked where this magic mirror was. The girl said that she was in a hurry when she was getting ready here and forgot it in the toilet. Sam didn't know how to react to this, but there was nothing he could do. He had to go to the toilet. In the toilet, he opened the lid of the toilet and saw a golden mirror glued to the inside. Mrs. Ginevra appeared in it and greeted Sam, her appearance stern. The girl was clearly angry. She called him a poorly educated demon who doesn't even know about magical objects, like a magic mirror. The hero still found it funny, because Ginevra didn't know from which part of the room she was talking to him now. The girl said that a few days ago, the scout troop was attacked by the Divine Light Sword, and the entire army was destroyed, except for the 3 demon girls. They were captured and taken to the Divine Light prison. She said that this was done by Stan, who keeps them in his dungeon and mocks the prisoners, and is also preparing a conspiracy against the hero. She found out this, since her spy was able to get into his house. Sam told Geneva to be very careful because this guy has a good nose for demons. The connection was interrupted. This could have happened if someone entered the room where Sam was negotiating. The butler entered the toilet. He was very surprised that Sam was sitting over the toilet. He asked what he was doing. Sam said that he felt sick, so he sat down near the toilet. The butler sympathized with him. The time has come to celebrate the miraculous rescue of the daughter of a wealthy businessman. The hero was dressed in a very beautiful and expensive suit, which made him feel not very comfortable. Irina reassured him, saying that he did not need to worry around her because everything would go fine. She was wearing a gorgeous dress with a deep slit on her right leg, and she looked amazing. Stan appeared in a business suit, complimented Irina, and bowed. Without showing any emotion, she thanked him and said that he looked good too. Stan said that he did not like such pretentious events, but as a famous person, he could not help but accept the invitation. All the inhabitants of the house looked in their direction and said that they had never seen such a handsome guy. Stan took the compliments personally and said that they shouldn't fall in love with him because his heart belongs to the divine light. But the girls had already surrounded Sam because these compliments were addressed only to him and no one was looking at Stan. Stan could not look at the hero without anger and said to himself that soon everything would end and he would take everything that belonged to him. Sam finally fought off the groupies and was able to get to the toilet. He thought that his level of charisma was very high because he didn't even try to seduce anyone now, but there was no end to the girls. Ginevra entered the toilet and told the hero that he was in danger. The hero asked what danger she was telling him about because he didn't know what she was talking about. The girl said that Stan received evidence that Sam participated in the slave auction, and Stan is going to make this information public at the holiday in front of everyone. The hero asked what he should do so that his secret would not be revealed. The girl said that he is a very important ally in their common plan, and therefore she found a solution to the problem that arose. Ginevra also said that Stan has a device that detects the breath of demons and can destroy his disguise. Sam asked how she was going to solve his problem, since she still hadn't told her the plan of action. The girl led Sam by the hand into the toilet stall, locked it, and said that she could absorb his demonic chakra so that Stan's device could not detect it. Stan asked if Sabrina was really going to suck his demonic chakra. She said that she knew what she was doing, because she was an expert in protecting demons from people. Stan tried his best not to groan, but you could hear in the toilet that there was someone in the stall. At this time, Stan came into the toilet. He was thinking about how sweet a victory over this village upstart would be. He heard moans coming from the toilet stall and became wary. He began shouting to the entire toilet, calling for whoever was hiding in the toilet stall. Sam came out of the booth. He began to clap his hands and say that he had heard about Stan's great plans. Stan said that his knowledge of this situation will not help him in any way. It will still reveal his true colors. Sam did not argue with Stan, but simply said that he should be more careful. Ginevra, pleased with herself, remained sitting in the booth so that no one else could hear her. The party began. There were more and more people in the hall. The buzz of conversation spread throughout the entire mansion. Mr. Stone appeared. Next to him was the Archbishop. The gentleman publicly thanked Sam for saving his beloved daughter, and also expressed gratitude to those who took part in the celebration. Mr. Stone's speech was interrupted by Stan, who asked and began to say that everyone present had been brazenly deceived. He started pointing his finger at the main character and said that he was hiding his demonic origins and had hidden goals, which is why he joined the Church of Divine Light. Irina began to stand up for Sam, saying that he had passed the test with the Staff of Light, and Mrs. Franca confirmed this. Sam was as calm as possible. He said that he did not need to be protected and asked Mr. Stan to continue his speech. Stan said that he had convincing evidence that the crystal captured how Sam was being sold at an underground auction. Stan threw the crystal up so everyone could see what he wanted to show. The crystal turned into a transmitter and began to tune in to show the recording. He was sure that now everyone would see Sam's real face. Gloating overwhelmed him. The guests looked up at the screen with shame on their faces. They could not look at it for long. Sam asked Stan to stop this disgrace because he is in decent society. Irina lowered her eyes to the floor. She could not look at this shame. On the screen, there was a recording of Stan in women's stockings and underwear being beaten with a whip by a demon girl. Stan was furious. He yelled at Sam and said that he was the one who switched the crystal to make him look like a fool. Sam interrupted him, saying that Stan himself suggested showing everyone this recording, and also stated that the sacred sword of light was not worthy to be in the hands of someone who was being whipped by demons, and asked to hand the sword into his hands. Stan's rage knew no bounds. He was ready to pounce on the hero and kill him right on the spot. The Supreme Archbishop told everyone to shut up, because they were on the same side, the side of the divine light. He also said that despite the fact that they cannot verify the authenticity of the recording, so as not to discredit the Church of Light, Sam and Stan must pass the test and prove who is more worthy to wield the sword. Sam said that he is ready to fight, but will Stan accept his challenge? Irina stood up for Sam and said that he did not yet have the necessary fighting skills to resist the Sword of Light, that is, Stan. Sam said that he believed in the true power of light, and the fight would put everything in its place, and if his thoughts were pure, he would not lose, although in fact Sam knew that he had every chance of winning. The hero took off his jacket and prepared for the fight. Stan told him to take a weapon because he couldn't afford to beat up the weak and unarmed. The hero said that in order to defeat such a villain as Stan, he would have enough power of divine light. Crying that the holy light does not illuminate demons like Sam, Stan attacked the hero, swinging his sword. He used the holy light strike technique against Sam. A fiery aura rushed behind the sword, cutting everything in its path. Sam managed to break the distance between them and step back. Stan didn't plan to kill Sam with this blow. He wanted to drive him into a trap and was sure that he succeeded. But Sam took a jade stone from his pocket and pointed it at the enemy. He used the holy light jade technique and blinded his opponent. The girl was also blinded and thought to herself how Sam was able to master the secret techniques of their church so quickly. The girls were ready to go blind, just so as not to take their eyes off the hero. Sam decided to use the power that he got from one of the 3 rescued girlfriends. He rushed at Stan with great speed, breaking the air that separated them from each other. It was the bull rush technique that was so effective in this situation. The enemy flew to the other side of the room and with a roar crashed through the wall he hit. Sam thought the reception was too strong and he might have overdone it. The smoke from the exploded wall was clearing. Everyone was waiting to see if Stan would be able to get up after such a blow. Yes, he was able to get up, and not only was he not injured, but he was no longer wearing that business suit. Stan wore the armor of the Holy Church of Light, which greatly increased his strength. Sam also felt the incredible power emanating from the holy armor. Stan said that each divine light artifact has unique abilities, and in this armor it is invulnerable. Stan used God Realm mode and charged at his opponent with the speed of holy light. Sam realized that he would not be able to stop such a fast strike and decided to use the skill of another of his friends, throwing slugs at the enemy. But while he was trying to use magic, he was wounded in his left arm by a holy blade. He began to retreat, not understanding why his magic did not work, because he could not throw the mucus at Stan. Stan said that demonic magic does not work against magical artifacts. He once again attacked Sam using his sword of divine light. Irina screamed at Sam to try to defend himself, otherwise he would die. Sam summoned his sword and used the 6 Gates Ice Slash attack, which he learned from Princess Siri. Stan was surprised, because no one had yet been able to repel this blow from his sacred sword. They entered into a sword fight. Stan believed that he had no equal in fencing among those living today. Sam knew this himself, and he needed to come up with a different battle plan, otherwise he would die. He decided to try to piss Stan off and say that he is so brave only because he has the most powerful weapon in his hands. But without a sword, he is just a vile coward. Stan asked the hero if he really believed that he couldn't handle it without a weapon, and threw the sword aside. Sam took advantage of the opportunity and stabbed Stan in the body with his sword, but he easily stopped the blow. The hero certainly could not have expected this. A new plan was needed. Stan said that even without his sword, he was able to deal with the stinking demon. Sam's brain kept generating ideas. He couldn't come to the right conclusion. Before Sam's thoughts could settle in his head, he was punched in the face by his opponent. And now he was flying into the far wall of the large hall, breaking the wall behind him. Stan said that such a dirty animal would never defeat a great master of divine light. Sam could barely stand on his feet. His face was broken. He now relied only on his charisma, so he winked at the girls in the hall. The girls began to shout at the top of their voices that Sam was their hero, and Stan was a villain, who without his divine things was simply a non-entity. Stan continued to not understand why all the girls were not on his side even now. The girls shouted that superiority and strength over Sam did not make him a great man, because he was still a scoundrel. Stan was infuriated by all the statements addressed to him. They called him a useless and evil person who is not worthy of the Church of Divine Light. All this drove Stan crazy. He lost his mind and his sacred armor burst and shattered into fragments. He did not control his powers and did not understand how it happened that his armor crumbled. Sam's plan worked, because in order to control the artifacts of the Holy Light, you need to have unshakable self-confidence, and the girls killed this belief in him. Sam did not attack the unarmed Stan and asked him to stop this war. But Stan wasn't going to listen to the smelly hillbilly and grabbed his blade, and attacked him with the words, "Die, dirty pig." But the blade was knocked out of his hand by an arrow from another member of the Church of Divine Light. The girl's name was Lucia. She told Stan that if the Divine Light refused him, it did not mean that he could act so vilely and attack the person who proposed a truce. Stan called Lucia a dirty wench who has no right to tell him how he should behave. The sword that Lucia knocked out of Stan's hand flew towards Sam, began to glow with divine light. And the hero caught him, feeling hot energy spreading throughout his body. The sword glowed as brightly as it had not shone for decades. Sam asked if it had a switch. Stan couldn't believe that his sword was now giving its power to the stinking demon. The archbishop stated that everything had been decided, and now Sam had been promoted to the 7 sages of the Holy Light, and Stan, who had lost his light, would be cast out of the church. Sam received a sword of light, which increased damage to evil creatures by 100%, as well as armor of light, which could be created at will. When it was all over, Sam walked up to Lucia, the bow of the Holy Light, and thanked her for her help. The girl grabbed the hero's hand and pressed it to her chest. She said that she would be happy to receive his gratitude this evening at her home. Irina took Lucia's words as a joke, but Sam knew that it was far from a joke. Lucia asked Irina if there was a relationship between them. The girl replied that there was nothing between them. She said with sadness in her voice that they were just friends and nothing more. The hero also felt sad from these words of Irina. But Lucia was an experienced girl and understood that Irina would not even admit it to herself. The clinking of glasses was heard. The celebration spread throughout the castle. Irina congratulated Sam on the fact that he was now one of them, and they would be able to work together more often. Sam asked the girl if she drank a lot of alcohol and if she would get sick. The girl admitted that she really doesn't know how to drink, and therefore all the drinks are prepared for her by Sebastian, who will never allow her to get drunk. Sebastian, meanwhile, was thinking that especially for such a holiday, he had made the wine much stronger than usual, so that all the guests would like it. He believed that even if the lady was drunk, Sam, being a real man, would not take advantage of her condition for his own purposes. Sebastian talked to Irina's late parents and said that he would be happy if she gave birth to a child next year. Irina herself began to notice that she was very drunk. Sam noticed this too and began to worry about her. He offered to take the girl to her bedroom and put her to bed, to which she replied that he could not appear there and that she still needed to take a shower. Sam brought the girl to the bath. She began to call Sam to take a shower with her. Sam didn't immediately know if he had heard what she was saying correctly. She fell silent and he began to worry, asking if everything was okay, but she continued to remain silent. Sam burst into the bath to see if she had passed out in the shower, and then her hand grabbed him by the collar and pulled him inside. She hugged him and kissed him deeply. He couldn't leave. A few seconds later, the girl was sitting in a hot bath, but she was very sad. She asked the hero why he refused her, because she showed enough initiative. Sam reminded her that she talked about the ban on desecrating her body. The girl said that since he was appointed one of the 7 saints, their union would not stain her body. Sam asked her with bitterness in his voice if she would like him if he were a demon. She said that even if he is a demon, he is now a holy demon, and she will follow him both to heaven and to purgatory. Sam said that he was very glad to hear such words from your address, and also wanted to spend this evening with her. The girl opened up to him and they united as one. The pleasure these two felt was beyond words. A 5-star character card has become available in the hero playing field. We are transported to Stan's mansion, at the entrance of which there is a guard of 2 priests. Sam screams and asks why they won't let him into their own house. One of the priests punches Stan in the face and tells him to talk kindly to them. They explain to him that all his property now belongs to the church again, and all his past merits now mean nothing. The members of the Church of Light are very angry with Stan because he has caused great damage to their faith. Stan leaves, leaving his mansion. He has nowhere to go. He wanders until nightfall, and then he meets 2 demons. The demons recognize Stan as a former swordsman of the Holy Church of Light. Stan asks them what they are up to. The demons want to repay his debt, to avenge the thousands of relatives he killed. Stan begins to run away, because he no longer has the powerful power that the artifacts gave him. But they surround him from the other side and say that it has been decided to take him into account. He tries to justify himself and begs for forgiveness from the demons. But they do not want to listen to his dirty words. The sounds of blows and screams of the victim are heard. Morning comes, we are transported to the castle of Mrs. Arena. She wakes up in her room. Her head hurts a little after yesterday. Meanwhile, Ginevra comes to Sam and says that she knows about the work he has done. Sam asked if the seal on the Demon King's heart had been removed. The girl said that she felt his strength growing, and she needed to wait a little longer. Sam said that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement, and asked Ginevra to remove the chain of death from him. He didn't want to feel like a toy in the wrong hands. The girl said that perhaps she would like to free him, but of course she would not do this. Sam asked what this meant, since she promised to release him when he fulfilled her conditions. Ginevra asked what he didn't like, because many demons would dream of being connected by a chain of pure blood with her. The hero replied that not only his life depends on this chain, but also hers, so he can also threaten her. And he pulled with force the ghostly chain sticking out of his chest. The girl screamed. It was clear how much pain she was in. She did not expect that Sam would use her trap against her. The hero said that he deserved a reward for his efforts, and she should repay him. Ginevra said that she could give him whatever he wanted and asked what it would be. Now the guy could set his own conditions and said that she would give him pleasure, be his slave, and fulfill the most sophisticated desires. He asked what she was waiting for and ordered her to kneel. He threw a chain of pure blood around her neck, like a domestic dog, and said that now she would sit on the chain. The girl enjoyed this game. Sam noticed this too and decided to continue. Sam now has access to Ginevra's game card and the ability to use the demonic song skill. We go to the city outside the castle, where the demons are discussing how they cruelly humiliated the former saint of the Church of the Holy Light. They say that there is no need to tell anyone that they did this to Stan, because despite the fact that he is now a weakling, you can run into revenge for him from other saints of the church. Stan lay on the ground, beaten and disgraced, and suddenly he saw how the demons who attacked him were blown to pieces with one blow. Stan did not immediately understand what happened and who destroyed them. The familiar robe and boots appeared in front of his face. The Supreme Archbishop called him a son, said that the Holy Light had not abandoned him, but had only tested him hard, and asked if he was ready to take revenge. Stan said that despite the pain he suffered, he would take revenge on the offender who took everything from him. The head of the church had an unhealthy light in his eyes, and he invited Stan to follow him and accept his gift. The leader led him down a long, circular staircase deep into a secret basement. They left in a room unknown to Stan. The Archbishop said that they had arrived at the place. He showed Stan a huge sword emitting monstrous evil energy. Stan was in a state of shock. He recognized this sword. At the center of the dark sword's hilt was the sealed heart of the Demon King. The head of the church said that a year after the death of the Demon King, he began to study a spell that could unite the heart of the Demon King with his sword, and he succeeded. And now there is nothing in the world stronger than this sword. Stan asked how he can use the power of the Demon King when he is on the side of divine light. The head shouted at him, saying that it doesn't matter whether pure power or demonic power is as long as it can be used in the path of justice. Stan believed the Archbishop and went to the sword. He decided to use the power of the Demon King to destroy his main opponent, who disgraced him in front of everyone. Stan put his hand on the hilt of his sword. His whole body began to burn like fire. He felt the blood flowing through his veins. Dark energy filled the entire room. A storm arose. And then huge demonic wings began to appear from his back with splashes of blood. He felt wild pain. The Archbishop said that with such power, the Church of Divine Light could illuminate the whole world. He was mesmerized by the light that the Demon King's dark sword emitted. Stan's face and body took on demonic features. His faith changed, although he did not understand it yet. Morning came. Irina woke up in a good mood. Sam came into her room and wished her good morning. He himself looked very bad, and the girl asked what was wrong with him. The hero said that he was tormented by insomnia all night. Hannah burst into the room and said that trouble had happened to the Church of Divine Light, and she also said something incomprehensible about Stan. Meanwhile, a dark figure was circling over the city, and fleeing passersby shouted that it was the Demon King who had returned. Many also saw the characteristic sword that this demon was holding in his hands. It was Stan, he told everyone to shut up. Blood was oozing from his wings in different directions. It landed on people's bodies, burned their skin, and did something irreparable. She turned the townspeople into bloodthirsty evil demons who were ready to kill everyone in their path. The little girl, who was not exposed to the blood, was crying and calling for her mother. One of the newborn demons, perhaps her mother, wanted to attack the child. But he was successfully cut into 2 parts by an ice sword, and the baby was saved. The hero used the ice sword technique and defended the townspeople. He was saddened by what he saw and was determined to save innocent people. Irina ran to Sam's aid with her hammer of light. She couldn't believe that Stan had arranged everything. First of all, Stan, in the guise of the King of Demons, turned to Sam, said that he wanted his quick death, and turning to Irina, he said that he knew that the demon had taken advantage of her. Sam asked if he really considers all demons to be dirt. Then why did he sell himself to their leader? Stan got angry hearing these words. In a demonic voice, he screamed at Sam to shut his dirty mouth. The shockwave was very strong, but since Sam was also a demon, he was able to resist. He thought that if he didn't come up with a plan to destroy Stan, many innocent people would suffer. And then a girl in armor appeared in front of him. In her hands was a sacred shield of light and armor that had enormous protective power. The girl said that her name is Carter, and she is a shield of light, one of the 7 sages of the sacred church. Our old friends also came to the rescue. These were the sacred staff and the sacred bow of light. Irina was delighted to see the sisters coming to help. Franco asked Stan to stop, ask for absolution and return to their side before it was too late. Stan called them a bunch of idiots who don't understand anything about following the path of light, and said that they could have followed him, but chose a demon. He summoned 100 flying demons to help and said that it was time for his former colleagues to disappear. Bow of Light fired a sacred arrow straight at Stan and said that she would not allow him to destroy this world. Her arrow hit the target. Stan was there, but he was protected by dozens of demons who covered him with their chests. She destroyed several dozen flying creatures with one shot, but Stan managed to dodge. Then the Staff of Light came into play. She concentrated enormous power into her weapon, and with a beam of incredible power, she shot straight at the new Demon King. And again, dozens of demons died defending their king. The powerful blow struck nearly 100 demons. It was Vanessa, the Fist of Light of the Sacred Church, who also decided to join the fight against a dangerous opponent. A new batch of demons protecting their king was sent to another world. The girl's name was Trosi. She was the Spear of Light of the Sacred Church. Stan was angered by the unity with which the 7 sages of the Church of Divine Light fought and protected the people. In one leap, he reached the place where Vanessa and Trosi were and used a demonic strike of darkness against them. The girls had no chance to stay on their feet, so great was its power. The girls flew, hitting the ground. Having landed and risen to their feet, they began to plan how they could defeat him. While Stan was distracted by Vanessa and Trosi, the Bow of Light went around him from behind and delivered a powerful blow. However, the enemy was able to easily dodge the flying cleansing arrow and caught it at incredible speed. The girl did not understand why her arrow had no effect on Stan, because no one had yet been able to dodge it. Stan broke the cleansing arrow with one hand and said that he was tired of playing children's games and it was time to fight. He used a black magic spell and created a world of demons around himself, the energy of which was destructive to everyone except demons. The black aura of the demon world spread further and further into space. The members of the 7 saints began to feel how demonic energy was taking away their vitality. Stan said that demonic aura will take away all the energy of the Holy 7, and then this energy will be transferred to the demon race. This energy had a different effect on Sam. He felt an incredible surge of strength. After all, Sam was a demon and had an advantage over the 7 of the Sacred Church. He tried to attack Stan using the Sword of Divine Light, releasing a scorching flame with a blow. The flame was of enormous power and rushed towards the enemy at speed. Stan cut the flames with one swing of the Demon King's sword, and it disappeared. He said that despite the fact that Sam is also a demon, he does not have the strength to resist the Demon King. The battle took place in the sky. Irina saw that Sam was not affected by the demonic aura. She realized that he was really a demon. Stan said that Sam was still alive only because he wanted everyone to see how he would suffer, and began to generate demonic energy in his hand. Energy comparable to a tsunami erupted from his hand and was directed at Sam. Shield of Light rushed to Sam's defense. She was in time, but from the impact her shield began to crumble into fragments. She lost consciousness and began to fall from a height to the ground. The fall was very fast, no one had time to catch her, and the fall broke the ground under her feet. Irina asked why the Shield of Light helped Sam, because he is a real demon who deceived everyone. Carter called Irina a fool, and said that the race of a creature does not matter if he stands guard over the divine light and fights for the lives of other beings. Irina was surprised to hear Carter say this, but was very pleased, because she still loved Sam no matter what. Stan told Sam that the Holy 7 could not save him or themselves from death, and there was no point in trying. Stan said it was time to end these games and move on to a more serious fight. Sam stood on the demonic barrier, and Irina shouted to him that the other saints would transfer their powers to him through their sacred weapons so that he could resist the Demon King. At this moment, artifacts of other saints began to appear on the sacred blade of the sword. Sam began to feel an even greater surge of strength. Sam's body became more and more energy. It grew and began to displace the demonic dome created by Stan. And then the hero felt how the chakra became stable, and its level increased 6 times. A powerful bang and puffs of smoke filled the space where Sam was. The smoke began to clear. Something happened. Sam stood, and in his hands was still the restored and improved Shield of Light. The Night King was surprised that Sam managed to restore the artifact he destroyed. Sam thought how cool the battle would be, because it contained everything he had ever heard about from ancient stories: 7 artifacts, 7 sages, a Demon King, a demonic barrier. The Demon King looked at the hero and did not understand whether he should be afraid of him, or if he was just the same dirty piece of crap as before. Sam said that he may not consider him his equal, but he should know that his strength has increased manifold. The hero took out a Spear of Light. It was also improved. The Demon King became increasingly worried, because he had never seen 2 sacred artifacts in the hands of one person at once. Sam used the tornado technique and Stan was spun in the insane energy of the power of the Seven Sages. He could not defend himself and stopped spinning under the rush of energy. And then Sam, taking advantage of the moment, used a fist of light to strike his enemy. With the help of the third artifact, Sam was able to strike an enemy who had recently been out of reach. Stan recovered quickly from the blow and got to his feet. But he couldn't believe that the Demon King could be struck by some weakling from the village. He still didn't consider him a strong opponent. Stan decided to summon servants from hell because the power of the Demon King allowed him to do this. He ordered the demons to kill anyone and everyone who met them on the way and asked the hero if he could now protect the inhabitants of the city. Sam began to piss him off, asking why such a strong and powerful Demon King only does this and calls soldiers to his aid. Sam also managed to activate a barrier of light, which increases his skills and damage to demons by 100%. The barrier of light began to act on the demons in a murderous way. They tried to escape from it, and the hero asked them to go back to their purgatory so as not to die fighting for the wrong Demon King. They listened to Sam because they saw that he was also from their race. Stan became angry when his servants listened to Sam's words and left the battlefield. He said that he had many more tricks up his sleeve to kill Sam. But Sam shot a sacred arrow from a bow of light and distracted the enemy. He said that he was not going to wait for the Demon King to use a new move and swung the hammer of light at his opponent. The blow landed straight on Stan's body, and he had no way to dodge it. He flew across the entire city square, unable to stop. Sam used the technique of concentrating all the energy in one weapon, hovering in the air to accumulate it. And the hammer of light in his hands united with other artifacts and turned into an improved blade of light. Sam has a new ability, Demonic Wings of Light. He raised his new blade upward and began to gather the energy of light and darkness. It looked like he was now a Demon King, but fighting on the side of light, the fire blazing, fanned by a sacred aura. He used a strike of divine light and sent all the energy towards his opponent. An explosion occurred. The ground shook underfoot, but this fire did not destroy anything living. Only the Demon King received damage. And so we see Sam standing in the middle of the square, exhausted and trying to catch his breath. He succeeded, Stan disappeared, the demonic aura began to fade. But she did not completely leave the city and continued to fly in the air. Ginevra appeared. She was shocked by what she saw and decided to help get rid of the Demon King, and said that the black aura would not dissipate until it acquired a new body. Then it could be sealed. We see the broken sword of the Demon King on the ground, in the hilt of which his heart is pulsating. Ginevra says that she has a plan to seal the Demon King forever, but it is very dangerous. The hero asks her how to do it. The girl says that only a very strong demon who is not afraid of the sacred light can try to seal the Demon King within himself. Sam asks what could happen if he doesn't succeed. Ginevra says that she does not know this, since no one has tried it before. It is just an ancient legend, and it is unknown whether anyone's body can withstand the king's power and not succumb to his dark heart. Sam's in-game interface shows that the quest has been completed, and he can complete the mission. Meanwhile, a dark aura begins to fill the city again, and members of the Holy Church begin to lose their powers. The hero decides to stay and help the people who believed in him, despite the fact that he belongs to the demon race. He picks up a dark sword with the heart of a Demon King, and he feels pain piercing him from the inside. His body is burning, and his mind is switching off. He begins to cough up blood and feels his internal organs melting. The saints do not know how to help him, but they really want to save him. Ginevra says that he can be helped, but this requires as many people as possible. He says that they can absorb the power of the Demon King from Sam's body and destroy it in small portions inside their bodies. Ginevra used her demonic power and began to create a place to suck the energy out of Sam's body. She created a large room with a huge bed on which she laid Sam. He felt bad, he was shaking. Ginevra asked to be the first to come to Sam's aid in the fight against the Demon King. Irina wished her good luck and said that she would restore her strength and wait in line. Ginevra said that she would be able to contain the infection spreading throughout the hero's body for a long time, because she has demonic power, so she is very resilient. Irina and Franco waited for Ginevra for a whole hour until she began to come out. The girl could barely drag her feet, said that she did not think that everything was so serious, and she could no longer stand on her feet and experience these constant cramps. Franco volunteered to help the hero next. Irina looked at her angrily and said that she would go with her. 2 hours later, the girls crawled out of the room where Sam was and began asking who else could go into the room and replace them. This is where our old friends come into play. 4 half-humans saved from death by Sam. They looked happy. It was finally their turn. 3 hours later, even these assistants gave up. Sweat was dripping from them, their legs were trembling, and their voices were hoarse from screaming. Ginevra and Irina did not know what to do, because the demonic energy had not yet been sucked out of the hero's body, and their powers had not yet been restored. The girls were ready to die for Sam. But suddenly the sound of heels and the voices of girls was heard. These were the beautiful demons whom Sam had released during the fight with Stan. Now they did not look like the inhabitants of hell, because the hero illuminated them with divine light, saved them, and thereby freed them. Ginevra asked the girls if they knew that helping the hero is very dangerous. The girl replied that the hero gave them a new life and they were ready to sacrifice it for him, especially since quite a lot of them came. Ginevra thanked the girls and said they were just in time. The demon girls tried their best. They were young and full of strength and energy, and a large number of them could decide the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the members of the Holy Seven felt an earthquake. Irina was the first to notice the Church of the Holy Light. A huge figure was moving towards them from the direction of the church. She looked like a 100-meter stone sculpture made according to sacred motives. This monster was controlled by the Archbishop. He admitted that his goal was to combine the holy light with the magical energy of the great demon realm to create the ultimate power. The stone sculpture moved towards the place where Sam was, destroying everything in its path. She pulled out a huge sword to destroy Sam and allow the Archbishop to absorb the power of the Demon King from his body. A huge, devastating blow was sent to the house where the hero was helped to free himself from the evil chakra. Debris of earth and buildings flew in different directions. Irina began to scream in panic, but Ginevra told her not to worry because she could feel the next level of energy coming from the house and knew it was going to be fun. We see a hand stopping a huge sword of a stone statue. Who would have thought? This is Sam in a new guise and a new demonic suit with horns. He holds the enemy's sword with one hand. A split second and he still breaks the sword with one hand, and it crumbles into small fragments. The Archbishop is furious. He does not understand how Sam managed to cope with such strong energy. He generates light chakra in the hands of the statue and is about to send it towards the enemy. Sam says that it is difficult for him to control this energy in his body for a long time, so he will finish everything very quickly. He creates a spinning sphere of celestial energy in his hands, and he shoots it straight into the giant's chest, where the Archbishop is. The result is a fireball of such power that even Itachi would envy it. The fire, created by combining the energy of light and darkness, leaves no chance for the Archbishop to win. The mission is completed, the enemy is defeated. Sam fell to his knees, his demonic god suit began to fade. He still found it difficult to control such power. A few seconds later, he was lying on the ground unconscious. Irina quickly ran up to him and tried to help him, but he did not come to his senses. And then she heard someone tell her not to worry and leave the matter of saving Sam to them. Sam's most important friends, two princesses, Siri and Maggie, and the former owner of the salon, Alice, appeared and asked how this guy got into trouble again. Irina clearly didn't trust them and asked how they got here and what they had to do with Sam. Maggie said that the three of them were able to help him, and Alice said that Irina did not know them at all and could not talk about whether they could really save the hero or not. Siri said that she would tell Irina some secrets about Sam, and she would understand everything herself. We are transported to the system space of the game. Sam wakes up and doesn't immediately realize where he is now. He got dressed and left the room in the hope that someone would explain to him what was happening. Before he could leave the room, he saw a huge table flying towards him. Out of surprise, he did not have time to dodge, and the table flew right into his face. This table flew into Sam from a blow from Irina, who was trained by Princess Siri, who did not even notice how the table hit the hero. They apologized to him, as they did not expect that their training could harm him. Sam's nose was bleeding. Irina asked Sam how he was feeling, whether he was able to conquer the power of the Demon King that settled inside him. Ginevra explained that Sam could not yet fully control the power of the Demon King. He was able to seal it, but not use it to its full potential. This needs more time. Sam asked Ginevra how she ended up here. She replied that all her life she wanted to follow the King of Devils, and it doesn't matter who he becomes. And now the king's power is forever sealed in the hero. Sam said that he understood why Ginevra was here, but why Irina was here too, why she didn't stay to guard the sacred Church of Light. She replied that after what the Archbishop did, the church lost its authority, and also all the power of the Holy Seven was absorbed by the hero. And now there is no point in the girls being in the church. Also here were the rest of the girls from the members of the Holy Seven, who said that they did not regret losing their jobs, because they were able to find a new, worthy leader. Then Hannah, who suddenly appeared, rushed to hug the hero. She stated that the half-human girls whom he saved from slavery and death would also serve him faithfully and follow him to the ends of the earth. Sam became more and more surprised by the number of people who followed him. The rest of the rescued people also confirmed Hannah's words and said that he couldn't escape them. Sam said he wouldn't have any problems feeding a few more friends and finding a home for them. Princess Maggie told the hero that everything is not as simple as he thinks. Siri did not want to keep the intrigue and said that they were not the only ones who returned to the gaming space for Sam. Sam couldn't remember who else might have gone after him or who he had saved to make it happen. And then several hundred demon girls from hell appeared, whom Sam did not kill, but shed sacred light on them and freed their consciousness from the control of the Demon King. Ginevra said that these 200 girls helped free his body from the evil energy of the Demon King, and without them, he would have died. Sam said, although it is very difficult, he cannot leave the girls in a difficult situation. If they want to follow him, then he will help. Sam decided to use the game system to build a house that would accommodate the required number of people so that they could live in comfort. He spent several thousand game points to build a magnificent palace with a capacity of 500 people and complete infrastructure. He also understood that all his girls were fighters and they needed to train, and he built a training camp for them. He also built an alchemy room, a forge, premises for growing vegetables and fruits and other premises. The game fairy asked him to be more reasonable and not spend so many points if he is not sure of the need for a purchase. He also found a home for himself, which could increase his demonic energy and maintain the energy of light. It was a large mansion with everything necessary for life. Sam's main girlfriends decided to visit Sam's new house. Irina was the first to enter the house, and she was shocked by the sensations that this house gave, because it allowed ordinary people to feel the power of demons. Ginevra said that Princess Maggie has already mastered this energy and enjoys it. Maggie and Ginevra decided to check how much the hero had regained his strength. He had no options to refuse the test. The two new girlfriends felt very confident together, as if they had been friends for many years. Maggie even allowed herself to make fun of Ginevra and her weak points. Time passed, and Sam was being used to the fullest by his girlfriend. Princess Maggie said that she felt that in this magical house, her energy continued to grow and her stamina increased. Ginevra also liked the feeling the house gave. Due to the fact that the girl's stamina had increased, it was difficult for the hero to cope with them, since his body had not yet fully recovered. Irina and Siri looked at all this and realized that this place had more demonic power than the power of light. This frightened them. They wanted to join but were wary of dark energy. Maggie asked Siri why she had not yet used the power of this house to experience unprecedented pleasure. The fairy was not happy that the place of increasing energy was being used for carnal pleasures. Sam said he can't control his charisma, and that's why he's always the center of attention. The fairy said that if he dares to argue with her, it means his strength has been restored and he is ready to hit the road. The hero did not expect that everything would happen so quickly. The fairy added that this time he won't be able to deal with people, and perhaps his charisma won't distract him from the main plot. The floor under his feet began to glow, and a transfer portal opened to complete a new mission. The hero thought about the fairy's words while the space around him took on a new look. He was in a big city with high-rise buildings. This city was similar to the city from his world, perhaps it was a copy of it. On the screen at home, the girl was telling the news, saying that attacks related to infectious diseases had recently become more frequent, and residents were being asked to take protective measures. Sam was familiar with everything in the city. He decided to take a walk and enjoy the atmosphere. He saw a girl run out of the store and turn in his direction. She tried to grab him, but he dodged away just in case, because he didn't know what to expect from her. He immediately thought that she had fallen for his charisma and wanted to meet him, but he felt something was wrong. She caught up with Sam, and he saw her red eyes, dead skin, sharp fangs, and smelled the stinking odor from her mouth. He didn't know what she was. He had never seen such creatures before. And then this creature, at full speed, was kicked in the head by an unknown girl in a bright outfit. She braked effectively, leaving marks on the asphalt. Sam asked the girl what happened. She asked how he could afford to walk around the city when such things were happening around him. And why didn't he even try to escape from this creature? Or he doesn't know what zombies are. Sam was a little unprepared for this development of events. She said that her name was Samantha. She was a member of a special rescue squad, and she would take him to the shelter so that other zombies would not kill him. The girl said that she would not deal with why he did not know about the infection of the population, but he must be careful if he did not want to die. Men quickly die after contracting the infection, and women become the walking dead, who keenly smell the scent of men and come after them to kill and make offspring. Sam began to think about how he could use his previously mastered skills in this world in order to survive and pass the level. First, he decided to meet a girl to learn more about the situation and introduced himself as Sam. But as soon as he said this, sharp tentacles flew at them from above. The girl with a quick kick brought him out from under the attack of the tentacles. An agile zombie with tentacles stood on a lamppost and was ready to attack again. The zombie was not going to let Sam and his new girlfriend Samantha think. She screamed for Sam to run away, and she would delay the enemy. She pointed the gun at the zombie and started shooting. but the bullets flew off him like from a steel wall, and she failed to harm the enemy. The pistol was knocked out of Samantha's hands by the blow of the tentacles, and it flew towards Sam. He caught it with a flick of his hand. He decided to use a pistol since his magical skills were blocked. The girl shouted at him not to try to shoot at the zombies, because without training he would not be able to hit the target accurately, but would only anger the enemy. Sam told her not to worry and quickly logged into the game interface to improve his shooting skills. He traded several of his magical skills for his marksmanship skill. He received confirmation of the skill he had acquired, and he applied it. At the same second, he fired a pistol, pointing it at the enemy. Despite the heavy recoil from this powerful pistol, he knew that he would hit the enemy right where it was vulnerable. And so it happened. From the very first shot, the hero hit the zombie with an accurate shot in the heart. Sam was glad that he could be useful in this fight even without magic. But while the hero was distracted, Samantha grabbed him by the collar and dragged him along with her. Sam did not understand what had happened. But a crowd of zombie girls were already running behind them, ready to pounce on him. Sam realized that his charisma was working against him here. Because of it, more zombies were trying to take over his body. He started running quickly and was able to get into the car. There were keys in it, he started the car, and he and Samantha drove to meet the zombies. They rushed at the car and died under its wheels. The hero asked where he should go in order to leave the area of a large concentration of zombies. The girl said that she did not know for sure, but she needed to go to the hospital, since she was wounded and the infection had begun. Sam pressed the gas pedal and began driving at full speed through the crowds of zombies. Several of the monsters tried to rush at the car, but they were unable to stop it. Sam looked at the dead girls trying to get into the car. He felt sorry for them. But we had to rush to the hospital to save our new girlfriend from infection. The girl thanked the hero and praised his shooting and driving skills. Sam said it was all thanks to the computer racing game Mario. And so they got to the hospital. It was surprising why there was no one in the hospital, because just a day ago there was a rescue squad base here. And then it became clear why there were no people here. A zombie was running towards them at full speed, and again Sam was the target. Before reaching a few meters, the monster was destroyed. The girl asked how early she came to them. Sam thanked the unknown girl and asked who she was. The girl said that her name was Lena, and she was the head of the surgical department. She said that her job requires her to know how to use a scalpel, and she also learned how to kill zombies with it. Samantha asked if they could meet later, because she needed help from a doctor. And then Sam remembered why he was driving so quickly across town to the hospital. Lena said that she doesn't know if she can help Samantha, since a lot of time has passed since the infection, but she will try to see how bad it is. As they walked into the operating room, Sam asked where all the people who were supposed to be in the hospital were. Lena said that everyone was evacuated when zombies attacked the hospital, but they couldn't get through to her because she was sleeping in the morgue, and there was no mobile phone service there. She was forgotten. Lena told Sam to remove Samantha's clothes so the examination could begin as soon as possible. Sam said that he didn't want to offend her, but she needed emergency medical attention. Otherwise, she wouldn't be saved. The girl had no choice. She did not have the strength to undress herself, but had to hurry. The hero undressed the girl and laid her on the operating table. She was very beautiful. Sam could see the infection spreading through his arm. It would be a shame if this girl turned into a zombie. Lena warned that the infection could also be transmitted sexually, and that he didn't even think about it. The examination of Samantha began. Lena tried to identify significant changes in her body. Sam asked what was wrong with Samantha. Lena replied that she should have taken an antiviral drug earlier, but now it is unknown whether something will help her or not. She said that we need to go to the place where antiviral drugs are stored and bring it here. On the way to get the medicine, Sam asked Lena why, after infection, girls turn into zombies and men die. Lena replied that no one knows the exact answer, but probably the virus selects women as reproducers, and men are just a tool that can be thrown away in the process. They walked along a long corridor, and the hero heard someone screaming for help on the street. He looked out the window and saw a guy running along the avenue, followed by a dozen zombie girls. Lena said that you shouldn't pay attention to this guy, because he doesn't have a single chance of survival. Female zombies surrounded the guy. Sam could not quickly move to him to help. He felt very sorry for the guy, but this is natural selection. Lena said that he needs to distance himself from what is happening around him. He will see many more deaths, and therefore there is no need to be nervous and blame himself, because it is impossible to save everyone. The girls, having killed the guy and taken advantage of him, dispersed in different directions with a calm look. For a while, they no longer needed to hunt. There was a smile on the dead guy's face. He did not die a terrible death. Lena said that the virus puts a man's body into a state of continuous arousal, after which it is used until there is not a drop of the required liquid left in it. They say that some guys themselves are looking for thrills and go to certain death. They came to the medical department and began to look for an antiviral drug. It was difficult, since the group of evacuees took almost everything with them. Lena said that if they want to save Samantha, they need to hurry, because the minutes are already counting. The girl will be attacked by a zombie in the form of a nurse. Sam manages to get between Lena and the zombie, but while protecting her, he is bitten by the creature. The zombie bites into the hero's hand and chews it with sharp teeth, bleeding. Lena uses her scalpel and kills the zombie with a blow to the head. The enemy is neutralized, but another problem appears. Lena asks the hero how he feels after being bitten by a zombie, whether excitement is already setting in his body. But Sam doesn't feel anything, only pain in his arm. Lena tells him to take a virus blocker, despite the fact that he does not feel changes in his body, since everyone has their own body, and perhaps it will manifest itself a little later. The hero said that he doesn't see the point in this. He feels good and is not going to die. He asked the girl to give the only medicine to Samantha so that she would have the opportunity to continue the fight against the creatures. They returned to save the sick girl. She was covered in sweat and her body temperature was rising. Lena gave Samantha an injection. All that was left was to wait. When Sam asked if the medicine would help her, Lena replied that they would be able to find out no earlier than in half an hour. Lena said that he should think about himself, because no man has ever survived a zombie bite. Sam said he had already come to terms with his death, but was glad to help another person survive. But he went to the game store and decided to exchange a few more skills for the antidote, because it was too expensive to buy. The girl asked him not to be shy if he wanted to ask her for his last dying wish. Sam said that he had no desires, but only regretted that he had to die in the company of such a beautiful girl, whom he never got to know better. The girl asked him if he really wanted this. Lena began to take off her robe, revealing only her underwear underneath. The hero was a little embarrassed, but inside he was sincerely happy. The girl said that he was bitten because he saved her from death, and now she must repay him if this is truly his last wish. Sam pretended to fulfill his last wish, but had already taken the antidote and knew that he was in no danger. Lena said that they need to be quieter so as not to attract more zombies, as they sensed the excitement in the men's voice. Sam liked to manipulate the doctor. She played by his rules. The girl said that as soon as he runs out of strength and male fluid in his body, he will die immediately. Sam said that he didn't mind dying on such a beautiful and charismatic girl. Their lips intertwined in a passionate kiss, their pulse increasing. Lena felt helpless in the strong hands of the hero. They switched places and now Lena was on top, and the hero lay and tried to restrain the spasms of pleasure. When they finished, the girl asked him to save his strength, because as soon as they ran out, his life would end. She looked at Sam lying on the bed. It seemed that he was no longer breathing. The girl said that she would try to spend her life for the good of people, because he did this for her sake. She began to cover his body with a sheet and said goodbye. Lena didn't understand why she was so sad about this parting, because she was used to seeing people die so often. The hero's hand began to move. She got scared. With an angry look, he got out from under the sheet and rushed at Lena. But at that very second, he was stopped by a powerful kick to the head. He flew across the entire ward, unable to stop. When he landed, he broke the doctor's desk. Lena didn't wait for the hero to recover from the blow and attack again. She grabbed a wooden chair and prepared to plunge it right into Sam's heart. The beaten Sam managed to stop the girl at the last second and say that it was a joke. The girl repeated once again that men do not turn into zombies, but simply die. Sam asked Lena if she was a zombie, because she had so much strength and great speed. The girl said that these were all her reflexes, which she had developed over the years. Sam was a little surprised at how quickly and easily she dealt with him, but he was rewarded with her character's game card, as well as the ability to quickly heal. They began to discuss how to use his unique body power, which is capable of resisting the zombie virus. The girl said that it is necessary to conduct a series of studies to understand how his body acts on the virus and create an antidote, or use the hero himself as an antidote. Meanwhile, her skin was the same human color, only a little pale, but her eyes began to turn red. Sam did not immediately notice these eyes and began to greet the girl and rejoice that she had come to her senses. But suddenly he still paid attention to her. Her essence demanded a man. She rushed at the hero to grab him, but he dodged and pushed her straight into the wall of the room. Lena shouted to Sam that Samantha was under the influence of the virus and they urgently needed to leave. But Sam did not want to leave the girl in this state because he already knew that his body was immune to the virus and he could try to save her. Lena said that until a full medical examination, they can only guess whether he is immune or not. Sam said that now is the best time to check it out, since he is not going to leave Samantha. He threw his clothes at the girl sitting on the floor to attract her with the smell of his body. She paid attention. The hero began to attract her with his charisma and athletic physique. He called her to him. And then the girl attacked him. He lay on the floor and did not resist, and the girl lay on top of him. Sam was ready to have fun and let the girl do what she needed so much. But nothing happened. The girl froze on him like a stone sculpture and did not move. It was clear that she was lost in thought and did not know how to behave. Lena said that if a girl has never tried to unite with a man during her life, then even in the guise of a zombie, she will not know how to do it. Sam didn't know what to do to make sure everything went according to his plan. The girl hid in a corner and did not approach the hero, but he tried with all his might to call her to him. He began to explain to the zombie girl that this was the only way he could try to help and return her to her human form. He told her not to worry because he would guide her. Samantha trusted the hero and began to follow his instructions. Lena watched what was happening in embarrassment. She saw that she was conducting an experiment under her control. Sam also received Samantha's game card. He achieved his goal. After the rescue ritual, the girl slept for several hours. At some point, she jumped up sharply on the bed and screamed that she didn't want to turn into a zombie. Lena and Sam informed her that she had been saved, and now the threat of turning into a zombie had passed. Samantha asked how this could be true if she remembered how the infection spread throughout her body. Lena said that Sam helped her turn into a human, and for this he sacrificed his body for her. The girl was embarrassed. The girl said she remembers attacking Sam. Sam acted as if it was difficult for him to remember what happened, and it was very difficult for him. The girl grabbed him by the collar of his t-shirt, and she told him not to pretend that something humiliating had been done to him, because he was the one who took advantage of the situation. The hero said that it was just a joke and there was no need to react so strongly to it. Samantha screamed. Her hand, which had been bitten by a zombie, began to hurt sharply. This hand suddenly reached towards the hero and tried to grab him. Samantha grabbed the hero between his legs. He was shocked by this development of events. He asked the girl what he was doing, but the girl answered in fear that she could not control her wounded hand. It moved on its own. Lena examined the girl and said that the virus had not yet completely left her body. Sam said that he had an idea on how to fix the situation and protect Samantha from the remaining virus. He called her with him into a separate room. Lena heard voices coming from behind the door, Samantha asking Sam why he would take off her clothes. Lena waited for the heavy breathing and moaning to stop. She did not understand what was happening behind the closed door. And then the hero appeared. He looked very joyful and said that he had succeeded. A new Samantha came out of the door. She looked like a fighter from a science fiction action movie. Her infected hand was in a metal glove. Sam said that he created this combat suit specifically for Samantha. It will be able to increase her strength and destroy the virus in her body. Lena asked who he was, that he could make such complex inventions. She was delighted with his skills, but Sam replied that he studied a little robotics. Sam decided to show what his super suit was capable of and pointed the gun at Samantha's chest. She was scared. She did not fully believe that the hero would shoot her point blank with a pistol. But the hero was determined. He was confident in his abilities and fired a shot. The bullet hit the girl right in the chest near the heart, and the shot knocked her slightly off balance. She remained unharmed, and the hero thought that she would now be grateful to him. Sam said that now she is not afraid of ordinary bullets, and accordingly, any blows that are weaker than a bullet. But Samantha did not look happy. It was clear that she was filled with anger. The girl grabbed the gun and stuck it in Sam's mouth, and said that if he shot her again, she would tear it apart with her new universal hand. Lena said that now is not the time to argue, because the world needs to be saved, and Sam is best suited for this. Samantha asked Lena what plan she had developed to save humanity. Sam, wiping his drool, also began to ask questions about how soon Lena would be able to develop an antidote. Lena said that it is high time to understand that the same thing should be done as was done with Samantha, since he is not only not susceptible to the virus, but can also treat people through close contact, then this must be done. Samantha said that first he needs to save 100 people who were part of the resistance unit and were infected. Now they are in quarantine. Sam's sweat dropped when he learned that spending time with 100 zombies was just the beginning of a mission to save the world. Lena said that he would not be able to save so many people with his body, so she needed to develop an antidote so that this virus could be destroyed en masse. Samantha asked Lena if she knew how to create an antidote, to which she replied that she was the best student at her university and also wrote a dissertation on the topic of viruses. But in addition to Sam's blood, she needed the source code of the virus. Samantha said that the source code couldn't be bought now, even on the black market, and asked where they could look for it. The source code was located in the Central City Laboratory, on the 3rd floor in room 308, Lena said. Lena said that she has a twin sister who participated in a secret project related to viruses and told her about it, and then disappeared. The hero told Lena not to worry and leave the investigation of her sister's disappearance to him. He will try to find traces of her presence in the laboratory. The girl said that she has already come to terms with the loss of her sister, because if she can stop the zombie apocalypse, then her sister did not live her life in vain. And if Lena manages to make an antidote, then she will not only save the world, but will also gain eternal fame and wealth. And he will also be able to become the chief physician of the hospital and stop obeying stupid bosses. Samantha was surprised by this answer. Sam and Samantha arrived at the laboratory. Many monsters were roaming around it. They understood that with so many zombies around, it would be difficult for them to get inside the building. But Sam, as always, came up with a brilliant plan. He was going to distract everyone so that his partner could get into the building unnoticed. He took off his t-shirt and invited all the zombies to try a small piece of fresh young meat. They could smell Sam's body and were very excited. Some of them shouted at him to stay where he was. Sam told Samantha that once he got away from them, he would meet her inside, and he sped up. He ran faster and faster and hurried the Walking Dead. He needed to take them as far as possible from the entrance to the building. When the zombies were distracted, Samantha ran as fast as she could towards the laboratory. She understood that Sam was now risking his life to save humanity, and she could not let him down. Sam, meanwhile, led several dozen zombie girls behind him. He decided to get on the bus so that the girls would follow him. When the last zombie entered the bus, Sam closed the doors, asking everyone to fasten their seatbelts and hold on to the handrails. Samantha watched this picture from the side and waited for him to free himself and join her. Sam knew that he needed to neutralize the zombies and save them if possible. Samantha watched the bus rock from side to side. The girls tried to climb out of the windows and asked for help. After a while, each of the girls stood and tried to breathe air. Sam did a good job. But Sam decided that once was not enough, because they still had not begun to turn back into people. Soon Sam left with a feeling of accomplishment. He felt a little hot because he had saved so many girls in a row. Samantha met him as he got off the bus, but he was surprised why she didn't take advantage of the time he'd bought especially for her. She replied that she could not get in because the doors were bulletproof. This once again confirmed for Sam that they were on the right track, because who would put such protection on an ordinary laboratory? He said it was worth trying out the equipment he made for Samantha. She replied that she did not yet know how to use the new metal hand. The hero said that she is directly connected to the brain, and if she imagines a weapon in her thoughts, her hand will turn into this weapon. The girl said that if this was such a joke, she would kill him. She began to concentrate on laser weapons, which were capable of opening a thick metal door like a tin can. The hand obeyed her. She felt how it was being rebuilt. And just minutes later, the door was almost opened by a laser beam of light. Samantha was delighted with what she could do with her new hand. But Sam said now is not the time to be surprised, because they are in danger. And indeed, the laboratory was filled with monsters. But they were a little different from those on the bus. Samantha said that these are stalker-level zombies, since they have been converted for a long time, and now they only want to kill. And they also have enormous power. Sam asked how many levels of zombies there were. The girl said that the most important division is between those who can still be saved, who have turned recently, and those who have already lost their minds. These zombies no longer hunt for the entire body of men, they only need their brains, and the one killed will not die in pleasure. Sam said that this was very good, and he would not be ashamed that he did not even try to save these. Samantha asked to underestimate the guy of these high-level monsters. They can cause a lot of trouble. Sam pulled out 2 huge pistols from the sacred stone, which have an unlimited number of cartridges and incredible killing power. He warned the monsters for the last time that he would shoot if they attacked him. But judging by the girls' growls, they did not hear him or did not understand him. And then Sam showed his skills in shooting a pistol and began hitting zombies with shots to the head. Thanks to his skills, Sam never missed and every shot hit the target. The girl understood that the weapon in the hero's hands was a non-standard pistol. Otherwise, the bullets would have bounced off the zombies like they were off a wall. While the girl was watching, they began to walk around her from behind. The zombie tried to use his long tongue to kill Samantha, but she already knew how to use her new arm and imagined a new weapon in her head. A sharp, double-sided, huge blade was preparing to meet the attacker. With a striking blow, Samantha overtook the enemy. Only once was enough. The attacker's body scattered in different directions, as did the blood that filled the entire space around. Samantha strikingly struck a winning pose. It was disgusting to feel dirty blood on my body. The hero said that the suit has a cleaning function and she can try it. The girl was again surprised by such technologies. She liked her costume more and more. Mechanical arms with brushes emerged from the suit and began cleaning. Sam said that these brushes could clean even the most hidden corners of her body and suit. The girl was embarrassed. She felt the cleaning work. Sam asked if she liked feeling such soft and gentle brushes on her body. The girl was embarrassed. She had just experienced a surge of pleasure on the battlefield. Suddenly, the ground began to shake underfoot. The building swayed from side to side. Something huge began to break out of the ground. The heroes began to worry about whether they could get out of this building alive. A huge, fat, purple monster of terrible size came out. Samantha said that there was no point in engaging in battle with this monster because their strengths were unequal. She suggested that they go in different directions and meet in room 308 after escaping. Sam did not come up with a better plan, but simply began to run away, wishing his partner good luck. But since the monster was also a female zombie, she began to catch up with the hero because only men attracted her. She ran very fast and the word man was heard in her growl. A new rescue plan could not be born in Sam's head out of fear. He simply ran as fast as he could. The monster was getting closer and closer with every second. The chances of escaping were disappearing before our eyes. A huge force leap smashed the floor to pieces. Due to the resulting chaos, the monster could not see where Sam had disappeared. Sam ran into some room and hid. He was very tired and understood that if he had not hidden, he would have been crushed like a cake. His gaze fell on the huge incubators. Perhaps someone was being raised in them. He began to look more closely at the incubators, trying to see what kind of animals were growing there. He was amazed that small children were being raised in the incubator. He didn't understand how they survived, because the zombie apocalypse had begun quite a long time ago. He came closer, wondering if he had found a holy place. But the child opened his eyes and turned his head towards the hero. And now he had already broken the glass and jumped straight at Sam. It happened very quickly, and the hero did not have time to jump away. The little zombie bit his hand. Before Sam had time to come to his senses, he heard the crash of other incubators and the glass shattered. And new little zombies crawled towards him. They wanted to play. Sam didn't know what to do right. They are children, but zombies, whether to kill or save, and whether it is even possible to save them. Sam decided to call a friend because he didn't know how to deal with children, and he needed help. And then she appeared, a beautiful girl. Irina appeared in front of the hero and was a little dumbfounded by such a sudden movement in space. She asked what help her beloved friend needed. Sam said that he would explain the whole situation to her later, but now he needs to deal with small children and laughed at the end. Irina said that she felt black energy from them, and they were no longer children, but terrible monsters. The girl began to use a spell to split black energy. The room was illuminated with light. The monsters began to dissolve in the sacred light, and children's crying was heard. Sam said that he was very glad to see her, thanked her for her help, and asked what she was wearing. The girl said that she was in the store and was choosing an outfit for herself, so that when he returned she would give him herself in this outfit. But suddenly she was called into this world. Sam said that he liked her gift and could accept it in advance, that is, right now. The girl asked if he had time now, because they were saving the world from evil. Suddenly, Sam's recently bitten hand suddenly began to hurt. Irina asked what was happening to him and how to help him. Sam said that he was probably infected with an infection that one of the little zombies gave him through a bite. Irina said that it was necessary to suck the poison out of his body to stop the spread of infection. Sam asked why suck out the poison if she knows many spells to neutralize the poison in the body. But the girl had already grabbed his hand and began to suck the poison out of the wound. Sam asked if it would harm her own body, since she could get infected too. The girl said that her body is immune to most poisons and toxins around the world. She looked into his eyes and suddenly her expression changed. Irina said that the wound on her hand was too small and that the poison needed to be sucked out from a more effective place. Sam didn't understand whether he and his charisma were to blame for what the girl had just proposed to do. Irina told the hero not to worry, she would be able to block the spread of the poison and save him. Sam was pleased to feel the poison leaving his body. The girl asked him to be careful next time and not expose himself to the bites of these creatures. Maggie and Siri stood and discussed the fact that Irina had disappeared and had been gone for a long time. They realized that Sam had called her and were jealous. Maggie asked Siri why he didn't call her, what happened the last time between them. The princess said that there was nothing wrong, she was just helping him solve a few problems. And then the younger sister burst into tears. She was upset that the hero did not call her, but Maggie said not to be upset, because she had never been called, unlike them. And then Irina appeared. Sweat flowed from her forehead, and she felt short of breath. Siri asked what they were doing with the hero. The girl could not answer, because she had poison from Sam's body in her mouth. The girls continued to ask questions, but Irina still could not answer. And so the girl swallowed the contents of her mouth, winced, and was able to answer. The poison stuck a little in my throat and I had to swallow a lot of liquid. Maggie approached Irina and smelled her breath. She licked her lips and remembered how she had already tasted this poison stored in the hero's body. The zombies continued to wander around the laboratory in search of the hero. He felt much better, his arm no longer bothered him, and the release of the poison really helped. The zombies ran towards the hero to grab him. They surrounded and prepared to eat the brain. But suddenly they were torn apart by an incredible force. Sam felt a surge of strength throughout his body, and most of all in his recently wounded arm. Sam thought that he shouldn't have thought about how to get rid of the poison earlier, especially since it was connected with his main game skill of charisma. Next, Sam saw a gaming artifact in the form of a stone on the floor. Apparently, it was very expensive and emitted a lot of magical energy, which is of little use to him in this game world. He decided to exchange the artifact for something more useful for this mission. Meanwhile, Samantha continued to run away from the hordes of zombies chasing her. She tried to fight, but they did not end. Every minute there were more and more of them, and she had to run. While running away, she tripped and fell. She no longer had time to recover and start running. The zombies were advancing. Like a friend, a grenade flew over the crowd of zombies. A monstrous explosion lit up the room, red liquid from the zombie bodies flying in all directions. As the smoke cleared, Samantha wondered who had saved her. She peered into the smoke, and a new batch of zombies was already approaching. A hero appeared. In his hands, he held a huge machine gun, and over his shoulder hung a belt of large caliber cartridges. He told the girls to bend down, and he began, without releasing the trigger, to release the entire clip towards the walking dead. Several hundred bullets were fired towards the zombies. The machine gun cooled down and the haze dissipated. The zombies had no chance to withstand so many shots. They lay dead on the floor. Sam placed another light stone in the piggy bank for the game inventory. Sam knew that these stones would still be useful to him, because they were so expensive in the game store. Samantha asked where he got the machine gun, since he did not carry it with him from the shelter. Sam said that he found it in the laboratory on the floor above. The girl noted that if there is such a weapon, then not everything is so simple with this building and the experiments that were carried out here. Sam said that the owners of this complex clearly knew that their experiment was not so safe, so they had a weapons warehouse. The girl asked if Sam wanted to say that the zombie apocalypse was not an accident, and it was all planned in advance. The hero replied that he could not say this for sure, but they were already near room 308, and now they would be able to find answers to their questions. So they approached the desired room and prepared to enter. Samantha said she would cover for him, but he still had to be careful. The door was not closed, and Sam pulled the handle. The door opened. When the door opened completely, the trap was triggered and the rope broke. A dozen sharp blades flew at the hero at great speed. Thanks to good reaction and physical preparation, the hero managed to dodge the flying knives. He thought that the defense had been passed and the path was clear, but he felt the cold muzzle of a pistol pressing against his temple and the trigger being pulled down. Sam asked not to shoot at him because he did not come here to steal something. A small copy of Lena, a girl with a double-barreled shotgun, lowered it and said that if he was not a zombie, she would not harm him. Sam said that he really wasn't a zombie and thanked her for her prudence. Samantha asked why the girl looked like Lena's younger sister if she said that she had a twin sister. The girl asked if they really knew her sister Lena. Sam heard from Lena that her sister was dead, and so he decided that it was a small zombie, like he saw in the incubator, only a little older. The sister did not like how the hero decided to test her humanity. She told Sam that if he didn't stop, her gun would help clear his head somewhere outside his head. Sam began to say that they got here on a tip from her sister, who told about the source code that was needed for the antidote. The sister said in disappointment that Lena only wanted information, not to save her sister. The girl said that her name is Inga, and she has long been holding the defense of this room from a zombie attack. Samantha told Inga that her sister Lena was sure that the girl was dead. Inga said that her sister does not think that she is dead, but wishes it. Sam asked why Inga is so small if she should look exactly like Lena. Inga said that it was due to an incorrectly prepared antidote. It reduced her body in size and made her look like this. Sam drew attention to Inga's chest and asked if she thought that some parts of her body still remained as adults. She replied that her breasts also became 3 times smaller than they were. Sam was shocked by this information. He imagined what she looked like before her body was shrunk, and he began to drool. But Samantha quickly brought him to his senses with a blow to the head from a mechanical hand. Inga said that from childhood she surpassed her sister in everything: studies, relationships, career. She said that if Sam helped her, then she would allow him to enjoy her body not only in his dreams. Sam said she didn't think well of him and he was going to help her not because she offered him her body in return. Samantha didn't know what to say to this because she had already studied the hero and knew that Inga's proposal was a hit on target. Sam said that he could not refuse the girl and asked how he could help her. She replied that her goal should be his goal too, because the antidote would restore her to her former appearance, and he would be pleased. Samantha asked how Inga plans to make the antidote and what it will take. She replied that to create it, she needed her mother's zombie genes, which she didn't have last time. She said that there were 3 very first experimental subjects in whose bodies the infection was placed. They became the first zombies. Sam asked where the 3 were now and what to do. Inga said that all the necessary information is stored on the computer, but it is under a password, and if you enter the wrong password again, the computer will self-destruct. Sam asked what password options there might be and where to look for answers. The password for the computer is Lena's birthday, but for some reason Inga does not remember this date. Samantha asks how the password associated with Lena ended up on this computer. The password was set by Lena's father, who was one of the creators of the project. He said about the password a moment before he died from an infection that he himself created. Sam asked how she could not know this date because it was impossible. The girl said that a long time ago she decided to forget everything that once connected them because she always tried to offend her as a child. The hero asked why she had not yet gone to her sister and asked her date of birth. If this is so important for humanity, or because of childhood grievances, she decided to die and kill everyone. The girl said that she could not go out all this time because in addition to the zombies, there was a Class B zombie walking around the building who would crush them all and not even wince. Sam said that he wants to make explosives, but he needs materials for this. Inga said that there were explosives, but in order to destroy the zombies of rank B, they needed to be detonated at close range. Sam said that he was a man and could attract her as close as possible. A huge zombie was wandering around the building, carrying in his hand the corpse of a young, recently turned zombie. Sam began to call her to him. She heard a man's voice and became interested. He called upon her using the charisma skill so that she would lose her head, literally and figuratively, as quickly as possible. The huge monster rushed towards Sam, but he did not move. The zombie grabbed the hero tightly with both hands, but something went wrong. It turned out that it was a shadow clone created using magic. This clone held a huge explosive charge inside. There was an explosion, fire, and blood scattered in different directions. And another magical artifact from the collection of the most expensive ones fell out of the monster. Sam took it and was glad that his plan worked exactly as intended. The girls discussed the hero, saying that despite the fact that he is full of secrets, he can be trusted. He is a good person. The heroes got into the car and headed to Lena, who was waiting for them in her hospital. When they returned, they said that they had good news for her. Samantha asked Sam to be quiet, as she noticed that Lena was resting. Lena was indeed sleeping on the sofa in her office. She was not wearing a robe, and her skirt had ridden up so that her pink underwear was visible. Sam said that they need to wake her up quickly and ask her date of birth, because it is very important. Inga said that she can endure this until the morning, because she is also tired and is not going to look for an antidote today. Very strange sisters, Samantha thought. Meanwhile, Sam again felt pain in his arm. Sam said it was the virus getting the better of him again. Samantha asked what should be done to help him. Sam said that he knows one way that has already helped him, but for this he needs to find several recently turned zombies so that he can get closer to them. The girl said that he destroyed all the zombies in this building, and now they will not find zombies. Sam asked Samantha to help him, but she replied that her battle suit would not allow her to do so. Sam replied that this suit has everything covered for situations when she needs to go to the toilet, or for such an emergency as now, there is a button on the back of her neck to rebuild the suit. Samantha pulled her hand behind her neck and felt the button there and pressed it. And indeed, all her private parts were freed from the costume. She was embarrassed, because in her memory, this was the first time Sam saw her without clothes. Sam placed Samantha near the bed where Lena was sleeping, placed her upper body on the bed, and began to work on releasing the virus from her body. Lena was fast asleep and did not hear the heavy breathing of Samantha, who was covering her mouth with a blanket. Sam asked her to be patient so that loud noises would not wake Lena. Sam enjoyed the process. Samantha sighed heavily. She felt good and at the same time ashamed that she had become just a toy. He released the poison from his body directly into Samantha. She felt the zombie poison fill her body, and for a split second, she began to act like a monster. And she even bit Sam on the shoulder through his clothes. He said that he is not against such games and it even turns him on. The girl apologized. She did not understand how a strange force took over her consciousness. Sam said it was okay, but if she wanted to make amends, she could do it. Samantha said that she thought Dr. Lena was awake and could hear everything. Sam said that everything was fine, and she was sleeping like a baby because she was tired after all this time. He noticed her gorgeous form and thought that he wouldn't mind trying to leave his poison on two girls at the same time. In fact, Lena was not sleeping, but she was embarrassed to admit it and disturb these two. It was still dark early in the morning. Sam meditated, tuning his internal energy so that in an emergency, he could quickly use one or another technique. He didn't know what he had to do next, because the salvation of the world was at stake and his mind had to be sober. To begin with, he decided to go for a walk, to be alone with his thoughts. Suddenly, he saw a girl, thought it was Dr. Lena, and decided to go to her and ask what to do next. He came up from behind and hugged her. He decided to tease her. But I realized that something was wrong. The girl was bigger than Sam. He asked her when she got so big. She said that this is also the effect of the wrong antidote for the virus. Sam realized that it was not Lena, but Inga, whose body took on a small and then a large form. The girl said that this is normal. Her body is constantly changing in size, and nothing can be done about it until she creates an antidote to the virus. The girl said that if he told her the secret of his resistance to the virus, she would reward him. Sam said he doesn't know why, but his body is rejecting the virus. That is, after infection, it is enough for him to release the infection through another male opening in order to return to normal, Inga asked. The girl said that she was not against providing him with such help so that he would stay alive as long as possible. While they were talking, Lena came up from behind. She asked Inga how it happened that she was still alive. Inga asked whether her sister was more disappointed that the guy she liked was trying to establish contact with her sister or that her sister was still alive. Sam asked the girls to be more friendly because they are relatives. Two girls attacked him. It seemed like he could die at any second due to his unsolicited comments. Inga said that there was no point in sorting things out and asked Lena to tell her date of birth in order to unlock her father's computer. There was a photo of one of the sisters on the computer. Lena asked if her father said that this was the date of her birth. Inga said that he simply said about the date, and she concluded that this was the date of birth of his beloved daughter. Sam listened to the sisters' conversation and understood that it would be incredibly difficult to reconcile them. Lena said that what surprises her more than her father's death is that Inga doesn't remember her date of birth. Lena said that, unlike her sister, she remembers her birthday and reached for the computer. Inga tried to stop her, saying that she needed to enter Lena's date of birth and that there was only one chance left to enter the password. Lena said that she herself knows what she is doing and there is no need to interfere. She entered the expected password. It was Inga's date of birth. A photograph appeared on the computer screen of two sisters standing next to their father. Inga was shocked that the password was her date of birth, and not her sister's. Lena said that as a child, she had the wrong impression about their father's attitude towards his daughters, because he treated her so warmly so that Lena would not feel inferior compared to Inga. One day, Lena heard her father say that he considered Inga a genius who would change the world. Inga had tears in her eyes. She didn't know that all this time she had been thinking badly about her loved ones in vain. When she calmed down, she said that even if this was all true, it did not cancel the difficulties she faced in childhood. Lena said that she was not interested in her speculations, and now it was only important to find the first experimental subjects and create an antidote. All data on the 3-0 patients was blocked. Everyone was surprised by this. Inga did not expect anything else from her father. After all, this information cost him a lot. They would have to wait at least 48 hours to unlock it. Sam was only happy about this. They could rest, and in the future a serious battle would await them. To his words, the eldest added that there was a good healing bath here. She was definitely hinting at something. Our hero immediately realized what Mrs. Inga was hinting at. He would be happy to receive help from such a beauty. Lena clenched her fists because Sam was planning something bad with his sister, perhaps some kind of obscenity. Not even a second had passed, Sam began to deny his words, calling the previous dialogue a joke. He was very scared and decided to run away before he was cut to pieces, adding that the sisters should talk to each other. The eldest could not believe that her Lena could be as greedy for handsome men as a vulgar woman. A smoldering cigarette scattered clouds of smoke, and the beauty tried with all her might to convince her that she didn't say that she liked Sam, and that she could do whatever she wanted. But Lena herself was going to bed. The girl was very glad that her sister took away all the most valuable things throughout her childhood, but here everything will be the other way around. Meanwhile, Brother Sam found the very bath that Inga spoke about, but she did not say that it would be so magnificent. While the girls were arguing among themselves, and post-apocalyptic life was seething outside the window, the hero was trying with all his might to enjoy the bath. His optimism came to an end when he realized that he had no one to share this giant bath with. But this is not a problem at all, as long as you have a lot of cards with beauties at hand, who will always come to the rescue in difficult times like now. Suddenly his hand slipped, and apparently his choice would fall on everyone's beloved Maggie. He was wary that the card might get wet underwater, which is good. After the card fell, our beauty came out, looking different. We don't remember her like that at all. In such attire, she was truly beautiful, and besides, she was glad that it was her turn. He was as shocked as we were, but he happened to meet a gorgeous girl instead of the usual Meg. But she had no time for that at all. She said that she might be offended if he chose only his sister Siri and Irene. Until now, he could not move away from the spectacle before his eyes, and finally asked how long ago she decided to change her image. Truly a goddess, I can't stop admiring these curves and shapes. Well, let's get to the point. In fact, she just decided to try something new. But he doesn't like it. He scratched his lips and asked if she herself had noticed anything strange just below. The view from below made her breathe harder, but it was true that at first she did not pay attention to Sam Jr. Without further ado, she began to approach the handsome man to do something most incredible. While she was enjoying the bath and more, a girl entered the bath and called out to him. And here is our Inga. She was so prepared for this meeting that she already inflated the circle and found a suitable swimsuit. Not even a second has passed, and she's already jumping like a bomb into the water, and Sam doesn't understand what she's doing here or what outfit she's wearing. Little by little, she approached him and asked why she couldn't swim in such a cool bathroom. In response, she received strange moans from him. She had nothing more to say to him. She really hoped that her boyfriend didn't do anything bad to himself. Maggie's techniques made it more and more difficult for him. Without thinking, he said that he liked the adult version of Inga better. She didn't like these words, since she was going to prove that all her conditions were ideal. Sam was about to give up. He was at the limit, and the nurse was closer and closer. There was a giant explosion that shocked the big sister beyond belief. 2 days have already passed since that awkward situation. Data on the first patients should have already been unblocked. Their first target will be a beautiful professor with blood type 0, height 167 centimeters, with a compatibility with the virus of more than 90%, weighing 48 kilograms, and her name is Lisa. Sam was surprised that their first patient 0 was a teacher and such a beautiful one. Inga previously knew Lisa since she herself became a volunteer in order to receive sponsorship for the treatment of students, but she did not even dare to expect that she would be chosen. It was then that the hero asked where they would look for her, where she thought she might be. She immediately said that the new experimental subjects could have had many side effects, in which they continued their activities. All this leads to the fact that she probably remained at her home job, and that's where they will look for her. Samantha was charged with unshakable energy, since they knew where to go, so there was no time to run. Sam noticed her energy. Something about her breathing was too heavy. Her eyes were red, which was definitely wrong with her. Suddenly, she attacked the hero. He realized that she was having another attack, but how could that be? He healed her himself. The brother was not happy that the sisters were standing aside and not paying attention to what was happening here. Lena responded by saying that the ferocious Samantha still had the virus in her body, but it was dead, which means nothing bad would happen to her, only one thing. There is only one thing he should do, and that is to help her every time when she needs it. Well, if so, he cannot refuse either her or them after all. Everything is for the sake of saving humanity. There was only one thing that worried him, and that was that the extra spectators were too extra after all. It was very awkward. Inga instantly came up with excuses. She seemed to need to consider the whole process in order to go deeper into it. For Lena, everything is simple. This is her office, and everyone should leave here except her. Samantha couldn't argue with anyone. Her animal instinct wanted only one thing. Even if he agreed, the brother could not calm himself down and remove his excitement. The girl didn't like the way her partner was moving at all, and besides, he was blocking the whole view. He was furious. What is this? Inga has become an operator. Could someone help with this? Still, Samantha is in such a state that she cannot be restrained so easily. Lena noticed this as just a reason to join in. Even her cheeks shone. What a girl's. Inga also did not tolerate such bad work and immediately sent her sister to be devoured by a monster, a bed monster. But she didn't expect at all to be waiting on this couch, and yet he only asked her to help him. Initially, everything was going well. As soon as he finished with Samantha, he moved on to the second one, and she was just happy. The brother will always find a reason to cleanse the body of his partners. What could happen to them if not him? Inga was amazed by this experiment. She was able to obtain so much necessary information. 2 hours passed and 2 were knocked out. Time after time, the bed monster wins in unequal conditions. He did this to the girls, and now he says how he was exhausted and went out to get some air. Here, his peace was disturbed by the eldest, who from the very beginning thought that he would not be able to hook Lena. This is all a long story, so they will have to go with Samantha to find patient 0, how he can help her in an emergency. She said that if he begged her on his knees, she would volunteer and go with him. But how so, he asked. Why did he need such a little thing? It's better not to joke with her like that, but it's better to keep your mouth shut. This little thing can shoot off eggs. There will be nothing to fight with. By her actions, she showed that even in such a body, she was capable of strangling a healthy man. Here the hero was not so brave and asked her to stop, since the gun might fire. The bullet flew out of the muzzle with lightning speed and broke the cup, without thereby injuring Brother Sam. She blew the smoke out of the barrel, telling him that instead of chattering in vain, he would have just taken her with him. He has nothing to say here, he has no choice, so he is given only one answer, yes. The night passed, and near the academy the life of the dead was seething, standing very strangely in one heap. And the strange thing is that in all parts of the world with zombies, they wandered around and each took their own place. And not like here. The same thing was noticed by the brother, who himself often noticed that they would walk far from each other. She had an answer to this. The fact is that the mind of the experimental sample, so to speak, the mother, wants to return to the past, and the zombies themselves fall under its control and obey her. Sam thought they would need to sneak into the locker room and steal patient zero. Everything is not so simple. Inga said that if they disturb the peace of the main mind, this entire hive will cause destruction, as it senses a threat. Just in time, an unfamiliar zombie almost snuck into the territory, whom they would not let in to take his mother's place. As soon as a zombie entered the territory, everyone headed towards him, and this was only because their chips were half the price of other academies. This shocked the handsome man, since if they twitched, they would create a fuss that would ruin the whole plan. That's when she suggested approaching the matter wisely, coming up with a more reasonable plan. Meanwhile, a certain female voice said anxiously whether the two of them would be caught doing this. These were two zombie girls who decided, out of necessity, to create one during their studies. Suddenly, Sam intervened in their affairs, who noticed that these two were engaged in such horror, and if anyone noticed, he asked. One of the dead noticed a handsome face in him, which immediately made her flare up. She jumped on him and offered to meet him. She won't always meet the most handsome guy in the world. He was surprised that this generation does this when they are not in a relationship, but when they see handsome men, they jump on them. Just a few moments and the girls rest on the ground. Apparently, they had a hard time. For that, he was able to find clothes for himself and Inge, which would become camouflage for them for the first time. But as soon as he looked down at the little one, he was shocked by her strange appearance, which clearly gave her away. For her, this was not a problem. For mindless zombies, it would do just fine and wouldn't hurt in any way. And besides, they had completed the first and easiest part of the plan. Then they headed to the classroom where our target, Lisa, was teaching, who was drawing something on the board. The zombie professor warned her students that they should listen to her, as the topic would not be easy. In response, she received an unfortunate moo, which endlessly swept throughout the office. Sam asked his partner if she knew why their target was teaching zombies, a teacher of the dead. Scary. According to the beauty, Lisa is a mother's mind and sees all the girls in the audience completely differently. This is roughly how she sees all the students, whose smiles shine and their skin shimmers in the light. She was not at all happy with those two scoundrels, since they disrupted her lesson, and this is disrespect for the teacher. Her words were followed by a surprise chalk attack. They had better dodge, otherwise it wouldn't bode well for them. He suspected this was a great danger. What could happen to him if he collided with the chalk at point-blank range? Fortunately, he managed to avoid the blow, but it only hit a neighbor behind her, who almost flew off her chair. He was horrified. Somehow he immediately turned pale, because he realized that this teacher could easily kill. Meanwhile, the lesson was over, and she was about to go to her office, saying that she would be waiting for the talkers. Lisa left the office, and Sam realized that this would be the perfect opportunity for him to get all the bodily fluids from patient zero. Only Inga warned him that he could not use force against her, as this would put the entire academy on notice. Everything led to the fact that he would have to make Mrs. Elizabeth fall in love with him in order to achieve his goal. According to the little one's first plan, everything should have gone so that she would warm the heart of the cold queen with her cute little face. In his vision, he saw all the delights of this plan, how Professor Lisa would personally teach him additional classes. He hit the table with his hand and screamed that he couldn't play with the feelings of his dear teacher. But still, he apologized to Mrs. Elizabeth in advance that he was doing this only for the sake of saving humanity. Only Inga knows how, at the moment when he gathered his courage and imagined all the delights, to say that she also has a second plan. He won't need this plan. After some time, she herself will see his triumphant return. Silence and disorder reigned in the teachers' rooms. Clearly, there had been no one here for a long time, or no one intelligent. During her work, Lisa constantly thought about how nervous she was becoming. She probably didn't have enough of a man at hand, she said. Before entering, student Sam introduced himself to her and said that he had come for a conversation. Meanwhile, she reminded him of the rules, which state that students can start relationships, but they do not dare disrupt classes. He, of course, understood everything and said that this was not his girlfriend, and he loved someone completely different. For the godlike beauty of the professor, it doesn't matter that he likes someone there. She only cares about his knowledge. But he didn't want to retreat. He suddenly grabbed her tender hand like a silk veil. And finally he said these words, "I like you, Professor." His aggressive flirting technique should work. But it didn't bother her at all. She pulled her hand away from him and said, "Firstly, I'm your teacher. And secondly, I don't like those who don't study in class. He answered with lightning speed that he studied her subject with a heart full of joy and put his soul into knowledge so that he knew all her words. She's seen people like this more than once. Since this is the case, then solve the tasks I personally compiled, and we'll check what you're capable of, she said. Sitting down in front of the assignment form, he asked if he solved everything. He would deserve a kiss. She decided that he would at least start. Somehow she was flattered by this, since this had never happened to her before, but she cannot be fooled by her face alone. Yes, she is still a teacher. Meanwhile, Sam was much more worried. The sweat of despair was dripping from his forehead, and in his head, he did not understand what kind of questions they were. How could this be higher mathematics? Suddenly he remembered about a system in which he could buy whatever he wanted for points. He asked Archimedes, Gauss, Descartes, Lagrange, Pythagoras, and all the outstanding mathematicians of all time to give him knowledge. Now these problems are just baby talk for him. It's not for nothing that he sped up so much when he started writing. Lisa was speechless. Her magnificent eyes became wider and wider as she saw his unsurpassed speed. He stood up confidently and handed her all her assignments, which definitely surprised her. She had never met such a mind. He literally exceeded all her expectations by several heads. The speed was incredible, and everything was right. She couldn't recover from what she saw, but he grabbed her and pressed her lips with his lips, and then they came together. The heroine immediately flared up from this. Her body did not obey her. She could not even push him away from her. Why can't I refuse a kiss? What draws me to him, she asks. Can I really say no to such a smart man? The brother was already hinting at a future together, in which new minds of humanity would be born from their genes. She couldn't do everything so quickly. She was not yet ready for such an important step in life. But he no longer listened to her. He only needs one thing, and that is the goal of saving people or something else. Then students knocked on the door and had some questions specifically for Professor Lisa. She realized that her Sam needed to hide, as the students might suspect them. The hero was furious. What questions could zombies have? How difficult it is to save this world, he said. Two zombie students entered the office and came to her with a very important question. How she understands them remains a secret, but they wanted to understand what they did not understand in the last lesson. She immediately decided to get to work with the girls. Well, what questions do you have? She asked. Under the table, he wondered how powerful she was, what she could do to take over everything here with her mind. But you can't focus yourself only on this, and it came to his mind that he would try his new technique. While a fellow student was doing something with her downstairs, she was explaining an important topic to the girls with great diligence. His technique worked properly, and every emotion imaginable was depicted on her face. The girls became very interested in what was happening to their teacher. Meanwhile, our hero tickled her heels through her tights, thinking that although she was a zombie, she was still sensitive. She tried with all her might to understand to the students that she was just a little unwell today, but her body was trembling, and she couldn't say a word without moaning and groaning. The heat filled her. In this state, she could not work and told the girls to go, and they would deal with the topic tomorrow. Then the beauties came out of the teacher's room and wished the professor all the best, which she deserved. Here she lowered her gaze towards Sam, not understanding what he was doing there. He responded by saying that her legs were too gorgeous. He simply could not resist, and reminded her that she should become his girlfriend, according to the terms of the bet. In the depths of her heart, she understood that she could not meet with the student, no matter how good he was, and came up with a new test for him, where he had to be not only a thinker, but also a soldier. It will be done, he said. You just need to come to the gym. I will wait for you there. I will show my best sides. Then he decided to leave anyway, saying that she was obliged to come to him. Following him, she screamed that she would not come anywhere, even though he would beg her on his knees. All this time, Inga was waiting for him at the entrance to find out how the process was going and whether there were any problems. He replied that everything was normal, and for the sake of saving humanity, he was ready to do anything that was hard to believe in. She confirmed my words. She would never have believed what he was doing in the name of the common good. Later, the brother said that he wanted to return the heroine to her previous appearance, which seemed more true to her. And in the teacher's room, Lisa couldn't get this meeting out of her head. She was thinking that a second ago, she said that she wouldn't go anywhere, and now she doubts it. How can she be strong? Be an example. She looked into the sports building, where the light was burning in the glass. This could not mean anything other than that he had come. Time passed, and the clock hands were dipping towards night. The sun went below the horizon, and all living things were preparing for sleep. Even at this time, the Ice Queen worked tirelessly, and more than 6 hours had already passed. Again, she looked out the window, where she saw the building and the light was still burning in it. What a misfortune. She entered the hall with a roar and screamed, and asked if her student Sam was still there. Looking into the depths of the hall, Lisa was greatly surprised by what she saw, as if she had not expected anything like this. And here you are, Elizabeth. I knew that you would come. What kind of test will you come up with now for me to become your man? This chatterbox kept saying endlessly. She picked up a nearby basketball and challenged him to shoot 100 three-pointers. He smiled arrogantly and said that it would not be easy, but for her sake he was ready to cut down mountains. Then she tossed the ball and announced the prize, whatever he wanted from her. But deep down, she understood that even Stephen Curry was not capable of this. In fact, he has been secretly training for 2 years and can show something very interesting. But it's true, his dribbling of the ball is very good, but he can still demonstrate something. He acted like a child in front of his classmate, who was ashamed when he told her to turn on the music. Here she did not understand at all what dancing had to do with it, and whether it could be called dancing. Meanwhile, he threw the 13th ball in a row. So far, everything is going well. At this rate, the victory will be in his hands. The 14th ball also flew into the hoop perfectly, like NBA players. Another throw, only from behind, and once again he misses. 88th three-pointer, and he doesn't even strain, scoring balls with all parts of his body. Victory was his, the 100th hit out of 100. Our hero again fulfilled the professor's conditions. It was not easy for him, as if he had fought with a crowd of zombies near the academy. After this feat, she was seized by a blow to her heart, which beat more and more often. She can already imagine their spring, when the cherry blossoms are in bloom, pink leaves creeping along the tiles of the sidewalks as she and Sam walk hand in hand. This feeling of youth and stupidity overwhelmed her, a feeling of awakened and stormy passion. Am I really young again? Can I walk hand in hand with a handsome young man again and imagine a future together? Lisa asks. The brother noticed how she looked thoughtfully into space and asked why she was so thoughtful. She did not hesitate and laid out everything that she would like to go to the academy with him, watch films, swim in the same bathroom in a hotel, and imagine a future together. He noticed well that she was very worried, and in this state she said everything that was on her mind. Lisa embarrassedly turned her gaze away and said with a trembling voice that everything was completely different. The handsome man approached her and reminded her of her promise. After all, he completed his 100 three-pointers. Now it's her turn. The main thing for her is that none of the teachers and students find out about this. Only one thing, but this, however, turned out to be that she did not know whether he cared about the age difference, because she would grow old while he became an adult. It was then that he covered her mouth with his finger, hinting that she would never say such a thing. Everything is so, for him she is like wine. Every year she only becomes more beautiful, and with him she will always feel like she was 18. Suddenly, a zombie scream echoed in the academy courtyard, which only Lisa understood. She looked to the side and said that there were screams and calls for help, but Sam obviously didn't hear anything and asked if she was mistaken. The heroine jumped out of bed and ran to help the kids. Only in the depths of his soul, Sam realized that he had not heard anything. There was commotion on the street. The girls were running as fast as they could while someone was chasing them. One of the girls was caught in chains by an unknown person. What will await our hero? The hunt for the students was led by the zombie director, who during her lifetime loved to bully her students. This fate carried over into this state. Lisa couldn't believe her words. The director of her academy was mocking her students. What a horror. Before her eyes, everything looked exactly like this. Only she had to take off her rose-colored glasses. And she will see this horror. She lost so much time teaching brainless creatures who cannot even utter a word. The truth appeared before her. She had not seen it like that and spent so much time. Am I really not a person? She asks herself. The big man continued to beat the student, repeating that the mother's mind is strong, but she absorbed it. Before she could think about how to find a new target for punishment, she threw the chain at the professor. There was no face on her. Fear took over her, and she could not escape this attack. Only she must not forget about her lover, who will always come to help in difficult times. The director does not waste time and catches those who fall into her hand. There will be a professor, he will take her. There will be a handsome, handsome man, he will take him. She threw his blade aside. There would be no pity for him, no matter how beautiful he was. This fat girl wanted the same thing as all the zombie girls. They all only wanted to merge with him. He didn't want to have anything to do with such a monster, and immediately said that she was a walking bacon that no one would need. And then came a strong blow to the stomach, which clearly did not do much damage to her. The hand seemed to penetrate into the dough, which did not resist him at all. The director will not tolerate the fact that some student resists her. She will upset him and expel him into the bargain. Brother Handsome was in great danger under the shadow of a giant third-rank monster who wanted to merge with her. Then came a blow from Lisa, who shocked with her abilities. Sam knows who to cross blades with. He was amazed at the strength of his partner. There was nothing even to say. The zombie's teacher was able to throw such a carcass far, and for a long time, The enemy will not be happy about this. She doesn't hesitate, just a couple of seconds to come to her senses and direct her attack at her. The hero was bleeding, but could not stop admiring the goddess Elizabeth, who shook the earth. Our Scarlet Witch is magnificent, her beauty is incomparable, and her character is just a plague, just something. Her gaze shone with ruby. She didn't care who her students were, people or zombies, she would always protect them and would not give them offense. As soon as she pulled the chain, it broke into its components. The warrior in heels rushed again at the director, while she was not expecting unmatched speed. The power was simply amazing. One good attack and she was sent flying. The impact left a strong dent, which made the evil headmistress furious. The fat woman tried with all her might to make it clear to her that these were not her students. These were not the kids who sat at their desks and listened to her in class. These are monsters who were ready to do anything to fulfill the needs of the unfortunate virus. She had nothing to answer, to which she remained silent, but the old woman spoke the truth, and only the truth. But she didn't want to stop. She continued to tell her that she was just deceiving herself. That attack was followed by the mass imprisonment of female students in chains, all of whom became slaves to the headmistress. Her face was filled with rage. She growled that she didn't care about her primordial virus. According to her, the whole school, all the students, they are all here to feed her, to give her new strength. This strength is too magnificent. Rose-colored glasses made her see the kind director, but as soon as the fat woman showed her true face, she changed her mind. She understood what the headmistress's attitude was towards the students, towards her dear and beloved students. The heroine will not forgive and get away with this. It is not for nothing that she put such power into her blows. The fight heats up, the headmistress receives blow after blow, and each one makes her fly in different directions. The fat woman is not at all concerned about pain, but on the contrary, she is sure that with her new strength, there is no one to defeat her. Only she's not alone and didn't say anything like that, Lisa says in response to the arrogant headmistress. Immediately after these words, a hero appeared behind him, concentrating his power into his hand. The handle of the legendary Hammer of Light appeared in his hands, which should bury the undead 6 feet. And so it turned out, just one blow shook the ground and turned the street into ruins. The woman covered her face with her hands to protect herself from the dust that rose above them. He still finds it difficult to use the hammer, as it takes too much strength from him. Then, he fell headlong onto Elizabeth's ample chest, and she didn't even have time to understand what had happened to him. A familiar voice appeared behind her, telling her that he had passed out from exhaustion. This friend turned out to be a little girl, who said that only the professor could help him. She was surprised how exactly only she could help the boy, how it should be done. She hinted that in her blood, there are maternal cells that feed the zombies with energy, and the boy is just partially infected with the virus. Well then, how can I help him? What should I do? What should I do with him? Lisa asked over and over again. She came closer and began to whisper what and how to help him. It was immediately clear what she began to explain there. She screamed that she had never done anything like this, and she didn't understand at all how and what to do. The girl was completely disappointed. Well, so be it. She will help her with this. Time passed, and Lisa was only wearing a shirt, but she was not at all prepared for what awaited her. She asked Inga how she and he could do this if he was unconscious. She replied that it was so, but he felt everything. Since everything is so, then she is ready to do anything to save him, she said, and looked at him burdened. The little one rolled up the folder and began to scream, pointing out what the professor should do, and she should start with a kiss full of love. She screamed, because she didn't like the fact that they were in such a place and in such a situation, and Inga was sitting there like a director of a dubious movie. Then, of course, she moved her face closer to the hero, her whole body glowing with anticipation for this moment. And so their tongues intertwined, the situation became more and more awkward. The handsome man and the teacher, fate will bring them together. Only she didn't quite understand what had happened. Their tongues intertwined, although he was unconscious. She almost started another kiss, not understanding why he still hadn't opened his eyes. According to her, this could be explained by an ordinary reflex, like when you hit your knee, you need to move on to the next step. Not even a moment had passed before the screams and sighs of the dear professor began to be heard from the office. 2 hours passed, and only then our zero patient was exhausted after a stormy time. Inga was inspired by her, just like the mother's cells. She was about to leave the restroom, but finally she added that she had done a very good job, and he should be just fine. The teacher crossed herself and prayed that everything would be exactly as her friend said. Then she entered Sam's room, where he lay motionless. She had nothing to say to him. Just as suddenly, she kicked him in the head so that he would stop pretending. He smiled and thanked her for helping him, and not telling him that he was conscious. Then he asked how things were with bodily fluids. "I didn't waste my time," she said, and pulled out a flask with that liquid. adding that mother cells are amazing in their effect. She injected just a little and said that just a couple of cells could result. They can lead to such a stunning effect that turns her from a little girl into a first-class beauty. He felt embarrassed by this, which made him remember the agreement. Well, if he found samples of the mother's cells. Inga noticed his incredible pressure. She didn't mind. That's how she got excited. She didn't understand at all how he could cope with her if he had just finished with Lisa. And he is full of power, telling her to never say such a thing to a man again. He was only too glad to accept the challenge of such a beauty and immediately called the system for help. A mysterious bottle appeared in his hands, which, according to statistics, should return all the strength to our hero. He was not going to hesitate and began to swallow the liquid with particular greed. He drank to the last drop of this life-giving water, which should give him a lot of strength. Incredibly, the power overwhelmed him. He even undressed after that. There was too much energy. Inga was inflamed when she saw such a sight, and she couldn't believe her eyes, saying that it was scientifically impossible. The brother brazenly replied that the girl was constantly changing her shape and was telling him something about science. She couldn't stand it any longer. Inga wanted to quickly carry out such a large-scale experiment, since she had never done anything like this before. In fact, the hero did not expect her to do this for the first time, but still asked how she liked this experiment. These questions infuriated her, and she asked him not to spoil her mood, but rather even say who is better, she or Lena. He couldn't say so directly, but if she agreed with her sister, he would compare in real time. The idea was great, she said, and asked if the reason he was recovering so quickly was because he had become infected. But this was not so important. The heroine ran to the window and noticed something terrifying, then called Sam. As it turned out, all the girls returned to their appearance, and there were no more zombies left in this academy. Everything led to the fact that Lisa's mother cells were able to directly influence the virus and change it. At this rate, they would collect more samples and defeat the virus. He was not going to wait for anyone, saying that they were sitting still and sent her to wake up Lena and Lisa, and then they would discuss the plan. A couple of hours later, and our beauty was dreaming, but it felt like she was about to wake up. Previously, she had not intended to go to bed, but did not notice how she passed out of the blue. Suddenly, Sam entered the naked Lisa's room, wished her good morning, and asked about her condition. The teacher was scared and told him to put something on himself, although she didn't have a thread on her, which he, of course, noticed. Then she became completely covered in red and screamed so that the pervert would not look at her. She remained silent about this moment. She had nothing to say at all. She probably still couldn't get over that night. The hero decided to gloat at her, asking what he didn't see there, but got to the point that after such a spectacle, he needed help in one immodest matter. She could not repeat that stormy night, since her students, they could enter in short. He interrupted her, wanting to say that he would help her students if she helped him in a difficult situation. Lisa couldn't believe her ears. If he could help them, then she could help him as much as he wanted. Well then, you won't get out of bed until you're old, he said, locking the door. Suddenly, girls entered the room and were unexpectedly safe, alive and well. A certain joy appeared on the professor's face, which she could not stop. Her students were cured. That's what you need for happiness. She asked everyone to come closer to look at the real ones, before the end of the world. But everyone suddenly ran up to Sam, to whom they were turning for help, so that he could examine them properly. The hero began to deny the girls, saying that he and Professor Lisa would protect everyone, but she was not at all happy with the girls' words. But she was not happy that he had definitely done something with her students. It was not without reason that the reasons to kill him were red in her eyes. Immediately she went after him to get what he deserved, even if he tried to apologize. Meanwhile, Lena was watching them, smoking a cigarette. In fact, she didn't expect him to be able to capture the test subject's heart. Her little sister immediately came up to her and decided to gloat, saying that morning had not yet come, and Lena was already jealous. She answered her indifferently by saying that she would never in her life be jealous of this womanizer. Then Inga asked her if she would mind if her older sister took her boy. Here Lena did not tolerate her, and grabbing her hand, pointed out to her that she was only using Sam, and she could not love people in principle. It doesn't matter to her whether she loves him or not. This is the 10th thing. It's important for her to take revenge on her youngest for her ruined childhood. No pity or sadness was visible on her face, but deep down, the cold-blooded Lena could be very vulnerable. But it was necessary to get to the point. Samantha ran to the sisters to warn them about the download of the second file about Patient Zero. Then the hero got new cards with girls. The first was 4-star Lena, who has high knowledge of chemistry. Then our queen Lisa appeared, who was a rank higher and had the ability to control zombies, which could come in handy. During all this time, Sam tried to explain to the professor in heels about the purpose for which they were hunting for her, about zero patients and mother cells. She explained how she was the one who understood everything. There are 30 patients in the world who have mother cells. The guy confirmed her words, saying that everything is so, for this reason she can control and restore zombies. Then Samantha came up and sincerely asked her to help, since with her assistance they could save the world. If so, the girl said, I will help, for the sake of humanity, the world, and my beloved students. Meanwhile, Inga stood at the computer and waited for the download. According to her words, everything went well. A girl appeared on the screen who resembled a singer or an idol of millions. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lisa was able to recognize this young girl. Even she herself was surprised by this. Her name was Betty. Sam didn't know her, which was natural. Then the professor answered that she was a famous pop singer who had recently gained popularity. Almost all the students were her fans. At that moment, he was struck by the fact that the idol of millions would undertake an experiment and take such risks. Inga responded by saying that her throat cancer had worsened at that time, and in order to save her career, she took such a desperate step. The new virus became her salvation, as it turned out. Just then, she was at the peak of her fame. And in the midst of the end of the world, there was supposed to be her long-awaited concert, where all the stands were filled with zombies. Since Lisa can to some extent control zombies, Inga instructs her to go to the concert of her favorite idol to deal with this. She wouldn't mind if it weren't for her students and the academy to protect. Wow, the stadium for one concert was gigantic. I think Betty will be able to surprise us. On the posters, she was very beautiful. It's not for nothing that everyone loves her so much and waits for the moment to hear that voice. The girl did not break for a long time and still went with Sam on a mission, where he warned her that he would protect her from any danger. But for this couple, everything will not be so simple. They are immediately met by a crowd of zombie girls who can smell a man from miles away. As soon as he spoke, the creatures appeared. What bad luck, he said. So be it. He will deal with them. But his partner knows how to surprise much more. She moved her hand towards the girls and shouted at them to stop. They obeyed her unquestioningly, and the zombies stopped, although there was no need for this. She was able to surprise him, since he did not expect this from her, so that she could use zombie control. Lisa confirmed his words, saying that this is true, but the strength weakens the further they are from the academy. She can't even imagine what will happen if there are too many zombies. He wasn't so sure about the latter, since a lot of time had passed since the epidemic, and then he dragged him to the stadium. They might have been lucky if the stadium had not been filled to the brim with fans, but the culprit of the whole event, her sweet voice, is truly enchanting. It's not for nothing that she has so many fans. She is sure that together with her they are ready to tear their voices until dawn. And so it turned out, people were delighted. The girls admired her beauty, her voice, charisma, and confidence. The audience screamed louder than our Betty. Their screams could be heard far beyond the stadium. This mission will turn out to be much more difficult, since the situation with Betty is similar to Lisa, who have inspired their own way of life, and her fans are almost living people. She didn't know how to act, since attacking them head-on would not lead to anything good. He decided to act immediately, without hiding his intentions, in order to clarify to her about the real reality, taking off his rose-colored glasses. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, the magnificent Betty was choosing an outfit for herself, and it would be better to quickly, since the fans would not wait. Only now another person had been waiting for her for a long time, and it was not a fan. It was our hero, who did what he said and did, sneaking into her dressing room. She was very surprised that some guy got into her sacred place and how he did it. He replied that he was not a fan of hers and had not come here to look at the charms at all. He wanted to explain the reality from which she was running away. He poked his finger in her forehead, saying that she and her fans, they are all zombies. Wake up, you fool. Just from her impudent grin, it was somehow alarming, as if this whole situation was to her benefit, as if it had saved her life. Incredibly, she initially understood everything. She understood that her fans, she herself, were bloodthirsty creatures. But she continued to sing her masterpieces to them. He didn't understand, just like us, why she was still here, aware of all this. And for her, it was a real triumph. Fans began to love her much more attention, more merit, and no one blocked her. The other participants blocked her. They took away almost all her glory, which made her envy them. And where are they now? They are not there, Betty said with pleasure. Now she is a solo artist. The fans belong only to her. There is no one else to interfere with on stage. She is, of course, smarter than these mindless zombies, and he better get out of here. Although if he is her fan, Sam interrupted her. He did not wait for the arrogant singer to finish and said that these are not her fans. They occupy the entire stadium because she contains mother cells. These words have never touched her. She does not accept criticism, since she believes only in flattery, and all her enemies simply want to take away her popularity. The arrogant beauty decided to finally shut up the insolent man and pressed a strange button on an equally strange remote control. Suddenly, the ground disappeared under his feet. This hole was incredibly deep. What could be there? What a dead fool. Oh, you'll dance with me, the hero said as he flew into the abyss. Finally, land. But what kind of place is this? How to get out of here? What should he do? Suddenly, strange lights began to appear from the darkness. It was definitely some kind of enemy, Sam realized. Are these two girls Betty's old partners who ended up here just like the guy? They could smell the man a kilometer away, and animal instinct ordered them to pounce on him. At this rate, everything will only go towards one thing. He won't be able to endure this pressure for long. Brother Charisma can no longer endure. Some kind of power, some kind of light shone before their eyes, which blinded them. He stood firmly on his feet and said that they asked for it themselves. Everything that happens next will be on their conscience. The hero became covered with a pinkish aura and warned them not to be offended by him later. He worked perfectly with his Buddha staff, just a couple of moments, and the lavender skin color disappeared from the girls, and they began to feel a strange warmth. Both did not understand anything, how they returned to their previous state, what happened to them before, a veil of secrecy. Sam had more questions. Who wanted to know where they were and how to get out of here, as well as why they dressed so alike like Betty? Betty threw them here, as well as Sam, said the one on the left. Her name was Quinn, and the blonde on the right was called Luna. They performed together with Betty. Luna looked to the side with confusion and wondered why their friend could control the zombies, but locked them here. The boy also did not fully understand the motives of their old friend, why she treated them this way. Quinn initially understood that Betty was the least popular among them, but now she was overcome by envy. Luna asked her not to say that. But nevertheless, the hero himself saw the truth in this, which means they are destined to bring her to her senses. There is no attitude in them, since they did not consider themselves opponents of Betty, since they only knew how to sing and dance. Nope, said the hero. Without them, his plan will not work. They must be present in it. They agreed with him at that very moment, but they did not know at all how to get out of here. The guy took the phone and said that he would decide this right away. Then he called Lisa and told them their coordinates. Suddenly, after a couple of moments, someone breaks through the wall behind them with a roar. Sam doesn't care about this at all. Apparently, we know who this guest is. And it was our lovely professor in heels, Lisa, who tore down the wall with her bare hands and thereby found them. The girls were amazed by this, amazed by their strength, and also by their unsurpassed beauty, which made them shiver. The teacher was not happy with these women. It was not for nothing that she looked at them with such a terrible look. At that very moment, she looked at him and asked why he always manages to find beauties. He replied that it was supposedly written on his soul. But this is not so important. He had a plan to defeat Betty, but they will have to work together. The next day, the stands were also filled with the dead, who nodded their heads and jumped up at every change of rhythm. She pointed at them and thanked them for the support from fans, saying, "I love you so much." But suddenly her pressure changed when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Who was it? With a surprise appearance from the group's old members, fans have been waiting for this duo for a long time. She was shocked. Her competitors came out of the trap, how they did it, who helped. But no one was going to answer her questions. They decided to introduce the new members of the group. The first to be shown was Lisa, with the interesting pseudonym Lisa Lisa. She was truly ashamed to go out in such an outfit. The new members of the group created a sensation. The audience began to scream with enthusiasm. Among everyone, the only one who was not happy was Betty, who did not understand why they were occupying her stage. Then a girl we knew very well asked Betty if she would accept the challenge from the new group. But our arrogant heroine will not hide her potential, saying that they are no match for her. After all, she has already been on stage for 2 years. But behind the mask of pride, there was hidden the concern of this gray-haired beauty. It was she who stood out most of all with her magnificent face, and besides, she was able to please Betty. And she has the kind of figure that many people dream of, but here it's as if God himself rewarded her. "And don't lose your spirit," said the arrogant singer, slapping herself in the face. She also added that she has all the fans today, so victory is on her side. With her sweet voice, she wanted to attract the attention of fans to herself. She asked them for support. All the stands heard her. They shouted her name back to her. Such devotion. Confidence began to shine in her eyes. These countless fans were on her side. As soon as the beauty from the new group opened her mouth, her heart froze in place. This heavenly voice filled the entire stadium. Betty was shocked by this singing, as if early in the morning she woke up in a lonely house in the middle of the forest. A sultry breeze with the smell of daisies was blowing in her face, and the birds were singing the morning sonata. It was a performance. The audience did not shout to her, as they were trying to listen to her fragile voice, but at the same time, it sounds even more magnificent. Betty's loyal fans began to admire the new artist's voice. Nobody knows her pseudonym, her name, only we guess that our hero decided to transform into a girl with her charming and singing skills. Her fat is worried about the excessive attention on the new singer, why her fans are shouting at her, why they call her Madonna. It's time to start a real show, where our girls will show how to captivate their audience. Their moves were perfect. They looked amazing. Betty could never top them. And all the external beauty was improved by the song of our hero, which caressed the ear. The zombies shouted the name of the new member. They never ceased to admire every word of the songs. Betty began to feel desperate. What was going on, she wondered. Her legs could no longer hold her up. It was a complete fiasco. It only took a few minutes to achieve her defeat. She didn't understand anything. They were her fans. Why they betrayed her? Why did she do all this? Suddenly, someone's hand touched her head. She had no idea what or who was doing it. And it was she who stood. The one who took everything from her. They won. And if she wants to regain her former attention, she must help them save the world. It was clear from her that that arrogant nature had disappeared. In front of Sam stood a completely murdered girl who had already agreed to everything. The rest of the participants were inspired by this, saying that the guy was very interesting. A little time passed, and our hero in the dressing room wanted to quickly return to his usual appearance. If she knew that there would be so many people, she would have conjured smaller breasts. But all this is not so important. He turns into himself. At that very inconvenient moment, Betty, who wanted to know something from her, bursts into the room. He himself understood what an unfortunate situation he was in, since the transformation stopped in the middle and she entered. She tried her best to squeeze out information about how she achieved such attention from fans. This made him very worried, but he still asked her to go out and wait while she changed clothes. Well, Betty is too impatient after all. She decided to help the young star with this. She pulled off her skirt. She had no idea what would be waiting for her a little higher. What she saw made her sigh heavily, yet the transformation first began to take effect in this place. Sam replied that this was the source of the charm and asked if she would like to try it. She became very embarrassed, her cheeks flushed with anticipation, and with a trembling voice she said that she did not dare refuse. Sam came up behind her and began to sweetly whisper if she was ready. She had been for a long time. Puzzled sweat ran down her red cheeks. She couldn't help but accept that this girl was very beautiful, even if she looked a little like a guy. But the last words he whispered in her ear should plunge her into shock. She guessed right, he is the guy, only she herself knows what her surprise was. Screams were heard outside the dressing room, where she asked to stop, but the hero could not be stopped. The blonde did not expect that these two would find a common language so quickly, and even in such a place. Quinn added, biting and licking her lips, that the guy was very reliable, much better than all the guys she had seen. Lisa thought almost the same way. She saw in him much more reliability and strength than they could have imagined. Meanwhile, the extraction of mother cells was in full swing. It was hard for her to breathe. How could such a male be caught? He ordered her to endure. After all, she is the idol of many people, and he helps her with stretching. Only they were interrupted by other beauties, who thought that it would not be fair if he only helped Betty. Unlike Lisa, they could no longer endure it, as they didn't want to either. Betty didn't expect them to come in, but how dare they, she said, stammering. They answered that they had quarreled. No matter who they were, after all, they were a team, and such joys should be shared. The brothers smiled and asked why they have an unspoken rule about this. Quinn replied that of course there is and always has been, and this also applies to you, Sam. The blonde replied that he could consider this a reward for the work he had done, but he should not tell the fans, otherwise they might be upset. Well, if this is how everything turns out, then the guy has only one thing on his mind today. Today they will have large-scale comprehensive physical training, in which all members of the group will take part. A couple of hours later, news was circulating about that concert. Students from that same academy did not stop discussing the new participants. During this time, Betty arrived at the laboratory and introduced herself to the sisters, saying that she was joining their project. Lena added that she is not on stage, and they are not her fans. There is no need to introduce yourself so arrogantly in front of them. Then Inga inserted a few words of her own, asking if she wanted to gain her fan base through them. Betty was puzzled by the words that the cruel sisters said. She did not understand why they treated her this way. Then Sam added his 2 cents, who said that he finally noticed that they were related and that they were very cruel and did not spare people. Inga immediately turned to her beloved Sam, making excuses that everything was completely wrong, and Lena said that she had never seen the eldest shy. There was no time for the hero to argue. He realized that information about the third patient was about to be revealed. which means the time to move forward had come. Only Inga said that they had nowhere to go. The third patient zero was her. Sam didn't understand why she didn't tell them about this, why everything was like this. In fact, she wanted to live longer. She just couldn't come to terms with it. Friend Sam was very scared for the eldest. What did her words mean? She replied that the virus in Betty and Lisa stopped its development at an early stage, but in her it reached the brain. Lena almost dropped her cigarette, which means that if they remove the cells from Betty or Lisa's body, everything will go well. But only Inga's mother cells are in the brain. That's the difficulty, and that's how she will die. The eldest noted that her sister is absolutely right. She will be the great doctor who will save the world. No matter how much they infuriated each other, Lena could not come to terms with her sister's words, since she was talking complete nonsense. Lena was not going to wait for her sister's approval. Somehow she would come up with a solution to this problem. Sam argued that Inga definitely did not expect approval from the younger one. After all, she is a sister. She understood everything. She owed Lena too much, and this would be the only way she could repay her. No one should worry, she would definitely come tomorrow. The next day, the girls waited for the operation to begin for them, asking if Inga was ready for this, if they could wait a little longer. She said that they waited too much. The virus would not spare anyone and would someday reach the brains of Betty and Lisa. Sam finally asked the eldest if she had one last wish. He would try to fulfill it. Inga would like him to be her servant. He did not expect anything else, since she has a lot of humor. Suddenly, Lena bursts into the operating room, knocking down the door and saying that she has come up with a vaccine. Inga couldn't believe her words. How could she have wasted a lot of time and only came up with the reverse process? Lena began to explain that this unfortunate virus controls the libido of the carrier. If he experiences sexual stimulation for a long time, a hormone will be released from which a vaccine can be made. Now Lena has finally defeated this fool. Sam was worried if it would definitely work. The younger one replied that they had to try it. Well, if so, what does sexual stimulation mean over time? Sam asked. Suddenly, the girls started looking at him with looks like they would eat him alive. He wanted to escape from them, since he couldn't cope with 3 times, at least one at a time. But Lena stood in front of his face, and with one hand, she stopped the coward until he ran away. She then asked if he wanted to shirk responsibility at such a difficult moment. The girls tied up the fool, saying that Inga would be the first, since she was already in a difficult situation, and they would hold him for now. Finally, she told him not to be offended, since they were doing this to save the world. Inga was in ecstasy, she said with heavy breathing, how humanity would not forget him. Betty felt this incredible responsibility better than anyone, tumbling with pleasure. A full 4 hours passed. Betty finally finished and said that it was Lisa's turn. It was painful for the professor to look at this. She believed that the fool needed to rest otherwise. Otherwise, he already looks like a corpse that was gnawed by vultures on a lonely sandy field. Inga told her that he was not weak enough to give up. He was just pretending. She then asked for some serum from Lena, who told her to be careful as it might not last as it was an experimental sample. When Inga called her younger sister, she didn't feel disgusted at all after that. This was the first time. This special serum was secretly produced and should completely replenish your energy. After introducing the sample, he was able to open his eyes slightly, and he began to develop some sensations. It was as if fires had been lit around him, giving him energy, as if they had awakened an ancient and dangerous beast. Well, 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 now it's Sam's turn. Now he will punish the rest. They are huddled in a corner out of fear. She said that such a reaction is quite common. When the effect wears off, it will return to normal. So that's how it is, says Sam, and you will help me with this. What a beast, he just recently finished with her, and here he is again. Night had already fallen. There was no way they could finish this. At this rate, they will make a lot of vaccine. Then Lena came out of the operating room, clearly tired of looking at this spectacle. Afterwards, Samantha approached her, who wanted to know how everything went, like the vaccine and everything else. Lena said that they can have a party. Everything went well. If nothing happens, the vaccine will be ready soon. Samantha wanted to know how everything was there and asked if she could come in and see for herself. But Lena decided to warn the girl, since it was better for her not to see this, for her own good. Meanwhile, Inga struggled to keep her mind from leaving her and finally apologized to him. Only he wasn't offended at all, he says, standing proudly by the window and looking at the town at night. But for him, this night is still so young. Before this, he tolerated them, and now they will tolerate him. A lot of time has passed since that night. A whole month, the end of the world was supposed to end. The world began to bloom like this flower. The girls began to return to their usual state. They rejoiced with joy. Meanwhile, the news said that the terrible virus that had enslaved the whole world was beginning to disappear. But the government was recommending that citizens self-isolate for the first time, all for their own good. Sam is very glad that he completed his third mission and didn't even spend that much energy. Then Lena approached him, who remembered how he said that he was not from this world. Is it true? Inga added, asking if he wanted to leave them with such a stupid excuse. Lisa was also not happy with these words. But the task here was completed. 97 more awaited him, and a portal opened behind him. Samantha was shocked. What is this? She asked. Then Betty, who thought that this was incredible technology, it would surprise her fans. Then he sadly said that they were absolutely right. He had completed the mission here, and it was time for him to go on other missions. Inga was against it. She wanted to go with him, but he asked why she wanted to go with him. She discovered the vaccine. Did she want to develop in this area? She began to feel embarrassed, but justified her desire by saying that she wanted to study medicine in other worlds. Lena noticed how the eldest was afraid to tell the truth. This frightened her even more. She then walked up behind her sister, saying that if her dumbass sister was going to go somewhere, she promised her father that she would follow her. Betty also wanted to go with them, since she could become an idol in other worlds. Samantha didn't mind either, since she had received power and would like to use it for good. And Lisa didn't mind, since everyone was coming, and she was going. Then what are they waiting for? Brother said. Pack your clothes, maybe we'll be in time for dinner. Meanwhile, he received a new card with Betty, which had an acting effect. Oh, home sweet home, the boy said when he entered the divine space. The girls were also very happy as they thought this place was amazing. Lena couldn't believe her words. They ended up in another place, and Inga was surprised that there was very little competition here. Inga and Lena are not the first twin sisters here, for example, Maggie and Siri, who have been waiting for their beloved Sam for a long time. Older sister Meg was very happy that she won this argument. Siri was clearly not happy. The brother could not understand whether they really had some kind of competition while he was away. In fact, the sisters argued how many girls this womanizer would bring with him, so the eldest suggested that it would be more than 4 for sure. Siri was very angry with him. Can't he really keep his stallion to himself? What a Casanova. He justified himself by saying that he couldn't help himself. That's just his nature. Then Lena asked what kind of outfits they were wearing, some kind of cosplay group or something. Meg decided to make fun of the hero, saying that someone has such needs. This joke was not to his liking, and he decided to explain everything to them from the very beginning, from the beginning of his journey. A lot of time passed, and he finally explained everything to everyone, and now he can rest for a couple of minutes. But suddenly, out of nowhere, some girl with lovely legs appears, who decided to congratulate the hero on something. This is our fairy companion, who was very happy that she was able to complete this difficult task. But why is she so big? Apparently, he was just as surprised as I was otherwise. What made him so surprised by her arrival? She too was surprised why this bastard was all over her with water so suddenly. Finally, she asked him why he was so surprised. He had seen her before. Sam asked her, "Is she by any chance not that little system fairy companion? Why is she so big?" She responded by saying that her size is affected by the level of power of her owner, and her brother had already completed 3 missions. 3 whole tasks, he asked, and I didn't even notice how time flies. That's right, she said. Only she added whether he remembered the first meeting. So then she played the hero, choosing the first characteristic for him. But she didn't expect that he would be able to reveal the potential of charisma. He could not understand why she then tried to harm him, what the motive was, what the goals were. The fairy understood his tactics. He wants to use women to achieve success. Then she decided to teach him a lesson for this. But she only made it better. But at that time, he thought that it was just a game in which there was nothing like that. After this experiment, she realized that her martyr treats women with all sincerity, and now she is counting on his help. He unquestioningly agreed to help her, but for some purpose he began to extend his hand to her. Suddenly he grabbed her cheeks. What was he up to, the fairy wondered. Suddenly he put a bottle in her mouth and began to forcefully drink it. Well, listen to her, he said. She really decided to punish me. Now I'll punish you. Her whole face flushed. She could not understand what he had given her, what kind of drink it was. It was acacia wine. He wanted to give it to some beauty, but since the fairy of 1,000 worlds herself came to him, he gave it to her. She began to not be able to speak since she belongs to the system. Only he will not tolerate such statements, shutting her up. He said that she belongs to him, just like the system in the game. Just as suddenly he pulled himself up to her lips, she didn't even dare to expect it. After the next marathon, he received his illegal glasses, only he was puzzled why there were many times more of them. She replied that these glasses come from her body, and it's better for him not to do that again. Wow, this is a bug in the game, Sam asked with delight. It's a sin not to use this. We should do it more often. She is very ashamed that she treated the system this way. Will she forgive her? The night was stormy. He, yawning, asked where his beloved fairy was. They went to bed together. And here she is, but why is she so small? How is it? Where is that beauty from the night? He couldn't understand, just like us, why she had become so small. Only yesterday she was so big. The fairy replied that it was all his fault. Yesterday he spent a lot of energy, and he also had to return the money he got through a mistake. He replied that he did not take advantage of the mistake, but got all the points through backbreaking labor, and she could suck her points. Well, you asked for it, she said with a catch. This time it will be even more difficult than he thinks. He confidently replied that he had also lived here for several days, so he was ready for anything. Suddenly a portal began to appear under his ass when he was not expecting it at all. He screamed at her to give him time to prepare, but it was too late. This time he ended up in some ancient village in the outback. What did he happen to experience now? Everything in this world was somehow strange. In that very village there lived only men who looked very poor, unlike the women. Some warlike woman asked her companions whether they had collected tribute for this month. He begged the women to stop, since they had already taken everything they had in the village, then asked her to leave them some grain, since they still needed to live. According to her, women here are some kind of deities with a capital D, and they are much stronger than pathetic men. They don't even dare talk to them. It's better to give them the grain in an amicable way. Suddenly, in the middle of all the men, a jock stood up and said that they were women. He was still stronger. Wow, the girl was surprised, saying that a daredevil appeared who showed character. He pointed his fist at the insolent woman, saying that it would be a matter of life and death. Only his fist, full of aspirations, could not be stopped for long. One touch destroyed all his pressure. But he couldn't stop her spank, he couldn't even react to it. One attack was so strong that this big guy fell face first into the dirt. According to the leader, the guy's name was Quint. Then the girl with a straw in her mouth put forward her conditions. Either they simply give them the grain, or she kills several men so that there is enough food for everyone. The rest of the partners didn't care about these weaklings, saying that these non-entities would never become stronger than women, real non-entities. According to the beliefs of the men here, a heavenly man, a holy guy, should come who will save them from this routine. She already has these legends in her heart. Since the beginning of time, women have been superior to men in everything, and their stories are like laughter. After her words, "Our friend falls from heaven," has the legend come true, men can rejoice. It was as if heavenly punishment had fallen on her. God was punishing her for her sinful words. Sam didn't expect to fall right on his head. It hurts a lot, he says. This little guy will always send him away and won't even let him get dressed properly. And he fell right into the bullseye. That arrogant girl was unconscious, and he didn't want problems for himself at the very beginning. Immediately after that, he began to apologize to her for what he had done. He didn't do it on purpose. Panic spread among the girls. They noticed how he defeated the second great queen. Does a heavenly man really exist? They have big problems. They need the help of the first great queen. After all the fears, they took the girl and ran to the queen, who didn't even have time to explain. The leader could not believe his eyes. He defeated the woman, which means Sam is the legendary heavenly man who will save the men. He could not understand anything that this eccentric said, as he was not from this world. Yes, it is true, the man said. A long time ago, women were placed above men. But in their village, there is a legend that their savior, a heavenly man, a messenger will come. In the previous world, there were two deities. Together, they kept balance in this sinful world. Once upon a time, these deities quarreled among themselves. These two were a goddess and a god. Between the battle of love and hatred, the goddess decided to divide the power of God into 5 parts and imprison it in her disciples. After this, the balance completely disappeared. Men, who had lost protection from their patron, began to weaken in front of women, and then it became normal. Everyone got used to it. Finally, it began to dawn on Sam why only men live in this village. What about the legend? Asked a puzzled Sam, sitting on his knees in front of the head. The legend says that a man will fall from heaven to restore the old balance and defeat women. The bro put his hand to his heart and said that he didn't understand half of his words, but he wanted to help them. The power of the god is sealed in the strongest disciples of the goddess. They are all queens of different kingdoms. Only Sam can defeat and collect their power. So the hero doesn't like to beat women, but in order to save the world, he is ready to do this, and where to look for them, he asked. Unfortunately for us, each kingdom is very far from each other. The nearest bandit queen, Maya, has many subordinates, and they collect tribute from the villages. Because of this, they men live poorly here. Suddenly, a man burst into the room with news. Things are bad, he shouted. Queen Mia is advancing towards their village. The old man told Sam to run away. He is the last hope of the men, the last salvation. They will detain the bandits. But the hero was not going to retreat halfway, no matter how he was destined to meet her. Meanwhile, in the village, there is a fierce battle in which the men are not destined to win. And here is our beautiful Maya. Unlike all the bandits, she looks beautiful. But here she is looking for the very man who raised his hand against that woman. One of the men was a tough nut to crack and said that he wouldn't say anything to this scoundrel. She noticed his courage and said that she would grant him death if he so desired, but would still take a couple of men for interrogation. Only there was no need to interrogate anyone. Sam appeared behind her, guessing that this beauty was looking for him. Fortunately, the queen noticed his cute face, saying that she would take him with her and they would do something incredible with the girls. The girls were the first to see that their queen was interested in a man, and he really was handsome, another added. He said that she could do whatever she wanted with him only if she defeated him. Maya didn't even think about retreating, because she understood that he could not compete with her. The girls began to think he was an idiot, so he decided to challenge the bandit queen, even though he was handsome. But such a dumbass, he said. She's always good at scratching her tongue. Sam began to be insolent, then added, is she really afraid to accept his challenge? Yes, this will never happen. She was never afraid of a man, and she will knock him down with her left hand. Well, let him show what he is capable of. He started with his signature move and sword fencing. He would not leave her a chance to win. After the announcement of the attack, he disappeared before her eyes. Such speed he can surprise. Just a couple of moments and he was behind her. She didn't even notice how he got there. The girls were shocked. They did not expect that any of the men were capable of fighting. This is the speed, they said. With his attack, he could only break the drawstring on the neckline. She was surprised. He could amuse her, she said. He said that she need not hold back since he had invested his spiritual energy into the sword, she asked, the one that only split when it collided with her. He couldn't believe his eyes, how his sword became like this, why it was so fragile. She replied that a man can never defeat a woman. This is the law of heaven, even if your sword was faster than lightning. Now it's the bandit queen's turn. She accumulates terrifying energy in her hand, which disperses the air. Here she is definitely faster than lightning, faster than everyone here. One moment and the enemy is no more. He took only one of her blows but could not stay on his feet. Her power was too great. See the difference between us, Maya said. This is the power of the gods. From now on you belong to me, handsome. But the brother did not want to give up. He got up from his knees and told her to give him 3 days, and if then he could not stand it, then he could do with him whatever she wanted. She asked him why she would make concessions to him. Her decision was the law and there was no other way. Suddenly, an old man intervened in the battle and decided to put forward his bid. They will support Sam if he does not win even then. They give the queen an eternal oath that they will become slaves of his majesty. The others also wanted to take the risk, since it is better this way than to endure all their lives. They believe in a heavenly man. She is not happy with this at all, but decided to remain silent. Obviously, she likes this proposal. Maya agreed. They have 3 days. In 3 days, if he does not appear at her estate, she will personally slaughter the entire village. After they all left, Sam approached the elder and said that he underestimated her, or rather, did not know that there was such a gap between the genders. More like the rule of the gods. No matter how strong he became, he would not win. Well, how is he going to defeat her in 3 days? The leader decided to ask. Sam said that he was just bluffing, and these 3 days he will be at home inventing a way to victory. The guys immediately began to panic, which means they are all screwed. They won't be able to escape. Only Sam was positive. Because of all the problems, there was never one that did not have a solution, and asked if the queen had any characteristics. The old man realized that he meant weaknesses. This particular one had very strong pride. One day they escaped to the village. She stumbled and she felt very ashamed. She immediately left. Then they miraculously escaped death. Such a beauty also has such a cute weakness. It can definitely be used against her. Finally, confidence in victory appeared in his head. He said that he had come up with everything, but he needed the help of the village. A couple of days had already passed. The entire estate was probably waiting for the arrival of their warrior, who would definitely lose to her. While May just decided to take a hot bath, she looks even more lovely this way. Only now she still imagines this impudent man who repeats over and over again that he belongs to her. She cannot believe it. Since then, the image of that man has not left her head. At that same moment, the second bandit queen burst in and told her about the strange news from the village that the scouts had reported to her. Maya threw a towel over herself and asked if they had not escaped from the village yet. The bandit added that they would never hide from them, but the strange screams frightened her. She noticed that the man fell on the bandit unexpectedly, and she lost consciousness. Besides, there are 4 other great queens with her. She need not be afraid. But only that same towel let her down and flew off the queen's lovely skin at an inconvenient moment. She immediately blushed and began to cover her charms, ordering her to turn away. So we were transported to a village where our hero trained with the villagers. All these screams were coming from men who were very happy that he was finally done with them. But why were they all naked? It was strange. And in his hand lay a strange sword with a blood-colored blade. He thanked everyone for helping him. The time had come for the great battle. The May Queen slept soundly while someone struck the gong so early. She was furious. Who dared to disturb her sensitive sleep? She shouted and knocked down the door of the estate. "Wake up and sing, my darling, I have come to win," he shouted after her and hit the gong. The rest of the girls could not believe that this handsome man had come. They had never met such men even in their dreams. She asked, and for this he woke her up. He was completely tired of living. Sam swung his mysterious blade, saying that he was almost hurt by her words. She continued to be insolent and decided to ask if this was his new weapon. "Your blade was a little short." The hero answered her by saying that the main thing is definitely not length, but strength, speed, and technique will help in any battle. The girls began to cover their faces so as not to show their emotions. If anything, they were very embarrassed. And she constantly repeated that he must understand that a man is always weaker than a woman and cannot hurt her. "Just now you will see my new power and rush towards it." He inflicted a lightning attack on her. There shouldn't be anything left on her. Then she said that she was completely right. She didn't even feel the blow. There's only one thing. He didn't intend to hurt her. What did he do? How was he going to defeat her? He snapped his fingers and her whole blouse tore into shreds. What a force. Maya covered her chest with her hands and asked what this scoundrel and insolent person was up to. He replied that he was able to improve and practice a new fencing technique and also got hold of a clothing blade that did not cause damage to living people, but was excellent at destroying clothing. This sword was used by a great monk who never wounded his enemies, but always won. But this is not so important. The important thing is that these men believe in him. The old man believes in him because only he has hope. Only he can save them. Moreover, he is the only one who has clothes. Only thanks to their clothes he was able to practice the blade and technique. She realized he was going to undress her, but she didn't realize the difference it would make. He replied that she was not the least bit ashamed to appear in this form before her subordinates, where her honor was. The beauty said that she would show him where the crayfish spend the winter, directing her attack at him. Attack after attack, he again left her, but again was able to cut her clothes. The girls couldn't believe that she was wearing such underwear. She also had such well-groomed skin, although she said that she had never looked after her. Was she really that weak? Maya ordered them to turn away from her so that no one would look at her like that, but Sam added that the next blow would expose her completely. She was very angry. Obviously, he had driven her to the point where she wanted to finish him off without mercy. The queen concentrated her energy by pressing the palms of her hands. This force accelerated the air much stronger than before. The bandits can't believe she's using this technique. Could the handsome guy really bring her to this point? A dragon's fist was rushing towards him. He was in great danger. How was he going to escape this attack? After the impact, a massive explosion was formed that would have destroyed the entire village of men. "What a hot fire," Sam said. But such an attack cannot penetrate it. It was hard for her to accept this. Could the man really withstand her strongest blow? Yes, he agreed. The attack is strong, but not as effective in comparison with his. And after these words, he completely tore all her clothes. They understood that she had not lost yet, but it felt like she was about to give up. What a shame. She was very ashamed. She blushed all over and barely wanted to say something. That's it, she lost. She decided that she refused to continue this obscurantism. Her brother tried to stop her, telling her to respect the terms of their battle. But the trouble is, he didn't have time. The door stopped him, and she ran away from the pervert. With a broken nose, Sam laughed deep down at the behavior of May, who began to cry due to defeat. Suddenly, behind him, the evil voice of a crowd of girls was heard, who were determined to destroy him. And so it turned out that there were angry girls standing behind him, and he was already hoping that they would not kill him for what he had done. But something went wrong. They fell to their knees, creating a strong roar in the area. From that moment on, these girls are now crying in front of him, and all because they wanted the hero to appease the queen, and then they will be able to fulfill any of his wishes. He laughed sweetly and said that he would somehow solve this problem, and at the same time he realized that no matter how strong a woman is, she remains a woman. Before entering, he warned her by knocking on the door like a true gentleman. All he wanted to do was talk, but the girl didn't want to see him and chased him away, hiding from everyone under the covers. But his pressure could not be stopped. He came closer, saying that after all, she was an adult girl. They could talk calmly. He did not react to her screams and continued to pull off the blanket. From the outside, you can't even tell that she's so vulnerable, but in fact, she still can't hold back her tears. But this didn't bother the hero. He looked and was amazed why she still hadn't gotten dressed. and in his head, he thought about what a good figure she had. After she felt his vile gaze, Maya immediately decided to throw a kick full of passion. She was all red, covering herself with a pillow. She said how pleased Sam must be for disgracing her. The impudent man continued his flirting, saying that it was simply impossible for such a beautiful girl to disgrace herself. She couldn't believe his words and tried to say that he was trying to appease her. But everything was completely wrong and Sam wanted to prove it, and you already know it yourself. Immediately after his words, there was a kiss as passionate and daring as her blow, and she was very surprised by this. "Well, you asked for it," she said, throwing him down, and she rose above him. Maya realized that he had won after all, which meant that any desire behind her, what he wanted, interested her. His desire was to save all the men in this world, which means that 4 seals must be opened. But how? His appearance made her believe in this absurd legend about a heavenly man, but she could not help in his request. He continued to put pressure on her, saying that she allegedly did not want to accept the conditions of defeat. In fact, all the seals are inside their bodies, and in order to remove them, you need to perform a very interesting ritual. Apparently, he still couldn't understand what ritual she was telling him about. The beauty, shy and looking away, says that this ritual requires male strength to shed her blood. He still can't understand what she's talking about, how a man can hurt a woman if heaven forbids it. The queen began to explain that he did not need to hurt, but to shed blood, to have a child. But still he did not understand anything. She shut him up, saying that she would do this not for her own interests, but only for the sake of the fulfilled condition. Suddenly he began to take the initiative, but such a powerful woman will not allow a sycophant to be above her. The rest of the girls began to look into their secret place, who did not understand where the men got their tales from. Half an hour had already passed, and according to the girls, Maya couldn't figure out what to do here. Sam was already getting desperate. He began to ask questions whether she understood what she was doing at all. She screamed and was very embarrassed. This was the first time she had seen such tales, but now everything should happen. Not even a second had passed after her words, when a column of light of incredible strength and power hit the heavens. The girls were delighted. They did not understand who was creating this strange light. This pillar of light was visible on all the outskirts of the world. Something incredible happened. The old leader was clearly happy. In his lifetime, he met such a person. This will go down in history. The men also began to hug themselves and rejoice. They succeeded. The heavenly man is their hero. However, there were those who were not happy about this. The owner of this terrifying halberd, for example. This will be our next target, who is very unhappy that this fool Maya allowed the seal to be released. Time passed, and night had already fallen in the kingdom of the bandits. Only the light was still burning in our beauty's estate. Meanwhile, a crowd of envious bandits stood at the door in the morning and stared at it, waiting for something new. And while they watch, their head enjoys all this newness with every thrust. Sam wanted to stop, because it's definitely not easy to do this for the first time. He understands that himself. During all the time in this world, he realized that a strong woman gives him much more strength, and now he needs to improve the experience of endless magic. He sat in the lotus position and burst into flames. A crown of flames appeared above. This was his new power. Suddenly, he found himself in an endless desert, where in the middle of it stood a stone altar with a girl bound in chains. This girl was terribly shackled in these chains. From her torn clothes, one could understand that she had been here for a long time. Suddenly, these chains break, like a rope that has been holding a bridge for hundreds of years. This girl rushed down, her body like a feather falling silently onto the sandy floor. Fortunately, the hero managed to catch her, asking if she was okay, if everything was fine with her. She lifted her eyelids slightly, revealing ruby-red eyes underneath them. As it turned out, she recognized Sam, because she was sure that he would come here to her. He did not understand her words, since he had never met her and they had never seen each other. In fact, he is very similar to her old friend. Was it fate that brought this meeting to them, she asked. Then she looked at the wrong pillar, which she called the place of the seal. She was surprised, since one of the seals was destroyed, and he was here. Could it really be the same one? He was surprised by the amount of knowledge this gray-haired girl had. How did she know so much about this? When that same god and his power were sealed, the goddess began to greatly regret what she had done and left only a piece of her soul in anticipation of that very man who would help her. It immediately became clear to him that this beauty was that same goddess. But everything was not so simple. She was a piece of her soul, and her name was Lindsay. The shackles on her snow-white legs scattered, just like the chains a little earlier. Brother Sam wondered what the shackles on her arms and legs meant. According to the girl, these shackles represent seals. He removed one, will remove 3 more, and it will release the power of God and restore the balance of power. Still, he hasn't quite figured it out yet. He was originally going to remove all the seals, but one thing confuses him. She wondered what was bothering her hero so much, why he was so embarrassed. In fact, he is uncomfortable when there is a half-naked girl in front of him, and he asked her to get dressed. She was also not clever, but in fact they did not need clothes, since they were alone here, and she could not help him with them. He wondered how she was going to help him, even in such rags. She touched his chest with her finger, saying that he was training techniques that fed the power of both gods. Only there is no balance in this world, and only she can help him with this. The hero believed her words with lightning speed, since it sounded like the truth. But how could she help him? Lindsay said that she knows the secret technique of double cultivation, so if they use it, Brother will be able to absorb the power of the goddess. He began to imagine how she would help him, but whether she herself was ready for this technique. It seemed to her that it was he who underestimated her, since he was located in the place of the press, and Lindsay was able to do things here that she had never dreamed of in reality. Nevertheless, she understands that she is unlikely to cope alone, so here is a new moon phase technique that will create a couple of copies of the goddess. His confidence knows no bounds, since even these three will be no match for him in his favorite activity. Only this was definitely not the end.